Houston, we have liftoff. We're back at the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.
Filmed live at our Niello company pop-up event, meet the superstar service writers with myself, Katrina Ness, and Shawn Kingrey.
We will have liftoff.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Shawn Kingrey, and we are here at the Niello company in their beautiful Porsche store. It has been a fantastic couple of days, Shawn.
This is beautiful. Again, what a great environment. Sunny California. I mean, it's no sunny Madison, Tully, but it's sunny California. We flew in, obviously, to Wisconsin, from Wisconsin to support Tully and his team here. This is a panel that's near and dear to my heart, obviously Tully's heart, because the techs turn the hours, but it's these folks right here that sell the hours. Tully, you want to introduce your team?
I'd love to. These are the exciting superstars, the millionaires and 2 billionaire riders for the Niello company. So over here is Dana Brophy, $2 million last year, does an incredible job. Jose tracking almost $2 million this year. And of course, we have Bobby Cottle down at our Elk Grove store tracking over $1.5 million. I also have to my left over here is Jim DeBard. He's our service manager at our Jag Land Rover store. So the goal is today is show how these people do an incredible job making sure we keep people happy, right? Selling recommendations we'd sell our family members and making them make sure we're in the repeat and referral business. Shawn, it was a big day.
Big day. Big day. Let's start. You want to ask the first question?
Of course. So this is amazing. Obviously, Tully just gave us some big numbers. So tell us how you guys got started at the Niello company and how long you guys have been here.
I started almost 10 years ago. I started as an assistant service advisor and just moved my way up.
I started just over 10 years ago, and I started in detail and in the parks department.
Jim,
I'm up. I'm on my 5th year as service manager. Been in the industry for about 30 plus years, and I'll leave it there.
I've been with the Niello company almost 28 years and started out washing cars and have been mentored by numerous of the best employees that the Niellos have.
Dan, I'm going to start with you if it's okay, because in my group, we have 8 stores, and half of my service managers are females, which was a change from what it was 3 years ago. And one thing that Ted and Sarah and Katrina and Vanessa have done a great job is presenting the female side of the car business, okay? So if you had to pick one thing, not only as a female, but also as a female, because you have to talk about it, because again, it's a male-dominated business, all right? Again, I met my wife in the car business, but if you had to give one best practice to get to where you are, obviously we talked about it before we got on stage. You're the number 1 advisor, so you got the target. You got to own that, okay? It's a good target to have. It's a good prize to have. Promote that, live it, love it, because it's a good thing, especially when you move to Wisconsin. But that's another choice. Whoa. But anyway, what one best practice would you pick if you wanted to share with everyone?
I'd say follow through, like always doing what I say I'm going to do, and when I say I'm going to do it. So just sticking to that.
Okay.
No.
For me, I'd say communication. Just making sure that your customers are always communicated with along the way goes a long, long way.
Continue.
I think we're in the people business, and we have to, our advisors, I believe, have to be very good with people, and outgoing and communication. I think it all kind of falls in at that point.
Yeah, and to add to all the comments, it's about building that relationship with our clients, building trust. And it's amazing. It's unfortunate just of how much service industries are bad out there, that if you just communicate and give good service, it really wows the customer.
Definitely. And, you guys are the most customer-facing people in your roles. So it's important to be transparent and have good communication, follow through, and just create that good and lasting relationship with your customers. So you get that ultimate goal of retention and, your profit numbers up for sure. Definitely. So what has been your most memorable experience working as a service writer at the Niello company? Dana, would you like to start?
Memorable experience.
Probably events like this. The Niello company is a really, really good company to work for. You feel like your family right out the gate. So just doing events like this that we get to be involved in and really feeling proud of where I work and the company I work for.
Definitely with the culture and everything. That's what makes it for sure. Jose?
My most memorable experience was my first year of being a writer, and I had a customer that was just really happy with the service. So I got invited over to dinner, and my family and I went out. It was wonderful. So yeah, I think that stuck with me.
It's all about the relationship.
I think mine is we actually moved locations a few years ago, and it's so chaotic, but it all came out good. We have a nice new facility, and that was just it sticks in my mind at how different it is, and it was exciting.
I would say for me, it's just the Niello company as a whole, just the heritage and just how this company is more than cars. It's about people.
So I want to chime in. So one thing we also have on this panel here is we have 3 assistant service managers. And the nice thing about this great pathway is we have superstar advisors, and now we're training the next great leaders. So the question we want to ask is, that is a great pathway. 2 is that they learn, and then when we have succession, when someone retires, we have the next great person to take that store over and also be that mentor. As Bobby said, he's been mentoring. We want to mentor people, right? And we want these people, because they're so good at it, to mentor the next level. So the question is that mentoring those people, how does that affect you, Bobby Call? Because you've had a lot of mentoring.
Yeah, I have been very fortunate to have a lot. It's just we learn from experiences and just the people that came before us, how much they've learned, and then you pass down the experiences as you get older, more mature, and you just apply it.
I would say the best part of it is having somebody be better than you were in that same position. Being able to say you're able to move on to the next step and know that your whole department's going to be taken care of. That's the best part of it.
Definitely. You can't move up until someone is, there backing you. So for sure.
I would say I honestly never thought I would want to be a service manager when I started in this business. Working under my service manager, Alan Carr, watching him and learning from him has been an amazing experience, to where I went from never thinking I'd want to take that role ever to feeling like I can and feeling empowered to do that. So it really makes a difference who you're learning from and working under.
It's great that they all have calendars about when their service manager is retiring. I see that. I just wanted to write it up. Speaking of target on your back,
Growing your people from within is so important, and company culture, and just, engaging with the people around you and your fellow employees.
Absolutely. Well, I want to tell you that one thing that makes a superstar advisors is great processes. So one thing that we see is that when we mentor these great service advisors down is the processes that we do that work. So I think the greatest thing is, what is those great processes? Dana, what is a great process that you guys do at your store?
I think letting the customer know up front what they're going to be looking for. So they'll get a video from the technician, makes them feel like they're in the shop with them, looking at their vehicle, and just kind of letting them know what's going to happen throughout the whole process, and then follow through.
Yeah, to elaborate on that, the video is our big focus. So essentially, we make sure the customer gets the video when it's sent from the technician, and we reiterate the video at the time of pickup, just to make sure if they have any questions, we're answering them at the time and fashion.
Yeah, just letting them know about the inspection report, the video, sending it to them, going over everything and any questions they might have, and just being honest with them with what they really need to get done.
Jim, tell us, how do you manage you guys?
We manage, obviously we have our reports, we look at things. I have an assistant service manager at my store, and we're very good about following up with our advisors. If somebody's, falling behind the bar a little bit, we work with them, we ask the questions, we have meetings, we talk about it. How can other advisors help him, and who has better ideas, and we just all talk it out, and I think it gets all worked out.
You remember?
Well, lots of valuable information in this panel. Those of you who are watching, you can learn a lot from these folks. So thank you all for joining us on this panel today. Stay tuned for more, because we have a lot to come.
Retailers are evolving as customer perception of time and convenience increasingly drives buyer decisions. A form of artificial intelligence called computer vision analyzes camera footage at hyperspeed to assist in automating retail transactions. Car dealerships are prime candidates for this smart space approach, and one company, SkyVision, is working with the auto industry to reduce customer wait times in sales and service. Processes such as oil changes, check-ins, and appraisals are optimized to offer a better customer experience. As SkyVision continues to deliver new innovations, customers will be able to expect more convenient, faster, and better service. If your dealership is enhanced with SkyVision, you know they're putting a premium on the value of your time. SkyVision, creating a smarter experience.
Reach toward the stars with the Radical Change panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, and our favorite panel that we assemble at every roundtable, Ted, was an amazing group of people right here on the screen, the Radical Change panel. This is an incredible group of people sharing the best practices in the industry.
Sarah, you're so right. Look at the names on here. Tully Williams from the Niello Company is with us. Shawn Kingrey, also from retail at the Kaiser Automotive Group. Steve Greenfield from Automotive Ventures is with us as well. Fred Fordin, one of the great technology names in our industry, is with us. Brian Kramer at Cars Commerce. Everybody, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Great to be here.
Steve, to kind of get the conversation started today, here we are, still in the early part of May. There's been a lot of chatter in the last 4 to 6 weeks about all things tariffs related and how that's going to impact parts and sales. And what are you seeing from your vantage point there?
Yeah, well, first I want to know, Ted, is Sarah really think this we're the favorite? I bet she tells all of her panelists that.
Let's ask her.
You know, it's incredible, Steve. This is such a candid conversation, and I think dealers love and appreciate all of the insights that that this group shares on a variety of different topics.
Right. Well, I'm just giving you a hard time, but no, we appreciate, all of us appreciate being here. You know, I think that it's an era of uncertainty right now. Dealers tend to operate very effectively within uncertainty, as we saw during COVID. But right now, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty. You know, whether these tariffs will hold or not, what the impact will be from automaker to automaker, I'm sure Brian has a great perspective on the impact on used prices, what'll happen to trade-ins. We know that there's been a frenzy in the auctions recently, and prices have been high and very, very strong because consumers are getting ahead of the tariffs by, buying vehicles, both new and used. Dealers are anticipating price increases, so they're getting ahead of that and trying to make sure that they've got stock of both new vehicles and used vehicles. And, we don't know how this is going to play out, but I think from a fixed ops standpoint, the great thing is more than half of a dealer's profitability comes from fixed ops. Fixed ops is one of the things that they can control. They can't control what new car prices are going to be, nor supplies of new cars, but they sure as heck can double down on becoming more sophisticated around fixed operations and making sure that continues to be a really strong engine of growth and profitability for them.
Brian, what do dealers need to be keeping their eyes on right now, especially on the fixed side and acquisition side?
Well, to Steve's point, the two biggest levers they can drive right now: used cars and fixed operations. When we were at an event recently up in New York, at the New York Auto Show, I asked Bernie Marino that, and I said, well, what do you see with all the aftermarket parts that aren't produced in the United States? Because that's my biggest fear: is how do I adjust the reconditioning prices in AccuTrade, and how do I account for what transmissions are going to be, or because those are all cast and they're almost all of them are made in other countries. There's very few tires. I mean, it's been very educational to realize how non-self-reliant we are as a country on what we need. But with tires, if those tires go up 25%, that's significant. I mean, they're already very expensive as it is, and there's low margin. So the consumers I mean, I don't know how they're going to react, but you've got to be able to do that in real time. And it's changing by the week. It's changing by, every 2 weeks. That's the first thing. The other thing is that dealers need to shorten up their average unit day supply. They're used to running a 35 or even up to a 40-day supply in used cars. It needs to be under 30, really closer to 28. And that's going to take a lot more discipline. It's going to take a lot more acumen. The dealers that I see that are winning are really running like a Carvana CarMax play, and they're going directly after consumers. They're measuring, of all the cars I sold, what percentage of them had a trade, and they're getting really granular on that to make sure that there's no spillage going out. Because right now with these tariffs, the more expensive thing than even the recon changes and the price changes is the time. If you go to the auction, everybody always says, well, I got a 3-day turnaround. You have a 3-day turnaround once the car actually arrives from the auction, maybe. And I think I would argue it's more like 6, but it takes 6 to 8 days at the auction. So right now, with the volatility that's going on, right now the car, today was another banner day at the auction, and they just keep going up and up. But that bubble's going to pop. It can't. There's a balancing act where payments start competing with it, and when that happens, you don't want to be the only one, without a chair when the music stops.
Yep. Tully, what are you seeing there at the Niello company in California?
The uncertainty is always a big issue, but I think when you look at that, our car volume is going up. Our used car inventory, as Brian said, is crucial to make sure we have that turn. When you look at stores that struggle, some of our stores maybe are struggling in used cars, it's because they're aging inventory. The way I like to see it is the first 15 days. If you haven't sold in 15 days, you should be panicking. Not 90, not 60, not even 30, but 15 days needs to be the, oh my God, what's going on car. And I think that we have to get that mindset because, no offense, but some used car managers love cars too much. and I think that they get attached to it, and we got to get that separated out a little bit. And acquisition is a big deal for us, right? Service drive's a great opportunity. Having your service advisors involved. Are they supportive? When they get that trade-in, they get 2 customers, right? If that's a good trade-in. One is if we do a great job with F&I in the beginning when we sold the car has great mentality. We've already fixed everything, right? The car is in good shape. That car should be a good trade-in, least amount of recon, just maybe some maintenance items, trade the car in. Now the advisor gets to sell that car to the used car department. God bless America. Customer gets a new car or a great quality used car, and we gain 2 customers for that service advisor. Explaining that to them is so crucial because sometimes, you're stealing my work. That is not the case. I'm trying to gain customers because the business that we're truly in is repeat and referral, and this helps drive that. Do you have an active campaign in your service drive? If you don't, you need to do it right away.
Brian, I would think that as a follow-up, dealers need to double down on that service drive acquisition now. I think it's more important than ever.
Without question. And Tully just hit the nail on the head. The other thing I would also recommend is that instead of that work going to the internal team, that it goes back to the CP advisor. And because that's the quickest way to take their head out of the game. And instead of paying a ton of spiffs like everybody normally does, and I see these comp plans getting blown out of whack, and then they say, oh, we can't do that anymore because we're paying too much money, even though we're paying $1,000 or $1,200 per car at the auction with fees, post-sale inspection, and all that, and transport. But when you dial it down on less desirable cars that take on average 18 days longer to sell, that sell for a low $583 less on average by purchasing them at the auction, and you can extrapolate that out to ask whether or not it's worth it to do what Tully just said and implement a service drive program.
Ted, can I follow up on that? I mean, one of the things I see would be a radical change is the way we look at leads. Right now, I believe that I have 12,000 leads a month. That's how many ROs I write. And the goal is that when I have a car that comes in, and if we have a great way of taking those pictures of that car when it drives in the shop, or even if you do it behind the scenes, right? Some of these great products that are doing UVI, and there's a bunch of other ones coming out. They takes the pictures. Now, it takes the human element out of cracks, dings, and dents. Underneath the car, it should measure the tires. It should give you a goal. The customer now that car is going to go into the shop, and we're going to have a trained professional look at it. There should be no surprises. Now I have a lead for the acquisition specialist for that car. And now they come in and say, I'm looking for purple 3-wheel BMWs. Hey, I got 20 of them came in last week. Let's take a look at those cars. Now we get to look at 20 leads, and guess what you get to look at? You get to look at the make and model. You get to look at the quality of the car. You get to look at the actual inspection with a quote. How do we get all these people together to help us? Because all we're going to do is give better service to our customers and double down on retention.
But you got to give them the most competitive value, because that's the one thing I see is that you do all those things right, and then they try to see if they can steal the trade versus just playing money ball.
Fred, all this technology that's available now, as Tully said, taking the pictures, taking the videos before the car even goes into the shop, and then having the factory certified technician do a world-class inspection of the vehicle. Fred, it's more important than ever before, and it really benefits the entire dealership, not just fixed.
Yeah, it's not a small coincidence that as software guys, what is the most valuable thing out in the world to us? It's data. Right? And so it's data, and what Tully just described is just a ton of data that we could then make good decisions off of. And so the operational improvements in habits that have come over the years, A, because of technology, and then B, because of guys like Shawn and Tully who go in and mandate a process. It's not a choice. This is, guys, I didn't bring you here today to talk about this so that you can decide whether you want to do it or not, right? This is the way the Niello Group is going to operate. And when you have that kind of rigid follow through from management behind really good systems, then all of that data gets to get used. And when that happens, you see radical change.
Shawn, radical change has come to Madison, Wisconsin as well.
It has, and Ted, I'm going to go a different direction than I thought I was when we started this. I'm going to start with what started with this 28-day turn thing, and you hear me stuttering already with Brian. Guys, 28 days is hard when we're starting 6 to 8 days behind the 8 ball in transportation and getting it from the auction. Okay, and I'm going to make some people very upset here. I hope this goes to every general manager and dealer principal out there. If your parts manager isn't looking outside the box for OEM parts, you got the wrong guy. Okay, you can't look for only OEM parts at this point. And you're talking to a guy who obviously Tully and I are on different sides of the house where he's import and I'm domestic. But guys, OEM parts aren't available right now. Okay, GM just came out with a recall, as we all know, on the 6.2 engine, 900,000 recalls, and there's already 46,000 on back order. And by the way, my daughter was one of them. Her new Suburban blew an engine, and she had to buy a new car because we couldn't get one. Guys, you got to think outside the box. One thing that changed, and I'm not going to speak in Tully's world, in the domestic world, don't let the parts manager tell you that owner loyalty doesn't let you do it. That went away when COVID went away. The 6 or 8% return reserve that you got as a domestic dealer by putting an OEM part on an OEM RO is gone. You're not getting anything in return reserve while your used car sits out back and waits for an alternator that you could have put in the same day. The same day. Sorry, Ted. You could have put the alternator in the exact same day. Otherwise, it sits out back for 2 weeks waiting for it while Brian and all the used car directors are pulling their hair out because you're so loyal to an OEM that can't supply the part. All right. Second part, the used car acquisition. Guys, to Tully's point, you have 12,000. I have one store that has 10,000 ROs a month. All right. I have 10,000 leads every single month. We can't get them to introduce on a service drive walk when they sell it. I have 10,000 cars that you know in advance with X time or whatever platform you're using. You know exactly what the car is, what the mileage is, and what the history is. And we can't get them to curb buy off of the service drive. We all know Damon Decker. We all know the Hurricane himself, all right? Has a program out there, and he does it. And when he's on site, it works. Guys, you know what's coming in advance, a week, 2 weeks in advance, depending what you're scheduling, that you know exactly everything about the car. It's already been inspected because you owned it. That's why it was coming in. And it's a client that's already willing to spend money at your dealership. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. Service drive acquisition, to me, Brian, you guys, you're playing Russian roulette. You don't know what you're getting at the auction. You know why it's there. You know the rentals there's no rental. There's no money buying rentals right now. When Tully and I can give you 10 to 12,000 leads a month that we're doing nothing with. And by the way, repeat and referral, as Tully says, it creates another client. It gets them back in the cycle. We are 100% missing the service drive.
Brian, this is real world stuff.
No, that was I'm taking it back. I wasn't even thinking about what Shawn's saying about the parts and the OEM availability and having to be creative about that. that hadn't even, I thought that was going to maybe come in months of trying to source aftermarket parts, but I'm like, those were mostly Chinese. What do you do in that situation? So those are real issues. If you don't know, buy make model. I mean, you got my wheels spinning now, Shawn. But what I see as I go around the country is that everybody's looking for the easy button, and everybody's like, hey, I know that if I go up and I greet the people and I say hello to them and I ask them how they're doing and ask them if I can buy their car, that 15% of them will let me appraise it and 20% of those will close. However, if most people just want to email them all, and in most dealerships, the email open rate's like 11%. And of those, the click-through rate's like 20%. So, your service departments are massive, but most people's aren't, right? They're 1,000 ROs a month. So when you take you're talking about like 20 opportunities. If you're just going to email only, it's mathematically impossible to close more than 0.5% of your ROs doing it that way versus 3% plus going up and saying hello to the customers. I think that everybody just needs to realize that there is no magic beans. They're going to have to roll their sleeves up and just go say hello to people.
Sarah, in your household, I know this is part of the conversation as well. You've got a unique perspective. Maybe you want to share some of that with us.
Well, it is interesting. The conversation on vehicle acquisition happens multiple times a day throughout the house, and I get the privilege of overhearing a lot of what's going on, real world in dealerships, by exposure. So the Roundtable is a great resource to hear what's going on. But boots on the ground, we've got that in our household too with this. It is an interesting conversation because I think really what everyone's points are drawing back into, ultimately the root of it all is the customer experience and really their experience and how they navigate any of these pieces. And so I think it would be a really interesting question to pose to the group too. Speaking of radical change, Ted and I have had a lot of conversations about technology enhancements. We're seeing everything from robots in the service drive in the parts department. We're talking about the way that customers transact and different payment options and elevating, the touch points, that experience with how they retail or transact when they're in service or in sales. So I just would love to go around the group, and Steve, I'll start with you. What are some of the pieces that you're seeing, that the dealers should be really considering from an enhancement of the customer experience perspective?
Yeah, great question, Sarah. I think what Brian just said really resonates with me. We're in a face-to-face business, and we had this experiment during COVID where many automakers were contemplating selling directly to consumers. CarMax and Carvana were out there, and many of the dealers bought these digital retailing tools with the promise that consumers were going to buy remotely, and it's just not happening. So consumers want to interact face-to-face. Whether it's the anxiety and the uncertainty around affordability and being eligible for incentives or bank rates, or in the service drive, it's like I want trust. I want someone that I can trust. Really, it's going to send me a video. I want to see the person. I want trust, so I know that I can trust this dealer who's recommending this work. Otherwise, my default's going to be saying, nope, I don't want to do anything additional than the oil change, and they're not going to trust. So I think that the technology should complement that. To Brian's point, I'm thinking now about technology that frees up people to have more face-to-face interactions. Let the software do all the back office, mundane, repetitive lead handling, etc. But let's try to free up the employees and teach them the importance, as Brian just articulated, of that face-to-face interaction. And because consumers come into dealerships and they often have distrust, and if not distrust, they have anxiety. And I think we can set them at ease and build more lifetime value with customers. And the technology should be enabling that, not replacing that.
Brian, your thoughts?
Well, to echo what Fred was saying earlier, I think that and Steve, I would say that right now we're in a really delicate situation when it comes to data and it comes to trust, specifically digital trust. And the reason why there's an 11% open rate on emails is because we have absolutely just bombarded clients with messages that are conflicting between service and sales, that don't talk to each other. And they're like, are you even in the same zip code? I had a customer one time tell me that we had a digital Berlin Wall between sales and service. He goes, I didn't click on anything. I bought a car in 35 minutes and I can't even get my oil changed in twice that amount of time. And I got to fill out, 5 different forms and sign off on all these different, things, carbon copies. And he's like, I don't understand how this is even under the same rooftop. But the data of how we were doing it like that, the incomplete names, the just putting in a bogus phone number just to try to push it through, not rolling appointments in the DMS. All those little paper cut things are now it's either going to accelerate dealers like Shon and Tully because they've got clean data, health, and they can market. And the cleaner your data is, the more accurate it is, the more that you're automating messaging, text messaging. What they're doing with videos is, and I got to tell you, I go all around the country. There's a handful of people that are executing at that level. Everybody wants to, but not everybody is able to do it. Mainly because of how well they do what they do. But if you don't do that, then you also can't text these customers. You can only email them, and the open rate is so low. So your retention and your marketing spend is going to go up. Your efficiency goes down, and it's a big deal now, but it's going to be a gigantic deal in the very near future.
Tully, Fred, and Shon, your thoughts.
When I look at it, I love what Steve said. It's all about the human here, right? Making that personal contact. I believe email is dead. I mean, honestly, I could send 4 trillion emails out, and I bet you like 1 or 2 will get actually looked at. To what Brian's point is that we have bombarded people forever. Honestly, I don't even know when the last time I looked at my personal email. I mean, we all look at our work email, and guess what? We're not going to give a work email to a dealership. So the issue comes down to is that do you have our greatest asset are human beings calling people. The success that we're having in Fixed is because I have a BDC that talks to people. Oh my God, not a robot. Robots are great. Robots are great to help my human beings out. But when we get I think AI can do everything for us and I can just sit in a room and collect money. That's where it doesn't work for us. And I believe that we need to go out and ask for it. Right. So when we have people call to remind them of their next service, don't send emails out. People are tired of emails. Don't send texts out. All you're going to do is get blocked. Right. Have a human being call you. And guess what happens when they call you? They answer and hey, that's the Niello company calling me. It must be time for my service. Because here's the deal. They're not going to block that number. And I think that we have to think of it that way. Now we get into acquisitions. When we look at some of our stores, what stores are doing the best job? People that are calling human beings and saying, I'd like to give you a quote on a car. AI is great to hear it. When you talk about radical change, we want people to help support our greatest asset, our humans, to make the right calls at the right time. That's where the key is going to be.
Fred, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's funny. As I was listening to Tully just now, I started to realize this is like all of the scary movies about AI eventually taking over the globe and trying to get rid of people, right? Yeah. It really is. We've gotten to that point where we have that expectation that the AI will do everything. As we're building right now, and it's really interesting. Where do you teach the machine to stop, and where do you want the human to pick up? Right? That's a really touchy line. One dealer says this, and another dealer says that. Well, you got to find that sweet spot, and you got to live in it, and that's the only way people are going to understand is if they have been handed to a human being. They're not going to understand. Everybody keeps showing me all these great AIs that can have a whole conversation with you, and then all of a sudden you see the eye go 3 times. It's not, it's just not. It's not there yet. It's just not there yet, and we really have to abide by that. This is a people business, not a computer business. Software is great. Look, it's how I made my bones, right? Software is great. I'm doing it again because there are things we can do to help become better operationally. It doesn't mean we can replace people. We just have to have better operational fluidity and follow through on what we do.
Shon, take us home.
Very simply, guys. And again, 1 sentence, because I don't want to beat a dead horse. This is a people business. People want to talk to people. And when we fail, it's either a knowing problem or a doing problem. And again, customers want to talk to people. Tully and I both know we've both jumped in the deep end with AI, and we both failed at AI. And what it always came down to, it came back to people want to talk to people.
All right. We'll leave it there, everybody. Thanks to the Radical Change panel, Sarah Vantine, Tully Williams, Fred Fordin, Steve Greenfield, Shawn Kingrey, Brian Kramer at Cars.com. Everybody, Radical Change here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The economy is always shifting, and dealerships face new challenges in an unpredictable landscape. But with changes comes opportunity, especially for your parts department. As the market continues to evolve, parts and service are becoming an even more critical revenue stream for dealerships. Consumers are holding onto their vehicles longer, and your parts department is in a unique position to meet the growing demand for maintenance and repairs. The key to capitalizing on this? Selling parts online. If your parts aren't listed online yet, now's the time to get started. If you're already online, it's time to expand your reach. 24/7 e-commerce sales helps you connect with more customers anywhere, anytime. Selling parts through platforms like Amazon, eBay, and your own web store helps move inventory faster, unlock manufacturer incentives, and help keep revenue flowing. The more parts you sell, the more you grow your bottom line, even in uncertain times. The economic landscape may keep changing, but your parts department doesn't have to feel the squeeze. With the right e-commerce strategy, you can lock in steady income, boost profitability, and stay ahead of whatever comes next.
UVI has really taken a lot of different things and supplemented them. If they can see right away, hey, I think something's off with this, the customer's now thinking about it, and there's credibility. Not just the technician's opinion, not just the service advisor's opinion, but we've got pictures here, we've got a scan here.
We have this tool here that we can actually accurately find out what's wrong on the undercarriage of the car, on the sides of the car, above the car, even the smallest scratches on the window. So I think it helps us generate more customer base and more revenue as well.
Frame damage, rust, heavy rust, engine oil leaks, transmission leaks, and stuff like that, where we've caught a lot. That's what makes the system nice.
Connect with the cosmos with our next speaker, John Traver from Traver Connect.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. John Traver is with us. He's the Chief Executive Officer at Traver Connect. Great friend of the Roundtable and a great personal friend. John, welcome back to the Roundtable.
Ted, my friend, so good to see you. Thanks for having us back on the fort. All systems go, I understand.
All systems go, and thank you for leading in this space as well, John. Never more important than what's happening right now in the industry, and all eyes are on fixed ops.
It sure is. It has just morphed over these last, say, 10 years to watch fixed continue to gain momentum. Fun times for sure in our industry.
Well, all systems go, and I'm curious what you have for us today, because there's a lot of things happening in the industry right now.
Yeah, there is, Ted. I'm going to take that as go, John, go. Last month, Augusta hosted the Masters, right? I mean, that course was purchased as a fruit farm in 1930, 1931. So we're approaching, getting close to 100 years of the Masters, and it's a tradition unlike any other, as they say. This month, I'm not going to PowerPoint us, Ted. I need you for this one this month. There are many that are still reveling in Rory's win last month. And so in the words of the great Jim Nance, let me start by saying two words. Hello, friends. Good to see everybody. Each time you and I get together here on the Fort, Ted, I am challenged with business development, trying to expand the fundamentals of business development in automotive. 34 years ago, I guess it was 1991, I was neck deep in my BDC work. 32 years ago, you and I met for the first time Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right in Houston, Texas.
Yes, sir, at Gulf States Toyota. And you were rolling out leasing, and I was working on developing BDC. So things have changed, obviously, since then. Some good changes, and some not so great changes, Ted, like the hairline for me, you know?
We were the young guys back then, John, you and I.
The young
kids.
guns, the young guys, the young guns. And I think you got a picture of the mullet somewhere on file for proof that at once I did have hair. But we digress because change is a constant. We all know that, you know, how do we leverage positive change? And I think my message today is future proofing your business, even future proofing yourself. And as this fourth theme is called out as all systems go, future proofing should be on go, in my opinion, all the time. So the question, if the audience was with me right now, I would ask them what they think of when they hear all systems go. And I'm guessing they're thinking, you know, real-time updates via mesh network, or an autonomous driving vehicle, or an AI-enabled tool that performs an important function. All really cool innovations, Ted, but they got an obvious flaw. And so I submit to you and the audience my first prop here. I'm going to go ahead and just unclip this guy. And here, we got this here. You hear that thing? You know, it's just, do you remember this thing, Ted? This here is that I was cleaning out the shop, sorting through some family heirlooms, as they say. And I ran into this bad boy, this beauty. It's a 2010 BlackBerry slide phone. Ted, when all systems go, you know what it meant here? Your inbox was syncing and your calls were clear. Yeah. And you know, there's nobody watching today's show that wasn't around 15 years ago. If there is, your marketing is, we need to talk, okay? So that was 2010. 2010. I think everyone that, like I say, that's watching can remember it, and it doesn't feel like that long ago. Only 15 years ago, that thing maybe today is a relic for some. Yeah. It's clearly outdated by today's, call it, cell phone standards. Yeah. So I'm going to flip that script, and you see what I did there, Ted? Flip that. Anyways, yeah, we digress. So it's not just about systems and technology. It's about us. And that's where I want to go today. There's future-proofing ourselves as we go into the future. This thing was good for a time, but not for a very long time, because innovation continued to happen. And I would submit to our audience that you have a distinct advantage at your dealership if you're a vendor partner in your business. And if you're an individual, you yourself, you have a distinct advantage if you approach the day with a future-proofing mindset. Now, there might be a long list of how to future-proof yourself, and I'm not privy to that list. Ted, I work in chunks like that. You know what I mean? Like simple, clear. I prefer the high level. So there are 3 disciplines that have been very friendly to me over the years that I want to share today. We'll call them 3 future-proofing principles. And so if you don't mind, I'm going to dive in. The very first one is, it starts with knowing the soil you're standing on. A bit of a metaphor, but know the soil. What I mean by this is the ground you stand on it's possible that you're stepping over opportunities. I'm going to submit for the audience a story that most of us should have heard, but for those that haven't, I'm just going to touch on a little bit to illustrate this point. A guy named Russ Conwell raised millions and millions of dollars for Temple University. And he raised it through the inspiration of this story called Acres of Diamonds. And Acres of Diamonds is a story about a farmer named Ali Hafed, who's in ancient Persia. And he's got this beautiful piece of land, orchards, fields, little stream running through it. He was fortunate. He was content. One day, a monk who traveled the area stopped by, and the monk was talking about his exploits and things he discovered. And one of those things were diamonds, how certain lands had diamonds. Well, even though Ali was content, Ali, over time, that thought of diamonds and discovery just kind of stuck to him. And something shifted. And all of a sudden, Ali was no longer content. Life didn't feel like enough. He becomes obsessed with, chasing diamonds. So he sells the farm, everything he had, kisses the family goodbye, and he sets off to, search the world for his fortune, whatever. Years go by. Ali, he goes through deserts and mountains and seas, and ultimately spends everything he's got, Ted. Yeah. But he's chasing the rumors of diamonds.
No diamonds.
Diamond mines. Never found them. But here's where the story turns. Remember, I told you he sold the farm. So the guy that buys the farm, he's working the farm like Ali used to. One day he goes by that little stream and he sees something in the stream. It was like something that caught like a flash from the water. He looks down and it's sparkly, and he begins to dislodge it and pulls it out, and it's an odd looking stone. He thought that was interesting. He sets it on the mantle. That traveling monk continues to come through the area, and he visits this guy one day, and he sees this stone on the mantle, and he says, "Where did you get that?" And he said, well, I found it in the stream. He said, "Do you know what this is?" It was a diamond.
Diamond.
Yeah. So the farm, it turned out, was sitting on the Golconda diamond mines.
Wow.
Some of the richest in history. Ali had been standing on acres of diamonds the whole time. He just didn't know it. So here's my first question. Knowing your soil that you stand on today, what kind of soil are you on?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you currently engaged in this industry? We're in fixed ops. Do we understand the power of the minefield that we're sitting on? Yeah, it is the game changer. Perhaps the shiny object is up front in the dealership. And by the way, I take no offense, because Ted and I both spent a lot of time contributing and working. In fact, we got our start on the front end
On the front
in
side.
this industry.
Yeah.
You bet.
The front of the house.
Some quick applications. That's right. Some quick applications. I just want to hammer this home. Bob Gower, who you know, my COO, was my client. That was 1992. Now he's been my business partner for 30 plus years.
Right.
30 plus years in my book, Ted, is strategic.
Yeah.
I didn't know it then, but meeting Bob had the potential for me to have a strategic relationship for a long time. But I wasn't thinking of that then. I was just trying to take care of the person in front of me. Allow yourself to think strategic. And I think the question here is, on the soil, when you're with others, with other people, ask yourself what you can do for the people in front of you. Not what they can do for you, but what you can do for them. That question will open doors. I think as business people, leaders, we all have a little bit of Ali in us, right? We have a little bit of that next opportunity, the next conquest. But the question I have is it possible it's already under our feet? Maybe right here in front of our nose.
Well,
so, we got big dreams. This is all good. Conwell tells that story over 6,000 times. Like I said, Temple University raises a ton of money. So the application for future-proofing principle number 1 is pick up a shovel, start digging where you are, and pay attention to what you find. The one thing I will warn you is that some of what you will find won't be fully assembled. Some of it takes a little bit of imagination. Those 3 words on Christmas Eve, I like to say that every parent hates: some assembly required, right, Ted?
That's life.
But you've been there, and Christmas morning is much better when you stay up all Christmas Eve putting that thing together, that bike or whatever, right? So this too is true when it comes to mining for diamonds on the soil you're on. So that's tip number 1. Yeah, I think future-proofing principle number 2, if one is having us aware of our current environment, then future-proofing principle 2 should be direction. And so the rule for number 2 is this: pursue the mission. Pursue the mission. Now, I've said this a few times, but a mission in business is different than a mission in the military. In the military, as I always say, it's like you and I are to take that building. So it's a task. But in business, and you see this on the fort, you have these interviews with folks over and over and over where you begin to sense a mission, a why behind what they do. I remember a conversation with our mutual friend, Senior Ed Roberts. I was at an event and I asked him, I said, "Hey, remind me, the mission at Bozard. And at Bozard, they sell and service a lot of clients, right, Ted? In the metropolis of St. Augustine, Florida.
And all retail too, John. Yes.
Yeah, great point. Not this huge fleet business is what he's implying, right? Which is easy to get numbers when you're doing fleet and you have big accounts. All retail, customer by customer. They run about, Ed probably cringes every time he sees somebody coming up asking him how many mobile vans are on the street, because we all want to know what's the new number, But we know it's ballpark 50 or better. 50 or better. I mean, there are thousands of stores, Ford stores, that have 0. And he's got 50 that are going to the customer to service maintenance, right? So the question is, what is their mission at Bozard? It's not to sell cars and trucks, but they sell a lot. By the way, I want to hammer on something. St. Augustine, Florida is not a metropolis. Their primary market area, PMA, is relatively modest.
Small.
Fair statement?
Yeah. Oh, very much. Yep.
Yeah. And they're in the top 10 in the country.
Yes.
Wait a minute. How can I be in a small market and be one of the largest Ford stores in the country?
And John, I believe 9-time consecutive President's Award Triple Crown winner in every category. That is no easy feat.
Do you think they set out to do that, Ted? I want to set this record. In fact, if you look at their website, you will see they'll answer that question in the negatory. That wasn't our mission. That's not what we were trying to do. That's a byproduct of why. You know what their mission was? Ed smiled at me when I asked him. I said, what is the mission? And he said, to enrich the lives of others. Didn't even pause. To enrich the lives of others. They got a university on site. You've seen it. You've done a pop-up event there. Am I right?
2.
That university, I mean, that's for their staff, right?
Yes.
Technicians. We have a massive technician shortage in this industry. Still have it. What's the wait list there to get a technician position, Ted?
I believe they're currently at 150, and the age is under 30 years of old. 65% are under 30 years of age. We just did a panel on that. So super strong, super young, and they invest in their people and provide them a written career path, and it's exceptional.
And isn't there a wait list
to
get a position?
Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah. And you got to work your way in. You got to work your way in through the quick lane or then into mobile and to get into the main shop. Not easy.
And would you say that contrasts the rest of our automotive community greatly?
Greatly.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a real shortage to enrich the lives of others. When the mission is right, all these other things, you'll figure out how to prioritize what to do. So to me, future proofing isn't the next tool. It's not the next tech. It's not the next platform. Future proofing requires those first two: take inventory of our current environment, which is the soil we're on, right? Looking for diamonds where I'm already at. Okay. Fixed ops would be one of those giant diamonds, right? And then number 2 is get your mission right, which is why. So at Bozard, while they enrich the lives of others, they happen to sell a heck of a lot of vehicles, and they happen to service just as many. When you've defined the why, I think it helps you see and assemble those opportunities. So that's future-proof message number 2, my friend. And then third is, so we got inventory of our current environment. We got the direction, right, of the journey. That's number 2. Number 3 is, I'm going to call this our turn-by-turn navigation principle. Number 3 is this. Ask. Ask. This one is easy, but it's hard. Most people, Ted, this is what fascinates me. I'll be 59 years old next month. It is fascinating to me how few people actually ask for help, actually ask for perspective. Why? I have no clue. But I can tell you there are thousands of people that would provide you answers, even if they're the wrong answer. The collaboration will propel you to clarity. It's an underused activity. You agree?
No doubt.
Yeah. I mean, we both, we have to ask the people around us. If you're going to future proof where you're headed, if you're going to future proof what's underneath your feet, start with this simple belief. It's impossible to know it all. Start there.
Yeah.
And so the pressure leaves. Hey, I don't know it all. I can't know it all. I'll never know it all. I'm going to ask. Just ask someone who knows more than you. You remember how I always talk about the Alan Kay story, Microsoft guy that had to develop Windows, right, in 1980, because he was competing with Xerox and Apple from 1976. And his metaphor was perspective is worth 80 points on the IQ. He didn't literally mean that to be true. What he meant was by putting things in Windows like we're working in today, it elevates your thinking. It clarifies. It gives you an advantage. Collaboration, to me, it requires us to be humble. It requires us to be curious and to ask. I want to tell a quick story. When my kids were young, I was involved coaching baseball. And, I remember many, many stories, but coaching cover 3 defense to a team was a favorite and also a very revealing drill for me. So cover 3, real quick, for those that don't know, is your bunt coverage. If you see a bunt that's a situation that's forming, you're going to have your third baseman that's going to basically begin to creep forward in front of the bag and be ready to make a play on a bunt, right-handed batter, maybe a left-handed batter. And then we're going to make the throw to first base. Okay, so from this one drill, every season, I could give you, Ted, in the very beginning of the season, I would do this drill. I could give you a season worth of insight on every player on the team with just one practice at cover 3. And you say, well, how is that? And I would tell you this. I'd say there were only 2 types of responses to this drill. One was the kid that would creep up and he would look over at me on the third baseline and go, right here, coach? He asked. Others would shuffle and quick run off the field, like as quick as they could. Like, I'm uncomfortable. Just get me out of here, right?
Yeah.
If they asked, I knew for sure that player was coachable and probably even trustworthy if they asked. So to future-proof our own progress, whether it's personal or it's for businesses, Ted, I would submit to our audience, to make all systems go, you're going to need to know the soil, stay on mission, and ask. I would say, remember this, friends. Remember this.
Powerful.
Yeah. All systems go, Ted. Future-proofed for good measure. Always a pleasure to be here with you.
John, what a story on knowing your own ground, okay, and the soil below you and what you're standing on, being aware of that and not taking it for granted and starting there, okay? Great information, John, as always.
Hey, this is always fun. To me, the business of business development is personal too. It starts here, it rolls to here, and then it ends up out here, right? It's not just keywords and phrases. It's not just tech and tools. And we got our share of tech and tools. I'm all about that. But the human piece is your great advantage. Keeps you from being a relic like this guy.
John, I know you're very modest, and I have to ask you in terms of business development, because it's an aside to what we're talking about here today, but it's so important right now in our industry with fixed ops being front and center, the soil that we're standing on. If our dealers want to reach out with questions, because a lot of times, John, people have questions and it starts with the question, all right? And they seek the guidance of those in the know, like John Traver. Can people reach out to you for more information?
They
on
can.
their scenario and
Yes.
what your advice is?
Yes, they can. They can. Obviously, LinkedIn is a great connect piece. Jay Traver at Traver Connect. And love to hear their story, what they're trying to accomplish. I'm going to ask you some questions and get you with some people that I know can help. But I hope they do, Ted.
John Traver, everybody, the best in the business, Chief Executive Officer at Traver Connect, great friend of the industry, great friend of fixed operations, knows this inside and out. And he's here for the long haul. Highly recommended, my good friend. John Traver, thanks for all you do for the industry.
Ted, thank you for leading so well.
John Traver with Traver Connect here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, everybody.
creating solutions for automotive business development has somehow stuck with me throughout my 40-year automotive career, including today, where Traver Connect's vision for creating business development results for your fixed operations, it continues to evolve. The one thing that has been constant perhaps is the change because of the industry, because of the customer, because of technology. Our mission though here at Traver, it's simple. In fact, it fits on a t-shirt, and the mission is 2 words: experience matters.
I've had the privilege of working alongside John Traver for over 3 decades. His original vision was creating both the BDC and BDM models for the industry, was one of his earliest works. It actually made a cultural shift in how the industry did business for the next 30 plus years. Like many of you, I was introduced to Traver as a client and was looking for that game changer to elevate my business. I learned over time that big wins didn't come from overcomplicated strategies. They're won on the front lines by consistently executing the basics. To accomplish that, you need the right people who have the time and are equipped to do the right things. What has changed, though, are the market conditions. Technology has evolved, customer interactions are more complex, and expectations have never been higher. Your customer experience today drives your revenue tomorrow. But with these changes come challenges. Catching every call, securing service business before it's lost, offering conveniences like pickup and delivery, or engaging AI to ensure the right conversations happen at the right time. Our experience matters. We're here to help our retailers pivot successfully, whether by doing it with them or doing it for them. The team we've assembled is obsessed with getting results, partnering with integrity, bringing a can-do attitude to make the customer, you, and our experience truly matter.
At Traver Connect, building solid and lasting relationships starts by making every customer interaction seamless. Our approach is simple. We focus on theirs, yours, and ours. Theirs, the customer experience. Yours, the dealership's success, and ours, the expertise we bring to make it all work. We transform everyday customer interactions into loyalty-building moments that create lasting relationships. It's not about doing more. It's about doing it consistently and cohesively. You decide what role you want us to play, big or small. We'll strengthen your connections and help shape the future of automotive service.
You might wonder, what are some of the common fixed ops BDC issues that we solve? Well, if you have less than 100% retention, 100% of your UIOs being retained, then we would play a role in due for service or due for first service, or an orphaned service customer. We can do the campaigns and we can make that happen, or we can duplicate that process at your store for your people to do. Special order parts, we don't want those sitting on the shelf. Recalls, incoming calls, the phones. So all we got to do is say the phones and we know. And that could be augmenting the team you already have or us doing it for you. We do both. And then education. We have an Experience Matters learning track available for dealers, and that's fixed ops directors, service managers, general managers, dealer principals. It's a wonderful, wonderful education forum on how to make experience matter at your dealership and all the tenets and points that go with driving it. And then we have a learning track separate for BDMs, and then we have a learning track for those new agents that are starting in stores. We do that remote, of course. So multiple ways that we are developing a learning track for Experience Matters. Today, we can support nearly any scheduling tool. We can poll, we can integrate to any dealership management system virtually, and we have created some of our own AI solutions that we use as middleware, supporting status calls and things like this. As margins have tightened throughout these tricky markets that we're navigating together, I believe having the right partnership to deliver essential business development results is the equivalent to having that play that grabs that next first down day after day after day for your dealership. So we'd love to learn more about your business development needs. Give us a call, please. Let's draw up your playbook together.
up for an adventure that's out of this world with Mike Bauer from BG Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Off we go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and our good friend Mikey B. Bauer from BG Products, the corporate trainer, U.S. and Canada, also BGU instructor, is with us. Mike, thanks for taking time out of your busy day. I know you got a class going. You're on lunch break. I'll respect your time. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. It's always a privilege coming here and sharing some time with you.
Tell us what are you doing today in Pittsburgh? What are you training and who are you working with?
Well, we've got a not really a new distributor, but a new owner of the distributor, and he's got a new crew. And boy, they're lighting up the world. So we also got a huge dealer group that wanted more of the Mikey B love. So they brought me out. So I've been hitting all those areas. But the next 3 days, I'm giving him like a mini BGU boot camp to a lot of the younger sales reps here. So, God, we just got so much going on. So much going. There's so much good that is happening for us right now in the BG world. It's crazy.
Mike, all those 54 years now, okay, for BG Products, all coming to, it's not by accident. You've worked, and your team and the people of BG have worked a long time for this success. So congratulations to you. It's well earned. And for them to get Mikey B to come out and do this on location, that's got to be a big treat.
Oh, it's fun. You and I are a lot alike. The trainer will always be a trainer, and we just got to be part of it. You're watching, excuse me, you're watching a young rep. You can see them take the information in, and then to watch them grow is just a beautiful thing. It really is.
Now, training is a big part of what BG Products does. If you don't mind, take us back through that, because no one better than Mike Bauer. But take us through some of the things that you're working on. A lot of training got overlooked, a couple of years ago when things changed, when the world changed. But we're back on track now, and it's so important for the advisors and the whole team to have that training.
God, so true. Our industry, history, we're on this wave, major dips, major highs. And you're so right. That's what I teach. Our advisors don't have a clue what their role is, and let's face it, the training isn't there. And so they end up turning into an order taker. That really bothers me because they're the ones that are taking care of our loved ones. When I'm in Pittsburgh, my wife is in LA. I'm praying she gets to an advisor that knows what the hell they're doing. And it's not the advisor's fault. Ted, there just is no training. And you're right. That's something that all of us at BG pride ourselves on. Train. And it's not just the product. I got to teach them how to talk to customers. I got to teach them a simple meet and greet. It's the basics that nobody knows. Hell, Ted, you and I get a better meet and greet in a restaurant than we do in a service drive. True?
And that's exactly true, Mike. And that's why we tend to hire people right out of the hospitality business when we can.
I did all the time. So the training involves the relationships, the trust, the credibility. A good portion of my training is that. Of course, the other portion is the BG stuff. Our company was built on honor and ethics. And we don't want to oversell it. We don't want to undersell it. We want to sell it when it's due. But the confusing thing is the message from the OEM, and I get it from techs, managers, advisors. Well, but the OEM tells us not to do it. No, it doesn't. In the book, it says to inspect. I'll give you one analogy, Ted, and this pretty much says it all. Ford came out with an automatic transmission fluid. said the fluid service shouldn't be serviced for 150,000 miles, yet the powertrain warranty is only 60. How does that work? So you got an advisor who's got a customer that hears that, and yet they're trying to sell them a service way before the 150. Well, I got to train them to educate the customer. Look, if that thing goes south at 80,000 miles, you're responsible for that. But we all know it's all about low cost of ownership. But I got to be able to train the advisor how to talk to the customer. And another thing, Ted, we're dealing with is free OEM maintenance. Oh boy, did the OEM do us a favor? Not. They didn't. They're driving in all these customers. Toyota Care is a perfect example. 2 years, 24,000, free oil changes, free rotates, and a free cabin filter. Ted, you and I both know that there are other things that vehicle needs. What about a battery service? What about instead of replacing a cabin filter, why don't you clean it? Because just replacing a filter doesn't clean the bacteria. So we're only washing the top of the hand. The bottom of the hand is still dirty. Air filters, throttle body is still dirty. Even the OEMs, GM and Ford, Land Rover, Audi, all agreed with us that fuel services need to be done every 15,000 miles. And now they're even pushing a fuel treatment. Ford, GM, we're co-branding with them, but they're a little late because Honda, Infiniti, they all put it in their owner's manuals 8 years ago. But yet Toyota says, no, don't do that. We're only going to have you doing this. So the problem is their brake fluid. Brake fluid needs to be changed every 2 years, not PG. That's industry standard. So these customers are leaving so much maintenance out there, and we're leaving so much money on the table because an advisor is trying to upsell on free. And Ted, I was a good advisor. That's tough. But now the problem is the minute they hit their first 30K is their first paid maintenance. And where does the customer go? Down to the independent. And I've asked many a manager, what is your retention during the period? Oh my God, we're about 80, 85%. All right, so where does it go when the free is done? Oh, in the toilet. So what are we doing to retain them? So I gave them an idea. I said, I'm just here to give you an idea. Why can't you use the Toyota Care or the OEM free maintenance like a coupon? Let's say it's $125 value. And now the customer goes, I'm here for my free maintenance, because that's exactly what the salesman up front just said. Oh, you don't have to pay for it. Right? You've heard the term bumper to bumper. Everything's bumper to bumper. Well, how does an advisor get over that? Well, I say, let's say that's $125 value. And if you come into my service drive, you go, yeah, Mikey, I'm here with my free maintenance. Ted, that is great. We love that. That is actually a $125 coupon that we can apply to what you're due for today. I am not overselling anything. I am doing exactly what the customer should, but I got to teach them to start spending the money now. So I'm going to start plugging away at that 30K. So when we get there, it's not such a huge whack. Now, are you still going to lose customers? Yeah, but not at the rate that we're seeing. So we got to teach customers that maintenance is more than oil changes and rotates and a cabin filter. And also maintenance isn't free.
Mm-hmm.
So
So train, first of all, going back, train on the fundamentals, all right, which apply to all relationships and human interaction, appropriate eye-to-eye contact, greeting the customer, eye-to-eye contact, shaking hands, okay, looking at their needs with the customer at their vehicle, starting the process off. And I would imagine those first couple visits when everything is in the green, Mike, Okay.
Oh, totally.
Compliment the customer on that, because we got to get them in the cycle, and we got to start there.
Yeah, it's training the customer. You said it beautifully. The multi-point inspection is a beautiful thing. The walk around is a beautiful thing. I'm going to train the customer that green, yellow, red is a stoplight. Green should be good. Good job. We want to make sure it stays that way. However, I never say the word but. The word is however. When we start seeing things getting yellow, that's when we want to start taking care of it. To me, the yellow is the cavity. The red is the root canal. Root canal is too late. So let's take care of it. This requires your immediate attention. Now, I know that's a blanketed statement, because I do know there are some things that, yes, we're going to keep our eye on. But Ted, we got to train them. We do. And, I call it the 0.3 effect. The industry has always said we need advisors to add a legitimate 0.3 to every customer, every ticket, every time. That 0.3 is there. All you got to do is take an extra step. The walk around, there are 0.3s all over that. So I make everybody in class do two things. Number one, that customer is not your customer. It is either your best friend or it is a family member. And you're going to look at him, you're going to treat him exactly the same way, because there are times we have very difficult conversations. But when you're talking to a family, it's not so difficult. But we got to have it. The other thing is, I make them take however many ROs they write, CP and warranty, because some warranty will have a CP line. So let's say they do 15. The number is 7. 0.3 times 7. That is the extra number of labor hours. Now we're going to multiply that times how many days during a week? 5. Times a month? 4. Times a year? 12 months. The numbers are stupid, but they're so conservative. If I'm a manager and I got 3 or 4 advisors, I know I got to forecast growth by 10 to 15%. And we're always going, where are we going to get it? Where are we going to get it? It's right in front of you. Go get it. But it takes a little bit of work, but it's there. It's there. We see it all day long.
And if we stop training, if we stop being coached, even the coach, even the leader needs a trainer, needs a coach to come in to make sure that they're doing all the things they're supposed to do. I don't know if you want to speak to that, but if all this goes away, then like you said, left to their own devices, the advisor is going to take the course of least resistance, right? Yeah. And we need training to keep these skills embedded, reinforced, used, role played. Mike, I know you're the king of role play.
You know what? We've got the objection balls, and then we got the black service ball, and it's all the services. And the way I use it, I throw it to the advisor, throws it back. Whatever service, number one, they need to explain it. Number two, they got to give me the interval. Number three, they got to know the price. And number four, they got to tell me what the labor up is. I got to tell you, Ted, where I see the weakness, they don't know the price and they don't know the labor up. And I always tell my reps, if the advisor does not know the price, they will never quote it. Hell, even a server in a restaurant knows the menu and they know the price. True?
Of course, because those are common things that customers purchase. With the same thing here with maintenance, of course, and repairs.
But you're right. Training has got to be ongoing. We do, Ted, I've got a lot of dealer groups that they ask the distributor bring me out, and it'll be every year. And it's always the same people who goes, man, I've been to this class before. But at the end of the class, I go, did you get something different? Yeah. Well, it's like seeing a movie. You see it for the first time. Yeah, you get all of it. But then you see it the second time, you go, I didn't see that the second time. Everybody constantly retraining. Otherwise, you said it, path of least resistance. They fall right back into their old habits. And it's also accountability, which, sorry to say, Ted, I don't see a lot of it coming from management. I don't. But I will say one thing, and I'm sorry, I know I'm talking faster because I get excited.
Oh, and you're holding a class too, by the way, while this is all going on. By the way, the objection volleyball, if I may, those are common objections. Those are the ones that we hear all the time.
Yeah.
So if we're used to hearing all those all the time and have a response for them, we can put this all together as in a sale.
Totally. And as a matter of fact, excuse me, that's going to be my next module with the guys here. We're going to throw around the balls. And I always tell them the key to overcoming objections, number one, you got to know what you're talking about. Number two, you're not talking to the customer. You're talking to your mama. You're talking to your best friend. What would that verbiage sound like? Ted, we always get caught up in selling. We become somebody we're not. We become the consummate professional. But I guarantee you, when they're talking to their family, it's just you and I just talking. We got to do that with the customer, because the customer, and I use analogies. I'll give you one quick one. When we talk about the cabin air filter, we talk about the musty smell. Everybody goes, oh, yeah, I smell it. But then this is where it rings. How many of us do our own laundry? Have you ever forgotten to take the clothes out of the washer, put it in the dryer, and right away get a reaction? Oh, my God, yep, that's what I'm talking about. That's mold and mildew. So we also got to train them, take something out of their everyday world, connect it to their car, cavity, root canal, washer, dryer, the shopping cart in the department store with the defective wheel. That's an alignment issue, and when you can paint that picture, all of a sudden it becomes real and they get it.
And you make training fun too, Mike. You make people want to be a part because it's interactive. Go back to the volleyballs just a second. You got people involved, standing up, tossing the ball around, and putting them on the spot to know their stuff in front of their peers, right?
Yeah.
And then coaching that the way you and the BG team does.
Managers should be holding meetings every Monday morning or a couple of mornings. And excuse my language, instead of it being a bitch session, why can't it be motivational? I sold cars for a little bit, and every one of those meetings, I was like, God, why can't our service meetings be like this? They should be fun. They should be using the objection ball. I always tell every manager, we have started a bonfire. My rep can't be here every day. You need to fan that flame. I know you're busy. I get it. I've been there. But you got to make it fun for your advisors because we rely so much on them. Confidence in selling is the key, and it'll be fun. But you know who else needs to be in these maintenance meetings? And I'm going to start doing this. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. F&I needs to be in that room. If finance were to just talk a little bit about maintenance, we wouldn't get creamed on the first visit the way we're getting creamed. Because, all we hear is this, well, that's not what my salesman told me. And I'm going, oh my God, I want to kill him. That's why I don't have hair. I pulled it out. Oh, man.
Mike, there's no substitute for consistent, regular training. These are solid, okay, these skills, all of them. And this is something that BG offers at the local level to their dealers through their distributors as well. You have a number of people, hundreds and hundreds of people in the field. Nobody else has what BG has. And plus, you mentioned the OEMs earlier. Now you've got a lot of things. You got the wind at your back, Mike, okay? General Motors, Ford, these programs are amazing, long in coming, but a testament to BG products.
It's worth the wait, and there are other OEMs, which I'm not at privilege to say, that we're having discussions, and you're right. We told everybody in 2011 when Land Rover and Jaguar came to us with carbon issues, and the solution was to move the 30K to 15 and we solved the problem. But that opened up Pandora's box about ethanol. And, we went out and we knocked on every manager's door. They laughed at us. And we said, look, we've seen the tidal wave. It's coming. Be prepared. Oh, there ain't no tidal wave. And then 6 years later, they got whacked. And we tried to tell you. But getting the OEM backing, I got to tell you, Ted, this is the best time for us to get OEM acknowledgement. I mean, you know how huge that is. And there are other services that GM and Ford are looking at. So it's a great testament to what we do. But you mentioned training, and I'm going to be teaching them this. When they cold call or have meetings, they got to talk about retention, profitability, training. We have such a multi-tier level of training. One, that would be the rep. Two, the distributor in-house training. Three, all of our apps. We got an app for the tech. We got an app for the advisor. We got dashboard. And then you got Mikey B. I'm 43 weeks out of the year all over North America. I love it. So, yeah, we got the goods, Ted.
Well, one last point I want to make with you today in terms of you've got the goods at BG, because you do. In the news back in April, a lot of news about supply chain, things that were going to be tariffed, so on, back and forth. BG Products, you've got the supply chain down because you've got the confidence in knowing that if you sell BG Products, you're going to have those products delivered to your dealership, because everything that BG does is in-house in the good old USA, including the transportation to get it to and from the dealership.
As long as we can get our base stock oil, that's all we need, because we actually made the cake recipe and we made the cake. A lot of the other companies out there, they don't do that, but we do everything in Wichita. One of the fewest American-made companies. Everything's in Wichita. All the magic happens in Wichita. I call it Oz, right? The Wizard of Oz. But you're right. Everything we do is right there.
Everything is right there. Mike, congratulations to you on all the good work that you're doing around the country for BG Products. If our audience is not on or yet, or wants to get training from BG Products, what's the best way for them to reach out, Mike, to get more information on what BG can do for them?
Absolutely. If it's an existing customer, just go to their rep. Tell the rep, yes, the local distributor, and we'll do what we can, get them out there. Even my whole walk around process is done under web TV. Everybody goes, hey, can I get a copy of the video? No, you can't, for obvious reasons. But we will hold the trainings for them. Now, as of December, I have been appointed the lead trainer for all the AutoNation stores. So my time with my distributors are limited, only if we're in the AutoNation market. But what I'm doing now is train the trainer. I'm not getting younger, and the clock being ticking. So I got to make sure that my younger brothers and sisters, they can carry the torch. And we got quite a few out there that are just doing a magnificent job. I'm very proud of them. They've all gone through BGU boot camp. I even built a BGU service drive because there are reps that have never been an advisor. So I built a 4-day seminar just to be an advisor for that rep. There's no BG. We make them an advisor from, hey, how you doing? My name is Mikey B. How can I help you two? Thank you so much. So they got to go through the walk around, rim selling, menu presentation. What do you do when you miss quarter time? The follow-up calls, which is something everybody misses. The advisor's got to call the customer to give him an update. Every manager out there is going, oh my God, he's so right. It's a headache. So, we're training our people and we train them nonstop. And just because they go through boot camp, when they're new, they go through it again every 5 years. Mandatory they go through it because our industry is changing. And so, like your advisors, constantly got to be training all the time.
We're going to meet some of these folks from BG this week at the Roundtable. Spiro is coming. He's going to be here tomorrow. We're going to talk about quarter time and some of the things that you mentioned. Mike EB, everybody. Mike Bauer, best in the business with BG products. You can reach out to them at bgprod.com. Mike's email is scrolling at the bottom of the screen if you want to reach out to him. You can tell every now and then he's got that Broadway actor in him. Okay, it comes out. Okay. But it's all about the presentation and making sure that your people at the dealership have the skills to be able to do this properly. So,
Amen.
Mike, thank you for all you do for our industry.
Ted, thank you so much. And it's always such a pleasure and a treat to share some time with you. Thank you so much.
Mike Bauer, everybody, from BG Products, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We want to and continue to become that epicenter for automotive education, training, thought leadership, and certainly placement of aspiring students for this industry. But it really is our silent kickoff party, as you're going to hear more and more about Northwood University Center for Automotive and Mobility Studies. It's a remarkable testament to the power of relationships and moreover friendships. And today we've got remarkable panelists discussing all arrays of the automotive retail and aftermarket sectors.
When the next generation millennials and Gen Zs are entering the workforce, they want to know more about career development, professional development. Where do I go from here?
Stay curious. Our industry is changing so fast, and I know that the technology that's out there is going to change the way we look at the world very, very soon.
I think when we look at each other for solutions, you get incremental growth, but when you look outside the industry and look at what the big aggregators are doing, you can get exponential growth.
You can leave here and you can get taught all this great stuff by the school, but what's going to separate you guys is the first link in the chain. It's your willingness to activate it.
Space travel doesn't happen overnight. Learn about starting the path with our next panel filmed live at the Niello Company pop-up event featuring Ted Ings and Sarah Vantine.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, and we are at the Niello Company in Sacramento, California. Ted, we have an exciting panel for us today.
We do, Sarah. We're going to talk about starting the path, the career path
which is pretty clear here at Niello. I'm going to ask everybody on the panel to introduce themselves briefly. Tell us what you do and maybe how long you've been here, starting with Lucas right here.
My name is Lucas. I'm a 22-year-old technician here for the Porsche of Sacramento location.
Larry Reuter with Porsche Sacramento Service Manager and been with the company for 30 plus years.
James Grogan, Executive Vice President, Dynatronic Software, 30 years in the automotive industry.
Scott Bunker, Service Manager at Niello Audi, been with the Niello company for 18 years.
Rob Payne, I am the Service Manager at Niello Volvo, and I've been with the company just over 34 years.
My name is Justin Shelton. I'm a 21-year-old technician at Niello Volvo. Been working with the company for 2 years and been a technician for 2 years.
I'm Samby. I've been a technician for 2 years now at the BMW Sacramento location.
Rob, I'd like to come to you first with this question. What has been successful in attracting talent to work at the Niello company?
Great question. Really, it starts with the 3 A's. It's all about attitude, aptitude, and altitude. And that's what we really look for first. I'm blessed because I get to work with Volvo, and we have a great training program with Volvo down with partnering up with UTI. So I fly down there and I interview technicians down there. They keep me abreast of what great technicians that they see coming through. We get to go down, we get to interview them. We bring them to the store. We introduce them to our team and really get the feedback from the team on how they feel about the technician. And we kind of start from that point on.
Excellent. And, James, being here at the Niello company, there's a lot to take in. And how do you see, dealerships really attracting talent today?
Yeah, first of all, sitting here and listening to this great team, top notch. I think in the industry, what we're seeing is, starting off and growing from within is a must. And having a process and a plan to not only recruit young talent, but to continue their growth. If dealers don't have that, they are definitely way behind.
Scott, you and I met last time. I think we were here at Niello as well. Let me come to you. What's been successful in attracting talent to work at the Niello company?
Great question. We also work with UTI, and we do pop-up events at local community colleges. You can find some really good talent there. And starting them as porters and working into shop assistants, they get that solid foundation. They come to us with no bad habits, and we can teach them our core values.
Justin, from your perspective, what's successful that's attracted technicians and folks to work for the Niello company?
Yeah, I believe that UTI has been a good starting point to find fresh technicians. Like I said, it's a lot harder to break old habits than it is to make new ones. So getting that fresh slate, I think, is very important.
Let me come to Lucas over here. Lucas, what skills are most important for a tech to learn today in modern retail? You've got this beautiful new facility for Porsche. What are skills that are important?
I think the most important skill in the shop is your video quality. The ability for a technician to be able to sell and upsell work is dependent on our videos. I've been praised multiple times about the quality of my videos, and I continue to strive to continue to grow my video quality as I work in shop.
Now, when you see the videos, we are referring to the technician videos that go back to the customers.
Yes, our multi-point inspection videos.
Wow, okay. And what percentage of the time do you complete those videos?
100% of the time. Every RO that comes in the shop gets a video, gets a full multi-point inspection.
And everybody, is that the expectation here at Niello, that every customer is going to get a quality video on his measure?
Absolutely, yes.
You want to speak to that?
No, it's perfect. Yeah, the videos are amazing. Customers would like to see what the technician sees, and it's very important. And our same-day selling is over 60%. Typically, we strive for 70, but the technician videos are definitely making the difference.
So, James, that's actually become now a skill, okay, that maybe we didn't have 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah, I think technicians learning those soft skills in the video presentation, right? Keywords to say, how to approach a customer. One, we know the clients trust the technicians, right? And if you know at Niello here, they got a great group. And to hear that there's soft skill training for you guys to make sure that videos are presented the right way and correctly and easily communicated to the customer is awesome to hear. And I think that's a big misstep in the industry, that sometimes we give the technician a camera and say go, but to hear that there's a training program to help build those skills, that to me is awesome.
Yeah. And Rob, if I could, we come to you on that as well. Same question.
It's very true. I mean, we are very detail oriented, so we put a training process together, exactly what you're stating, what the video looks like, the walk around process. It's the same all the way around. Start from the back, you work your way to the front, and we also solidify that video with photos. And its photos are just as important as that video is going through, so that the customer has something to look at photo wise on top of the video. So the photos are just as important as that video is, and it's all in training, isn't it? We've practice all the time. And I, as a service manager, I know my counterparts do as well, as we audit those videos quite a bit. So it's ongoing audit, making sure everything's looking good, and then we present the best of the best videos to our team.
Let me ask the group one just final question on the video topic. Is there such a thing as too long a video or too short a video?
We try to keep it under a minute is our goal. Okay. Yeah, I think you go to 2-3 minutes, you might lose interest. So I think a minute or less is kind of our goal.
It's 100% our goal. Yeah, we tried to stick it around 40, 45. You'll start losing people at that point. So 45 seconds is really where you like to be at, and it works well.
Excellent. Scott and Rob, I'll come to you on this one. So what is the RAMP program?
Scott, I'll let you go first. Another great question. The RAMP program is how we advance technicians. They start off usually as helpers in the shop. And then once they attain their skills and some training and are ready to go on their own, we move them to a RAMP program, which still pays them hourly with a bonus based on productivity. So they're able to do the job right, which we want. We don't want them to rush, but there's also a little bit of incentive for them to flag additional hours.
And how long does the typical RAMP program take for a technician?
It all depends on the technician itself, but typically 6 months. And we have 2 stages of that RAMP program. We have an entry-level RAMP, and then we have an advanced RAMP program. And the wages go accordingly to that. And it typically 6 months.
It's incredible to hear all of this, Ted. There's so much information to be shared.
I have one last question for the panel. Tully Williams says it's all about the hours. And you could tell us, is it really all about the hours?
100%.
100%. So, yeah. Yep. All right. Sarah, just making sure.
Got to make sure, because it's Tully's mantra.
Sarah, Bentime, and James, we're here at the Niello company. We're in Sacramento. We're at Porsche Sacramento, one of the newest Porsche dealerships in the United States. Very honored to be with the Niello company at our pop-up event. We are going to be right back.
The Fixed Ops landscape is changing, and lucky for you, the Fixed Ops Roundtable is always moving forward. Savvy marketing is no longer for the front of the house. I'm Sarah Vantine, and it's time to get creative and take a seat at the Roundtable. Discover new, innovative ways to market your dealership by becoming a Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partner. Start your modern age of marketing at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
Claiming his crown as the king of mobile service is our next speaker, Nolan Armpriester from the Kinley Auto Group.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. There is a new king in mobile service, and he's with us here today on the Roundtable. First time, Nolan Armpriester. He is the Director of Operations at Kinley Automotive Group in Pennsylvania. Nolan, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you so much, Ted. It's an honor to be here, and we really appreciate the opportunity to come on and speak with you.
Nolan, I got to tell you, we've been talking about mobile now for a number of years. I have never heard of Nolan Armpriester. So give us some background. Tell us about you and your operation.
Sure. Obviously, I've been in this industry 23 years, primarily all in fixed operations. I started out as a service writer, late 90s, early 2000s. I spent about 5 years doing that before moving on to being a manager. From the manager position, I just transitioned to service director, fixed ops director, and now to director of operations. We have been kind of a secret within mobile. Our owner wasn't always open to us sharing everything that we did. So we kind of worked behind the scenes for a long time while we were refining the program itself. But, mobile has really taken off and we believe in it to our core. So, we plan on really stepping out this year, even more than we already have. But we started out just like anybody else, just it's one van at a time. And we're about 4.5 years in, and this is where we're at.
Give us a little background, a little color. Now, how many mobile service units do you have? How many mobile techs? And give us some background on that.
Sure. Currently, we're running 33 vehicles between transits, F550s, and escapes. We're right around just over 30 technicians in the department right now, with about 6 coordinators operating the office side of it. We do run several different shifts just so we can accommodate different customers, and we try to be available. And one of our rules is we just try not to say no. Never a no. We just look for solutions instead of problems.
I've heard that from one of your counterparts in the industry, Ed Roberts, and Ed's been known for the mobile operation there at Bozard in sunny Florida. But you actually exceed the repair orders there in Pennsylvania. Nolan, how do you do that? Because I know Ed did, I think it was 22,000 last year. Your organization exceeded that.
We did. We did 24,000 out of our main location for the year of 2024. We did 11,000 out of our sister location. I mean, we found our niche on the fleet side. We still do B2C, but not primarily. We really focus on fleets and the opportunity that they present. Just solving that downtime problem for the fleets is huge, and being able to be out there, take care of their van on the street or on location without them having to, have drivers take it to the dealership and have that downtime seemed to really fill a void that was out there.
Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I know, like everything else in life, this started small, but did you start with was it just one van initially, and then what did it take to grow? And where did you see the vision a few years back compared to today?
Yeah, we did. We started with one van. The vision wasn't clear, to be honest with you, when we started, and it was a struggle at first to really find a niche and find a way to make it work. What we did initially was hire a technician off the street, more of an inexperienced guy. I took one of my more trusted technicians from the shop. I paid him a little bit more. I put him on the van with the new guy. Once we had him trained up, it was rinse and repeat. We just kept adding people. We kept training them, and we kept building from there. I'd love to say it was easy and it happened overnight, but it didn't. It was a lot of hard work, and we have a strong team here. Everybody put their time in, and we really believe in it here. So I do think it's the future of our industry for sure.
You got to be strong. You got to have a strong will, because I'm sure Nolan, you've been challenged over the months and years. How is this going to work out? What's the ROI? How does this pencil? And I'm sure you've heard all the questions.
Yeah, for sure. And, right now, anybody that's out there that's a Ford dealer and they're not on the program, they're missing the boat, because Ford does have the support money out there to help you get off the ground. And listen, we know when you're starting a business, you're going to take losses. So that money helps to offset while you're getting set up. And hopefully by the time you have your department built, that incentive money is just a bonus at that point.
I got to congratulate also Ron Overs at Fixed Ops Magazine as being maybe one of the first to publish some of your works, Nolan. And Ron is very respected in the industry. And I read a quote from you, I believe, about mobile service being the future of our industry. Nolan, why do you believe that?
Well, I mean, for a couple of reasons. I mean, the truth is Amazon fundamentally changed the way we do business years ago, right? And everybody looks for something to be done remotely. On top of that, as our customer demographic gets younger and younger, the demand for remote services, in my opinion, is going to be what is needed in this industry. I think dealerships, unfortunately, over time, we've done a really good job at forcing people to do business on our terms. But I think the true opportunity in our industry is doing business on their terms, finding ways to streamline things, make it easier for the guest, because the truth of the matter is, who wants to come into a dealership? There's not too many people that want to make that trip, that want to sit in the waiting area. And the truth is they don't have to anymore. So I think as that demographic gets younger and younger, you're going to see a lot of the traditional brick and mortar service fade away, and you're going to see remote capacities increase.
What are you seeing, Nolan, on customer satisfaction, and what are you experiencing in terms of repeat business, customers wanting the mobile service again? And I know you've got a significant chunk of business-to-business customers there.
We do. And again, the customer satisfaction is there, right? I mean, the satisfaction, the retention, we're doing business on their terms. So we're making it easy for them. Retention, when you're forcing them to drive into the store, every 3 months for an oil change and sit them in the waiting area for an hour, retention can be skewed. It depends on the guest experience at that point, but we can take the guest experience into our hands and get on the road and make it just seamless for the customer. And I think that really is the value in satisfaction and retention with mobile.
Does mobile help, Nolan? Does it help you see opportunities every day in service and parts and say, you know what, maybe if we did it this way or do it that way, that might be even a better fit?
Absolutely. Right. New opportunities pop up, and it's kind of funny you're bringing that up, but they pop up all the time. And we had a national fleet contact us last week to ask, do you guys do vinyl lettering? Well, of course I don't do vinyl lettering, but I do now. Right. So we took the contract, we trained our guys, and right now, as we speak, they're at this location lettering vehicles. There's opportunity everywhere. And again, it's just learning to not say no and just let them know we'll get back to you. We just have to figure out how to make this work, because the opportunity is everywhere right now.
You and I have a mutual friend, and I know you know Jeremy Stevens down at Bozard Ford Lincoln,
Yes, sir.
great friend of the Roundtable. He's always telling me that, look at other businesses that serve the customer at their terms, like you said, at their home or at their business, outside of automotive, whether it's a plumber, whether it's some other company that does that. And there are great ideas to get from those companies. Is that something you would subscribe to as well?
Absolutely. It's funny because Ron and I were just speaking about this earlier, but we believe that the way mobile is going to go is into subscription service, right? Just like, like BMW and some other companies are doing with accessories. I think you're going to see mobile turn into a subscription service where people are paying yearly, and it's a one-time fee. They don't have to worry about it again. You're coming out, you're taking care of their vehicle. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for that moving forward as well.
Fascinating. Everybody, we're talking today to Nolan Armpriester. He's in Pennsylvania. He's the director of operations at Kinley Automotive Group, #1 mobile service dealer in the nation. Nolan, hard to believe that we didn't know about you until just recently.
I know. Well, like I said, we tried to keep what we were doing to ourselves for a while, just to make sure that we were doing things right, refining it the right way. But it got to a point in the past year where it was hard to keep a lot of it under wraps. A lot of people were reaching out to us and just kind of picking our brain and trying to figure it out. And to be honest, I want to share it with the industry, because I do feel that dealerships that aren't getting on board with this, unfortunately they're gonna die at some point. Remote services and again, doing business on our guest terms, that's what's going to carry us into the future.
Nolan, we've been hearing a lot for the last year and a half or more about AI, especially in fixed operations. I'm sure you're seeing a lot of services and products in AI. Some are ready for prime time, some are not. What are your feelings on AI?
I love it. I love AI. I think Dynatron's doing some great stuff with AI. I think there's some companies out there on the fixed ops side that have some solutions. To be honest with you, our company and myself have been working with an AI company to develop our own fixed operations and dealer platform. It should be releasing probably within the next month or two. I wish I could say a little more, but I can't at this point. But I think AI just helps streamline a lot of the things that we struggle with on a day-to-day basis. And I think while, it's important to have employees in the store, I think sometimes we overload employees for tasks that could be handled by a platform itself. So I see AI as being a huge part of the industry moving forward as well. And hopefully I can be a part of that. Yeah.
One of the things I saw at Bozar, just to refer to them again, and that's really been the only real exposure to mobile we had in the very beginning. We did a pop-up event there 2 years ago, and then we went back in December. And of course, there was a lot of growth, between 2023 and the end of 2024. But now they had things like mobile service advisors on our panels. And I asked the young lady, I said, wait a second, does that mean you handle only the mobile business? She goes, that's right. I'm a mobile service advisor. Nolan, are you doing things like that too?
Absolutely. Our mobile department is structured just as a brick or mortar fixed ops department is. I have a director that oversees all the arms of the department. I have managers over top of the arms, and then they have advisors and coordinators beneath them. So we run it just like I would run, a brick and mortar store, because I believe that you really need to have that structure there to be successful. So I do think that's critical.
And Nolan, there was nobody for you to consult, I imagine, to go through this, because you really had to write the playbook as you did every day and until you got it right. And I imagine you're still running different plays.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny you say that, because I am known as very process focused, to say the least. And, I started writing a process book for mobile and for fleet when we started this, and the book just keeps evolving. We have to tear it up, throw it out, rewrite it, because the process is just changing every day. But that's a beautiful thing. I don't mind doing that. But yeah, we have a process book. We adhere to things strictly. And I think that's what helps our success.
I imagine the process for 30 plus vehicles would be different than it was back when you had 5 or 10 or 15.
100%. Yeah.
I know you're a strong believer in accountability management. Why is that so important, and why daily to focus on that?
Well, I think that's everything in our industry. I don't think it's unique to fixed ops. I think everything requires accountability management, because we have to have a vision first, and we have to understand what our goal is. Once we have that vision, well, then we can break it down and write processes that speak to that vision and get us there. Once we have the processes, we can create metrics and objectives to track it on a daily basis, but it has to be daily. We have to speak about it daily. We have to hold each other accountable daily, because that's what ensures our success. I talk about this a lot with people, but there are no days off with accountability, right? Because the days off are what make us reset then. So, accountability management on a day-to-day basis, I believe in that to my core, and everybody that works for me believes that as well, for sure.
I love it. Last question for today, Nolan. Where are we going in the next, let's say, 5 years in this industry? As you look into your crystal ball, here we are in early May of 2025. What do you see the rest of this year, and again, the next couple of years out there?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I truly had a crystal ball, but I do think as the years progress, I believe we're going to see dealership footprints start to shrink. If you look at what Amazon's doing in the retail space right now, trying to break through and sell vehicles, drop ship them to locations, I think you're going to see dealerships will never go away, but I do think you'll see the footprint shrink. I think brick and mortar shops aren't going to be at the capacities they once were, because the capacities are now remote. The capacities are on the road. So while I believe dealerships will always be around, I see our footprint shrinking. And that's why I think it's urgent that everybody starts to understand that the opportunities are not within our walls anymore. They're with outside it. So
let me ask you another follow-up. Do you see the role of the technician changing? Because it seems now the technician is becoming more front-facing, Nolan, where in the past, not too long ago, they were behind that garage door. We didn't see them. Now we see techs on videos, sending videos to customers, and of course in mobile service, out on the mobile service van, interacting with the customer. Your thoughts?
You nailed it. I mean, the way we view technicians has changed greatly. I mean, 20 years ago, I would have never let one of my techs get in front of a customer because that just would have been disastrous, right? But as we go forward, our mobile techs, they are advisors because they're out speaking with the customer, they're representing the company. Yeah, I think the way technicians present themselves is much different and has changed and evolved, but I believe that's a good thing, right? I believe the way that we used to handle technicians and kind of silo them off was wrong. And I don't think we did them any favors with their growth by doing that.
No, you're exactly right. Okay. All right. Well, I can't wait for what's next. I'd like to invite you back, okay, on the
Absolutely.
roundtable.
Love to be back.
Because I think this is I don't think I know. This is a big area that we're going to be talking about more and more. So congratulations, Nolan, and number one in the nation mobile service, mobile service at Kinley Automotive Group,
Yes, sir.
and in Pennsylvania. How about that?
That's right. Thank you so much. It truly was a pleasure to be on, and hopefully we can do this again.
Nolan Armpriester, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Okay, how would you like to pay? Card, cash, or check?
I will do a card.
Okay, thank you very much. And will you sign right here?
Sure.
Okay, have a great day.
Great, thank you.
Introducing Dealer Pay Moves, Dealer Pay's new mobile application for dealerships on the move. It's really great because all you have to do is search for your repair order. It's then going to search whichever DMS that the dealership is connected to. As you can see, it's going to pull up that customer record in that open repair order. I'm simply going to select it. Now you've got all your customer details here, including the surcharge amount if it were to be applied with a credit card. I've got options to pay by credit debit. I can key enter the transaction. I can use a paper check or even report cash. I can even add transactions in here so I can do some real-time voids and refunds. Dealer Pay Moves is a great solution for your dealership to stay relevant and mobile.
Helping folks get on the road from across the galaxy is our myKaarma mobile service panel. Up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is Mobile Monday. Here we are with the myKaarma mobile service panel. Ed Roberts, Jim Sabino, Matt Bateman, Jeremy Stevens and Kyle Goodman are with us. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Ed, look what you started here and look what it's become.
Exactly. It's been a fun ride, and it continues to be a fun ride. I mean, just look at the antennas back there behind my two guys' heads. They're out, just finished up a road call and out in field making things happen. But people ask all the time, what can you do out in field? And obviously, you got to be able to connect to the internet and be able to do module uploads and that kind of stuff. But it's about evolving and learning over time. And we have tried all kinds of sources to be able to get the right amount of data that we need in field. And so now these guys get to ride around in spaceships because they can pull information in from wherever. But it's about overcoming the challenges. You're going to run into walls. It's overcoming them, and that's what mobile service is built around. So it's just a cool element to continue to evolve.
It amazes me that we can have this every Fixed Ops Roundtable, and there's new things to talk about, new areas of growth. And then, as we were talking about right before we hit record, where do you go back and where do you improve those processes? That's dear to my heart. We think about that at myKaarma all the time. Like, how do you take something, go back and say, all right, what if we rebuilt this from the ground up? What if we made this process better and tighter? And I see, Ed and Jeremy and Jim and Kyle all doing that. Like you're on your third version of that Wi-Fi piece right there. And, that's just amazing that there's always room for improvement in this.
Yeah. Ed, Matt was talking to us in the green room. Is it a matter of coming back to basics now? Because I'm sure every time you add a layer of these mobile units, it changes the business model and you have to approach things differently. And in fact, I've heard you say that.
It's constantly going back to basics. It's constantly going back and saying, okay, are we doing this the best way we can? And I mean, nobody likes for their pay plan to be changed and various different things. We have to try different things to do different things. And we don't have all this stuff figured out, but we do have a team that is flexible and willing to figure it out with us. And so whether it's how we go to market, whether it's how what we do out in field, it's no matter the data that we pull in to have the tools that we need out in field. There's so many things that comes into play there. And then having guys like Cal out there representing our brand, not only representing our brand, but and being the face for us, but also being the technician that the customer needs and all those elements that comes into play. Because as a mobile service technician, you're the advisor and the technician, and you're the communication center and all the other elements that comes into play there. And so all those things has got to tie together, and every day we learn. So every day it's back to the basics. And one of the things that Jeremy tells his team, and he could say it because better than I can, because he says it all the time. He says, if you don't like something, wait an hour, it'll change. And that's what it is. It's constant evolution. It's constant involvement. And if we get stagnant, then that's when we start running into obstacles and think, okay, we're starting to back up here. We're really doing the right things. And so we never want to be stagnant.
Jeremy, what are you seeing now as this continues to go on over time and as Bozard continues to grow in the remote services?
So we there's just so many opportunities out there that we don't even know. We're stumbling across a lot of this. And what we're doing, we're going way back to the basics. So we've been studying home service businesses. So trying to get out of the dealership business and let's figure out what these home services businesses are doing well. So we're going back all the way to the basics. As you can see, Kyle in his uniform, we went and just branded. So, his hat says Mobile Bozard Service on it. We got badging that clearly identifies who we are, that we look the part, that we look professional. And then we're just going to this old school service that we haven't seen since the 70s and 80s, where you go to the drive up movie theaters or whatever, and you have just this friendly faces. And so we're even going back to creating processes on how to greet people, but still use their own personalities to make it more personal. So we kind of have a guideline. It's like, hey, when you greet the customer, introduce yourself, let them know what you're there for and explain what's the next steps and just be fully transparent so they don't have any guess of what's happening or they're peeping out the door to see where you are in the status. So we're really pushing our customer service because we want to be the very best at customer service. And it's just cool. Like the surveys is kind of the fruit of the labor, basically, is when we see those great surveys.
Jim, this is a whole new level of training for the technician because the tech is wearing many hats.
Correct, and they are the face of the dealership, right? They're customer facing on every job they go to, whether it's a retail customer at somebody's house or a fleet customer at a rental car garage or a police department. So they represent your brand, and just like Jeremy and Ed have, we also have clearly we have different uniforms for our mobile service technicians. It identifies them a little bit differently in the summertime, which in Florida it's kind of summertime almost all year round, but up here in the Northeast in the summertime we have black polo shirts, and so it gives them a little bit nicer look. So when they're on the road and they're greeting the customers, everything goes nice. The identification, communication is key. So a text message is sent to every customer prior to the technician arriving on site. So they know that they're 15 minutes out, 25 minutes out, 5 minutes out, whatever the case is. So it's very clear. They know when to expect them. They know what's going on. And the communication from the dealership to the customer through whether it's a payment or the receipt after the final repair is all done through text messaging and emailing, all that there. So, the face of the customer is your mobile service technician. That's your brand, that's your image, that's everything. So, and then the communication is key. That's a secondary too. So if you leave no doubt and you leave everybody in the know and not in the dark, the communication, the customer experience is going to be very high and elevated. And most likely they're going to return or they're going to call and request mobile service again because you offered such a great experience. So that's where your repeat and referral comes in. That's where your growth comes in. That's where your expansion comes in. All the above. You give somebody something good to talk about, and most likely they will. So, and yes, you got to keep going. You got to forward think, out of the box think, expansion. Let's do the best customer experience we can offer, and keep going. Keep going. Don't be afraid to expand. Don't be afraid to go an extra 4 or 5 more miles outside of your prearranged, mileage that's set up where you're servicing. So just you never know what lies on the outside of that next job. You never know what doors that job is going to open for you ever.
Hey, Ted, we can, Kyle's only been on our team for a little over a year now. And tell us your background, because we always hear you can't find technicians and stuff like that. So I'd like to hear Kyle's background.
Previously, I came from the pool industry. Being in Florida, it's a lot of pools. So working at local pool store, I started there in high school, just filling chlorine jugs, and kind of worked my way up into I cleaned pools for a little while, but then did equipment installs. And I think there's a lot of that experience that has helped me on the customer facing side, having worked retail in the store, but also it's similar to what we do now as far as you are the one going out and interacting with the customer and working on whether it's the car or pool equipment. It's you're the one there to fix it that day for them.
Kyle, did you find Bozard or did Bozard find you? And when you started, where did you start at Bozard?
I found Bozard. I started with mobile service, saw the opportunity, always worked on my own vehicles and family and friends' vehicles, and decided that it was time to kind of make a change, and felt I could do it and wanted to learn, and here I am.
That's a secret that we shouldn't have shared, but it's like everybody's looking for technicians, and there's this whole home industry, this HVAC technicians and stuff that are mechanically inclined. You just got to adapt them to your manufacturer and stuff like this. And Kyle is Kyle has changed the way we do things because he brings another professional level to us. And he's not saying it, but he's one of our team leads. He just bought into it. He bleeds mobile. He has experience with the customer side, like he was saying. So it was an easy transition. And now he's helping training the other guys on, the basics and fundamentals that you have to remind everybody. It's like, hey, it's about the customer. It's not about the car. It's about the connection and stuff like that. So Kyle, who would have thought? I kind of make fun of him because I thought he was a pool boy, but he maintained pools and stuff like that. But he's been a great asset to our team, with all that background experience.
Matt, how about this wealth of talent in these industries that call on customers at their homes?
So I'm the reason I'm smiling so much hearing this story is 2 weeks ago, I had a plumber out to do a couple small things that I couldn't do in the house. And this gentleman shows up in this giant van that is just clearly marked. You could see it from 10 miles away, the name of his plumbing organization. He comes into the house, asks me a couple questions, disappears into my crawl space with an iPad, right? He comes upstairs. He says, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. He goes out to his truck, comes back in, and he has put together an entire video and photo and essentially an MPI of stuff in my house. And not only did he show everything I was asking to fix, he recommended 2 other jobs. And I wasn't expecting to spend $1,000 more, but it wasn't like he's just pulling my leg. He's showing me the corrosion. He's showing me where this is broken. And you can imagine, guess what? I said yes to everything on the spot. So this gentleman came in from doing the inspection, going out to his mobile service van, doing the entire write-up, coming back after I signed off on it. He switches into his overalls and boots and stuff, and he's under there, sawzawing the stuff out and fixing it. And I'm sitting here just amazed that this one gentleman is like a one-man show like Kyle on this, right? Just he's doing the inspection, he's doing the sale. He was personable and friendly and realistic on stuff, and then he got the job done. I was like, this is mobile service. And so now that's my expectation of plumbing. It's definitely my expectation if I have someone come to my house to do an oil change.
Yeah, so text me his phone number.
Unless you've already asked Jim Sabino.
So Matt, the key takeaway is: would you call him in the event you need a plumber again?
100%. Like there's no one else I would call. This is the guy.
There you go. Case in point, baby. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Ed Roberts, this speaks volumes for what you're doing there at Bozard and what Jim and Jeremy and many others are doing as well.
Well, it's about thinking about what you can do rather than what you can't do, and thinking outside the box and putting yourself in positions to where you can find these kind of people, because there is so much that carries over, all the customer handling skills. But Matt just hit the nail on the head right there. All the things that we do out in mobile is what he just talked about a plumber coming to his house. And that's the same stuff. Vehicles operate, they're a piece of mechanical machinery that has some other elements to it. And if we can speak those things, we can come from other industries. So, and that's one of the things with EV. EV gives us the opportunity to bring in guys that are more tech savvy. So it broadens our window, but yet we narrow our window so many times into what we're looking for and who's got the experience and all that. And if we'd have told Cal, well, you go get some experience and then come back, he wouldn't be one of our team leads today. And we embrace the opportunity to give the elements of what we need, and that's part of development. You got to make sure that you have opportunities to develop people in the areas that they may need development in. But there's things that they're going to bring to the team, like Cal has brought to ours. As Jeremy said, he reorganized the way we do business. And when we say that, he has the most organized, he just, the elements that he brought to us made us a better mobile service department. And hopefully we've made him better as well. As give and take as we learn the elements of what our vehicles need out in the field.
So Kyle, let me follow up. You're a team lead at Bozard Ford Lincoln in mobile service, indicating that there are many, many mobile technicians, which I know there are. Do you get a chance with the other mobile techs to share some of these best ideas and things that are working for you and not working, or things that you've seen along the way as we continue to grow?
Yes, sir. We have meetings every morning at 7 a.m. Where we all circle up. We go over our numbers, whether it's like gross profit or our CSI scores. But we talk about ideas to make things better. If anyone has an example of a good customer interaction that we can all kind of use to better ourselves and better that customer experience.
Jim, I'm curious on the CSI. Do customers for mobile service leave a lot of customer comments that you're able to read? again on the mobile side.
Yes, they do. And as Jeremy stated earlier, he had two advisors, racing. They had 37 perfect scores in a month is like unheard of. But yes, the mobile service customers tend to voice their opinions in a very strong way on how great the experience was having the mobile service performed. So it is a big uplift for the dealership in regards to CSI scores. No doubt about it.
Ed, are you still getting a lot of dealers who come to see you at Bozard and call you with questions and, how this works out and, what the potential is for them and how to make it work?
It's a revolving door. It's about showing what's possible. And when we can show what's possible, it allows them the vision. It allows them to see what is possible rather than, man, how do I overcome that obstacle? How do I overcome that mountain? When they can see it in action, then they believe that they can do it themselves. And that's what it's all about. And we'll share anything we do with anyone out there that wants to come see us, wants to call, wants to ask questions, because we all learn from each other. And when we open our doors, they're opening their doors as well to us.
Matt, I'm curious. myKaarma's platform is very robust. You've got a lot of different products and services on there. I believe there's also a payment capture method as well that you've got. What are some of the services and products that can be deployed on mobile that you're using today? And do you have anything else in the pipeline that we need to be aware of that's coming?
Yeah, thanks, Ted. So everything we've built is really designed to work both with an advisor or a technician. And by that extension, right, it can be done mobile as well. So, not only do we have a mobile service solution that's designed for exactly what we're talking about, but you can layer on the MPI and inspection tools, and you can take those remote payments. The plumber I spoke about earlier, he gladly took my payment before he left that day, right? And same thing with myKaarma, right? We can handle the payments there. We're seeing more dealers asking about, well, how can I handle both surcharging and how can I do it the right way? I know that's a tricky topic, but a lot of dealers are asking us about it. We can implement surcharging in a way that works well with the dealer's setup. Also, Sunbit. So we work with Sunbit as well. So again, I wasn't expecting to spend thousands of dollars that day on that plumbing repair. I didn't need Sunbit, but it would have been awesome if that had been offered. And sometimes some of these repairs can be in the hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So we have different payment options on the road as well. As for what we're working on, no surprise, there's a lot of cool AI things that we're working on. We started telling people about it at NADA. Our philosophy, though, on AI is we're never going to do AI for the sake of AI. We're not, myKaarma doesn't jump on the bandwagon on that, but areas that it can make a big difference. And there's two right now that are really cool that are in development. One is this idea of, we're calling it our service pre-diag. Could a customer chat with an AI tool that's not just a chat bot, but intelligent and prompts you for more info to inform the advisor and the technician? So if someone says, my car's rattling, the response is, does it happen when you start up? Does it go away? Tell me more about it. And it keeps them on track, right? And it prompts them, and then it summarizes that and provides it right to the advisor and the tech. We find that that's getting more info than sometimes what translates on paper from a customer to an advisor to the tech. Kyle, you probably know this, right? By the time you get that piece of paper from the advisor, it says noise, check and report. Like, what do you mean noise? I want to hear it from the customer. The last piece, which is really interesting, this is an early development, but we call it service lingo. And two things. Sometimes the environment that a technician's trying to record a video is really loud. There might be wind, there might be tools, it might just be muffled. It might be muffled. This tool can take the voice, re-record it, and apply it over the video with clean audio. So it's a lot easier for a customer to hear. Or perhaps the customer speaks a completely different language. Let's take the customer's voice, completely translate it, and lay it back over the video and send it out to them. So for someone who would prefer to hear that inspection report in their native language, we can do that. So a couple things we're using AI on to really enhance the experience. So that's how we're looking at it. We're never going to do AI for the sake of AI. We're going to do it where it can make a demonstrable difference in tech efficiency or customer experience.
Those are big, man. I like that. Ed Roberts, I could already see you using some of this already at Bozard.
Well, and that's what it's all about. It's about going back and circling back to it all the time and simplifying it. And when you can simplify the way we communicate, then it keeps it flowing. Makes it easy. So it's those little things that we think, okay, well, how do we go this long without doing something like that? And those things pop up all the time as long as you're looking for them. And if you're not looking for them, then you won't find them. But it's those things that enhance who we are. And yes, that warms my heart, because sometimes there's those language barriers where it's someone that's traveling, it's whatever else, and you can't really necessarily communicate. And then the next issue is when it's time to pay for the bill or whatever else. Well, the barrier was there, and there was other hiccups that come along, but you couldn't overcome them, and you thought you was communicating, but you wasn't communicating effectively. So, Matt, I'm looking forward to that, because that certainly is something that raises the bar and enhances what we do, and that's why we have great partners like you guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Ed.
I love it. Lightning round, everybody. In the short time we have left, I'll start with Jim Sabino, go over to Jeremy and Kyle, over to Matt, and then Ed Roberts to bring it home. Jim, it's going to be a couple months till we get the mobile panel together again. We're coming into the summer. I know where Ed is. It's summer all year long, but you're going to be in prime season in New Jersey. Things that we need to be aware of for dealers who are now squarely in mobile. Okay. And like you, acquiring, their next mobile vans and moving on further and further into the process, things that we need to keep our eye on.
Well, again, the eye on, you have to continually market that you offer mobile service. You don't assume that your customers just know about it, because a lot of them don't until you market it. So you have to advertise it, market it, offer it on every contact that you have. And it starts in the sales department. At the new car purchase, the mobile service is always offered. And we actually set our first appointment on delivery for the mobile service van. So that's a really cool thing. And it's, 6 months out, we make a mobile service appointment for the first service. Very cool. That's how we introduce the mobile service to our new customers. Your fleet customers, you have to constantly be out there knocking on doors, sending emails to say, hey, we're here, we're available. Start slow. If you're just getting into mobile service and you're not too sure about it, start slow. Dip your toes in, test the temperature of the water, and then jump in the pool, because it's definitely worth the efforts. Start slow, keep it simple, focus on customer experience, and everything else is going to follow. Get the right team assembled around you, train them, and the rest is history. The endless opportunities will be presenting themselves to you. Capture the opportunities and move forward.
Jeremy and Kyle, endless opportunities. What's ahead this summer, going into the remainder of the year?
For us, we're practicing the fundamentals, and practicing the process, and just being consistent, because customer service is fine if you do it one time. It's the second time that you have to be consistent with it, because the second time could either make or break you. So that's what we're focusing on this much is how can we step it up?
All right. And you are Matt Bateman at myKaarma.
Yeah. I think the theme today is you've got to have the right people. They don't have to have come from automotive. You get the right people, then you get the right tools in place, whether it's that incredible Wi-Fi setup there in the van, or you got the right tools to help facilitate payments or video, and then you just keep refining that process, right? You do that, and all of a sudden you've got a fleet. You got an entire fleet of these trucks running around. And I think what Jeremy just said. I mean, you set that expectation. Now you're your worst own enemy, because you have to live up to that expectation every single time. So, next time you come out, you better have the same experience. I'm expecting it at this point. And customer expectations never go down. They only go up.
Ed Roberts, bring us home.
I have 5 words for the audience. Go challenge the status quo.
Mm-hmm. All right. We'll leave it there. Great job, everybody. The myKaarma Mobile Service Panel. Ed Roberts at Bozard Ford Lincoln with Jeremy Stevens and Kyle Goodman. Jim Sabino, King of the North at Paramus, New Jersey, All-American Ford Auto Group. Matt Bateman, Vice President of Marketing at myKaarma. Matt, if our audience wants to learn more about myKaarma, I'm sure they hear about it if they haven't seen it already through their 20 groups and fellow peers. What's the best way to learn more about myKaarma?
Just jump on myKaarma.com, ask for a demo. We'll reach out to you right away. We'll get you hooked up immediately.
All right. And Matt is the Vice President of Marketing, everybody. He as well is on social media. So the myKaarma Mobile Service Panel. Thank you, gentlemen, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
myKaarma, everything fixed ops in one place. The unified solution for fixed operations. Key applications deeply integrated with software and DMS providers. Open APIs for dealerships to build custom solutions. Payments and surcharging, service car video MPI, Scheduler Plus, mobile check-in, decline services, Traver Connect, an intelligent communications hub, advanced communications, transportation options, video, mobile service. And we don't just connect fixed op systems, we collaborate. We work with software providers, OEMs, and dealerships, leveraging our growing dealership network to expand their reach. $24 billion in payments processed, 536 million text messages transmitted, 34.7 million videos recorded, a 16% lift in RO dollars, designed for exceptional customer interactions. myKaarma, everything fixed ops in one place.
Yeah, myKaarma rocks. We're on the video platform, texting platform, two-way communication. You guys kick ass.
I was asked how the Fixed Ops Roundtable has impacted my life and my career. Well, I can tell you that without the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we'd still be considered the back of the house, the other side. But the biggest impact that the Roundtable's had on me has been able to make new contacts, new friends, people that really have helped me improve and develop in my management career. And with all the new things that they bring out, the new systems, and we use several of them, and I would have never known about them if it wasn't for the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We are at Niello Porsche in Sacramento, California. And today, Ted, we have the honor of presenting all of these people with us today, an incredible award.
Today, Sarah, we are presenting the first Shawn Butler Best Practice Awards. It's a promise that we made to Shawn and his family late last year as he suffered through his cancer. And all the folks up here were instrumental in a lot of different ways. Shawn Kingrey, you were a big part of that as well.
Well, thank you, Ted. For those that didn't know Shawn, guys, he was an inspiration to us all. I went through my own health scare, and let me tell you, everybody, he was more focused on me than he was on himself, even though he knew the outcome of it. And I can't underestimate what that was worth.
You and I made a promise to Shawn that we would get everyone together at some point in the future to help celebrate his life. And so we thought that there's no better way that with the latest Shawn Butler Best Practice Awards that we bring the latest recipients all together here with Tully at the Niello Group. And we're very honored to have everybody here. And Shawn, thank you so much for all that you do for the Shawn Butler.
Thank you. And thank you. And this award is to Robin and his whole entire family. It will not be forgotten.
Everybody. Special thanks to the Shawn Butler family on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Welcome back, Rocket Man. We're orbiting back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.
Unlock the industry's most comprehensive service technology platform. Xtime delivers a simple, fully transparent digital experience for both consumers and dealers. Get approvals on additional service recommendations in as fast as 7 minutes and earn 46% more dollars per repair order with Xtime. Dealerships and OEMs have long relied on Xtime's leading position in service scheduling, multi-point inspections, service marketing, and the consumer check-in experience. Drive revenue and profitability with our proven service technology that enhances the service experience from start to finish. Gain consumer confidence and elevate the staff experience with solutions that drive convenience and speed. Set the tone for the ultimate service experience with Xtime Schedule. Maximize your team's productivity and keep customers coming back with convenient online scheduling features and robust shop capacity management with Schedule. Grow fixed operations with every appointment using Xtime Engage, creating superior personalized experiences for your customers. Boost efficiency and profit with seamless check-ins, convenient status updates, and fast checkouts. And avoid frustrating bottlenecks with connected data from back-office processes to fixed ops. Improve your service department throughput and yield with Xtime Inspect, a fully integrated digital multi-point inspection tool. Obtain faster ASR approvals and higher profits, increasing RO value, instilling confidence in customers, and improving staff productivity with enhanced time-saving technician processes. Generate the demand you need at the right time from the right audience with Xtime Invite. Maximize revenue potential with multi-channel marketing capabilities through AI and service automations that drive performance marketing, precision targeting, and personalized outreach. A more profitable service experience requires a better service platform. Xtime gives you the comprehensive tools you need to enhance every communication touchpoint, resulting in satisfied customers and dealership staff to ensure ROI and increase likelihood of repeat business. Xtime is a part of a powerful ecosystem of retail solutions from Cox Automotive. Power on Retail 360.
Follow the North Star to our Women of Retail panel featuring some of the brightest gals in the galaxy.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine, and today we have the incredible retail panel with us. We have some incredible ladies from across the automotive industry. And everyone, I would like you to each go around and just briefly introduce yourselves and your title. Linda, let's start with you.
Wonderful. Thanks for having me, Sarah. Linda Hansen, currently live in Cincinnati. I'm an independent consultant, coach, and trainer in the automotive industry, dealing with retail. Anything retail, I do service, parts, body shop, new car sales, used car sales, a little bit of everything. Most of my time lately is either working with manufacturers on improvement initiatives in dealership or writing training programs for different manufacturers. So it's nice to be here and can't wait for this to get started.
Thank you, Martha.
Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Martha, I've been on this industry for 25 years now, mostly doing BDC director, internet director. So a lot of working between, bridging that gap between the sales and the service department at any dealership and trying to implement processes that help us to provide a better experience for the customer online and inside the dealership and at the service drive. So happy to be here learning from all of you.
Thank you. Dawn.
I'm Dawn Newsome, Vice President of Fixed Operations with Bateman Automotive. I'm so excited to be here. Looked at the topics and definitely some good content for today.
Excellent. Thanks, Dawn. Erikka.
Erikka Tiffani Wells. I'm the General Manager of Walser Hyundai in Minnesota. I've been in the car business 20 years, started off as a service advisor, worked my way up through sales, finance, and super excited to be in the general manager position for the last 2 years.
Congratulations, Erikka, on all your success. And Erikka, I'd like to actually start our conversation off with you today. We're talking a lot about the customer experience, and you've seen a lot in the evolution of retail automotive over the many hats that you've worn throughout your career. So how have you seen the customer experience evolve in retail?
I will first say it hasn't evolved enough. Our industry is still definitely far behind when you think about the innovation of the customer experience. But there are some pathways where we actually have made progress. I love to think about the tools that we've done with AI. I would love to think about the opportunity for customers to now communicate with us through video, through chat, through text messaging, where those channels of communication allow the customer to have a better experience all the way around. But there's still a long way to go. One of the reasons that I came to Walser specifically is because we are a one price, one person, one point of contact store. The innovation of being able to make customers' experience better was something that Walser has always been very proud of. And I wanted to be on the forefront of a new experience. When you've been in the business for 2 decades, you know what bad looks like. And I'd love to be teamed up with the team to see what good looks like. Because the reason I got in the business was because I did not enjoy the automotive experience as a consumer. And I said, the only way we're going to change this is from the inside out. So it's good to see that journey starting to evolve. But I think that we got to work on it, which is why we have great teams like this bringing those ideas forward.
Erikka, I can't wait to unpack some of that a little bit further as we continue the conversation. Dawn, I'd like to get your perspective, in fixed operations and across, your dealerships. How have you seen the customer experience evolve?
Such a great question, Sarah. I think that I've been in the business for 26 years now. And the customer experience long ago versus what is expected today has just changed so vastly. And especially coming out of the COVID time where the consumer almost became accustomed to the no contact or, that not having that face-to-face interaction or that face-to-face rapport building and relationship, which is kind of how I just call it us car people were brought up in the business, right? Shake hands, meet and greet, make sure you're building rapport, earn the right to ask for the sale, whether it's the car sale or the service sale. And the thing that I've seen evolve the most is that not only do we have a younger generation of customers that are coming up that have had, their phones from almost infancy, right? Or some piece of technology. But I've seen the younger generation that's coming up that wants that lack of connection. They want that AI tool. They want to call in. They want to hit the prompts and they want to set their service. They don't want to necessarily talk to someone. And that's not good or bad. It's just the difference in the consumer. But I've also seen some of our consumers who, always wanted to get somebody on the phone now are focused on our web scheduling. All of our technology tools that have to do with that customer experience just to get them in the dealership have seen more engagement probably in the last, I would say 15 to 18 months than I've ever seen. We're now all in with an AI tool for our scheduling for customers that want it, and if they don't want it, then they've got that person that's ready there to answer the phone. So I would say that involvement has probably been the biggest for us and in our market and in our group.
It's very interesting, Dawn. And Martha, from your experience, you have the really the perspective from the BDC side of things, and you've had the unique opportunity to see the customer experience evolve in retail across communications. Could you share with us a little bit more about that?
So listening to Erikka and to Dawn, there is something that we have to also understand. The consumer experience has changed very, very rapid, right? Especially after COVID. Like Erikka was saying, the dealership hasn't been adapted as fast as the consumer is asking. So the disconnection comes between both of the departments, the sales and the service department. And we see that on the BDC, and it's all from processes and implementation and accountability. It all boils down to that, right? And we have excellent tools now. We have different programs, phone systems, AI tools that can help us provide that experience to that consumer that is waiting or expecting frictionless, contact, no contact with the person type of experience, but also that one that is wanted to hands-on, talk to a human. But the problem is that we're trying to implement a lot of the tools all at the same time and thinking that they're going to resolve the problem without really identifying what tool it's for what problem and how the human is going to be behind that tool in order to provide the service that we're expecting them to our customer to receive, right? I feel that a lot of dealerships are going and buying a lot of products. They don't know exactly how to operate them and how it's going to affect, but mostly they're not bringing this product into the people that is involved in the process and presenting and training them and exposing all of your employees on how do these tools actually work and what's the domino effect that is going to have on the customer journey and on your retention at the end of the day. And I think that's the biggest problems. We want to implement process on both of the departments. We want to buy tools on both of the departments, but we're not letting our humans understand why is that process and that tool important to the overall ownership experience that this customer is going to have. So it's a big impact. And I think once that we understand and realize that, it's going to help us, not have a gap, because there shouldn't be a gap between sales and service. Right? It should all unify. It's been too long for us to keep having this gap.
Yeah, absolutely, Martha. And Linda, I'd love to get your perspective. You've had, the unique opportunity to see a lot of different dealerships. So how have you seen the customer retail experience evolve?
Well, first thing I want to think about is customers have much higher expectations. Because of things like Amazon and the fact that we are a society for instant gratification, we want what we want immediately almost. So I think sometimes some of our stores are still operating in old school mentality where we are making the customer adapt what they want to our process rather than us as dealers adapting our processes to what the customers want. I do a lot of mystery shopping before I go into dealerships, and I always start with the OEM. I go to the OEM website, then I go to the dealer website, then I go to the store. And if there is a huge disconnect from what I'm seeing, and then the manufacturing website, easy to navigate. Sometimes our dealership websites are a little bit more cumbersome. And then when I walk into the dealership, if my experience is a big negative compared to all the positives I saw on the website, I'm disconnecting. I'm probably going to leave. I'm probably not going to continue my buying journey or my servicing journey there. So I think we need to put ourselves in the customer's shoes a little bit more and think like a customer. And I love Martha's comment. Everything that we do in the car business is people, process, and product. Whether it's the product being the actual vehicle or the product being the ancillary systems that we plug into our DMS. I was with a fixed ops director of a large dealer group yesterday, and I said, what CRM are you using? And he looked across the table. He goes, what are we using now? We switch every other month. So we don't even give people time to get to learn the systems. And we expect to buy this new system, plug it in, and have everybody understand it. Where I think the onboarding process, and we had a great conversation about that a few months ago on Fixed Ops Roundtable, but I think we are doing our employees a disservice by putting a product into place, not training properly, and then we get frustrated when it doesn't work. And rather than fixing and training, we switch and we just keep snowballing the problem all over again.
Those are great points, Linda. And I want to come back to what Erikka had mentioned at the beginning of the conversation. And she talked about Walser having the one price and really reducing customer friction. And so I'd love to get y'all's perspective, because we're talking today a lot about the sales and service experience being unified for a customer. You know, they don't just go to the sales department or just go to the service department. At their life cycle, they kind of bounce between the two at different times, and there's a lot of synergy back and forth. So Erikka, I'd love to get a little more perspective from you about what innovative practices are emerging in leading dealerships that successfully unify sales and service.
Well, some things that we're doing here is trying to find a one source of truth. We're using a new DMS now, and then we're super excited about that. Allows both the sales and service side to see all communication points from a customer. This has been a big problem forever since I've been in the business. You know, you have a VIP customer in sales, you overpromise, and then service undelivers. You know, or vice versa, right? You don't have the right expectations because the salesperson says it's a loaner, and then the service person says no, it's a rental, right? Like, everybody's opinion of what it looks like and what it is, the difference between a service contract and a warranty. You ask someone in sales and service, you're going to get two different answers. So one thing is just that there's not a synergy between the communication and the training that allows both sides to respect the industry terms and then being able to give that to the customer. And then for the one source of truth for the customer is that when we're having all this dialogue on the sales side, the service advisors can't see it. That information doesn't get passed on to the tech. And so the customers are constantly blindsided with saying, how come all of you guys don't talk, right? And it's usually because our systems don't talk. You know, they communicated one way on chat, and then they came in and salesperson texts from his personal cell phone, and the service advisor has another tool, and they get 5 different communications on their phone that all say they're from the dealership, but none of it is cohesive. So, you know, I think one of it is just making sure that the technology, to Martha's point earlier, can they talk and communicate? And we just have to do a better job of bringing all those sources together. At our store, one thing we're doing is a steering committee. I hold a steering committee meeting with my technicians every other month. I have my 5 leading techs, kind of, you know, all the way from a lube tech to a journeyman or advanced diag. And we bring them in and we just have lunch and we say, hey, what are the problems going on in the shop? What are the issues that you guys are seeing? Bring in a service advisor to that steering committee and let them absorb some of that information. And then taking that back to my sales side and said, hey guys, here's some issues that we're having in the shop. This is what the service advisors and the technicians are having a problem with. What can you guys bring to the table so we can fix these problems? And since we have these regular, you know, meetings, we're now able to bring pieces of good ideas from the people that are actually the ones making the customer experience happen, versus a lot of times the decision making happens, whether it's from the owner operators or from a corporate or from a general manager, even like myself, to solve a problem when I'm not the one actually in the trenches dealing with the customers. So my decisions may be made based on incorrect data and not from my team who leads the way. So I think one is just open communication with the team, being able to have one source of truth for information from the customer journey, and then making sure that you're allowing your teams to be consistently engaged in the process of fixing those problems, because they're going to be a lot more dedicated to making sure those processes happen when they were part of the solution making happening.
I love that, Erikka, and that's so true. You know, the communication between departments is so critical in this entire experience. Dawn, I'd love to get your perspective on what innovative practices that you're seeing successfully unify sales and service.
Well, I definitely second, third, fourth, and fifth what Erikka said. Communication between the sales and service department is critical. And, you know, we don't have it right either over here at our group. It is a challenge. We do not have a DMS that communicates across all fronts. You know, so I think one of the biggest things that we're doing, Erikka, I love the steering committee. One of the things that we're trying to do now, certainly is the sales to service handoff. But we've tied the sales to service handoff to like the commission for the salesperson. And we've loaded their iPads with widgets, and it's a video from the owner. And it answers those, 3 to 4 simple questions that we always get wrong. And some of them are related to the warranty that comes when you buy a used car, right? The warranty or the complimentary oil change that comes when they buy a new or used car, things of that nature, where to go for service. That's probably the biggest way that we've connected the sales and service department via a piece of technology. Is we use that widget with that video on there. Customer has to watch it. They have to sign the form that says they watch it, and then someone in service has to sign the form that says they walk the customer back there. And if we do that 80% of the time, we're going to have a much happier and informed consumer. So, but definitely still a challenge across all fronts as far as our group goes with the communication from the consumer standpoint. So, Erikka, I'd love to talk to you offline about the DMS that connects everybody, because that's money.
You're absolutely right. And it made me think of another point we did at our store with our techs. We actually had our tech come over to the sales side, some of our top technicians, and just had to ask the tech conversation. So the sales team and the sales managers could actually talk to the techs that work on the car. Everything from questions they had about warranties, questions they had about like how long it actually takes to fix things, and so now you get to empower your technician who normally doesn't get to see the sales side. Educate and empower your salespeople to talk to a technician, which then goes back to creating relationships where it's not sales against service. And then recognizing that there's talent in the shop on a whole nother level that our sales team doesn't always get to have exposure to.
It's incredible, Erikka. And Martha, to come back to you a little bit about what you were describing in the BDC department and what innovative practices that you've helped implement that successfully unify sales. I'd love to hear your perspective between, what you see in that BDC seat.
Okay, so one of the things that I started doing a couple of years ago with my teams, it's I just started sending my BDCs to shadow the service advisors. Okay, and we also have kind of like teaching the salesperson what's to have a day of a service advisor, vice versa, right? And a service advisor coming and experience a day in the sales. Why? Because we don't understand what the other person is always going through, how your day goes about, right? A sales service advisor may think, the salesperson is only standing outside and not doing anything all day, but there is a lot of pressure on the sales side about what they need to get done. Some of them, they do it, some of them don't, but there is a lot of pressure. And a salesperson or BDC may not understand also all the demands and the stress that a service advisor has to go through, correct? So giving them a little bit of that feeling and understanding what is a day on their shoes, it brings them another perspective, right? Then another thing that I like also to do is when I hire someone, train them on the role of each person at the dealership. Okay, what does the service advisor do? What does the finance manager does? What does the sales manager does? So one of the things that I love, to do with my new hires, I will describe the customer's journey from the moment that they walk into the dealership, how they will interact with the receptionist, how they will go to the salesperson, with the floor managers, the sales managers, the finance managers. And I would draw like a little map, right? And I will go, kind of like a movie thing, but I will stop and explain, what does the finance manager do? What are their responsibilities? What do they sell? What is the impact going to have in the service department, right? And it will give them a different type of awareness, because a lot of the times they don't know. They don't know what the warranty administrator does, right? And why this step is so important when you're doing something as a service advisor or as a BDC or as a greeter. So the problem is that we lack communicating to the rest of our teams what the other roles are doing and the domino effect that it has on our operations. And another thing that I also tried to implement, I always got on everyone's meetings. Every single time that my service managers, my finance managers, my sales, my GSM were trying to buy something or were bringing a product into the dealership, I was there. And the next thing, I will call into a meeting or a training for my teams for sales and service, and I will train them on that, because that's the problem. You want to sell product in the finance, you want to sell a new alarm, you want to send a new service contract, but nobody knows what it does and what it covers. Nor your service advisors, right? A lot of the times, your service department doesn't know what your finance department is selling. So education is for me one of the most important things. Right on the day, oh, later on we're training. No, we implemented this yesterday. Tomorrow we're training on the product. And you have to know exactly what it does and how it works, because that's where we disconnect. A salesperson promised something and then the service advisor doesn't know what we're talking about. So I think that is some of the 3 little things I like to do and implement, coming into dealerships.
That's awesome, Martha. And you're so right. Continuous learning and having that exposure. I think Dawn and Erikka also echoed those points. There's a lot of collaboration that's happening behind the scenes. Linda, let's have you close us out with your thoughts on this. What innovative practices do you see emerging that are helping to unify sales and service?
Well, I'll jump into that, but I do want to make one other comment. We talk about service, we talk about sales. Please don't forget your parts department. It is one of the most underappreciated groups within the dealership. And I've been on a project recently, and I am sitting down and I am meeting individually and with departmental team members without the manager. And I'm getting a lot of feedback, and it's kept me up till midnight at night kind of dissecting it. But a lot of times, the feedback I'm getting from the parts department is they feel like they're not appreciated at all. There's not one car that's going to get fixed. There's not one accessory that's going to get hung on at the time of sale if we don't have a well-organized, appreciated parts department. So I think sometimes they need a shout out when sometimes we forget about them, because they're kind of in the dark in the back, and they're not the most flamboyant people most of the time, but I think we just need to make sure to recognize them. One thing I have seen that really seems to be helping break down some of the disconnects, and I love everybody's comment about having a new employee shadow other employees so that they actually learn what the job functions are. You may not want to do that job ever, but you really need to know what that person does, because they're a team member, they're a partner, and they can definitely help you. I'm seeing a lot of stores try and think outside the box and just do small events if we make a particular goal. I was at a store a couple weeks ago, and they had put in a monthly goal, and it was sales, service, and parts goal. And it wasn't, you're going to get a lunch if you meet your parts goal, or you're going to get a steak dinner or a bean dinner if you do or you don't. But what it was if everybody hit the goal, they had a food truck come to the dealership, and it was one of those fancy lobster trucks. And everything was complimentary. And believe me, everybody worked very, very hard to meet the goals. And I was seeing things like parts going up and briefing a salesperson about a special order part delay for a WIO, where before they would never care about things like that. So you don't have to have huge monetary awards. Do something to let your people know how much they're appreciated. And any customers who happen to be on the lot were invited to join in. And it turned out just to be a very nice party. Everybody got a lot out of it. So anything you can do to encourage teamwork. I love the cross-functional teams. I always like to have a salesperson in a service meeting along with a parts person. Everybody understanding the goal of the whole organization. Sometimes we don't bother to tell our employees what the vision for the dealership is. So, and a lot of dealers' vision is to be a great provider for the employees and for their families.
Great points, Linda. And of course, love the shout out to the parts department. That is so spot on. They are a big factor in this entire experience for the customer. And thank you for bringing attention to that as well. Well, everybody, I have learned so much on this panel today. I know everybody that has been listening has probably gained a lot of little pieces that they can take back to their dealerships to implement with this panel today. On behalf of TEDx, I want to thank you, Linda Hansen, for being part of this today. Martha Alvarado, Dawn Newsome, and Erikka Tiffani are with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Stay tuned, everybody. We have more segments coming up next.
All right, I'm here at Team Toyota of Princeton to check out this AI-powered machine that can scan an entire car in just a few seconds and tell you everything that's wrong with it. Like, what if it tells me that this car that I'm interested in is being held together by hopes and dreams? You know what? Tag a friend whose car would definitely fail this test. So the name of this machine right here is UVI, and it scans for scratches and dents, it checks if the tires need alignment or replacement, and it can do a full underbody inspection all in just seconds. It's honestly like an MRI for your car. So I put this Camry through it to test it out, and it scanned every inch of it like the Terminator or the FBI looking for hidden evidence. All right, so let's check out the report. The tires on this Camry look pretty good. The underbody has significant frame damage. Wait, what? Who took this Camry off-roading? And then it seems like there's some minor scratches here and there on the outside. But the crazy part is it did all that in less than 30 seconds. Dealers, imagine running a used car through this and finding out that it was used as a stunt double in Fast and Furious. Yeah, as a dealer, you can save hundreds in unexpected reconditioning costs using the UVI system. This honestly provides peace of mind and transparency for both the dealership and its customers. Absolute game changer. From now on, I'm only buying from a dealership that has UVI.
Hi, my name is Rick Daly. Hoist hanger is a patented lift accessory that allows technicians to remove and reinstall today's heavy wheel and tire combinations. With no need to bend down to pick the wheel up off the ground, back strain is eliminated. We have supplied over 25,000 lifts throughout North America with hoist hangers. Hoist hangers are a quality lift accessory. Increase technician efficiency, eliminate back strain from incorrect lifting of today's heavy wheel and tire combinations. Whether you have in-ground lifts or above-ground lifts, we have a size and application to fit the lifts in your shop.
Make it to the moon and back with our driving, repeat, and referral business panel, filmed live at our Niello company pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Quick Stops Roundtable. I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by Sarah Vantine. We are here at Porsche Sacramento, and Sarah, it's been an exciting day so far. It has been, Vanessa, and we have some superstars with us on this panel today. We are going to be talking about driving, repeat, and referral business through F&I and fixed operations. Tully, we've got a all-star team. Could you start by introducing your group?
Absolutely. I want to tell you, what business are we in? We are in repeat and referral business. And what makes that great is a great relationship with your F&I department and the service department. So today I have Michelle, I have David, and of course my counterpart in the variable side, Dennis Gingrich. And we're here to see what drives repeat and referral business, what keeps people in the service drive, and ultimately sells our friends and families to buy their next car from us. Having this great relationship works. And it starts with a relationship with Dennis and I working together. Side note, I did kick him out of his office. Second is that are we making sure that our service advisors and our fix ops teams are working together with our F&I department? Dennis, what do you think?
Well, I think the bit about getting kicked out of your office, I did end up with a bigger office. I measured it, square footage I am winning, so that you guys can make your own determination with that fact. But to Tully's point, Tully and I do work hand in hand, really trying to bring the two departments into one, because at the end of the day, we're trying to create a great customer experience. And frankly, I'm really excited today to talk to David and Michelle, because they really do encapsulate what we're trying to accomplish. David does an amazing job in the F&I department at one of our stores. And Michelle, they work in the same building, puts the cherry on top for the customers when they come back. So really excited to hear from you two today.
Well, Dennis, I want to kick things off with this first question, and then we'll go down the line to discuss. But how is the Niello company removing silos in the customer buying process?
One thing we talk about at our new hire orientations and then down the line is we make sure when all of our new members of our team come into the organization, everybody understands that the technicians and everything that goes into service, they need to do a great job and put a great product out on the front line. So our sales department, when they're working with our customers, they can be confident that they are putting a great product out on the street, not only with the Niello company's name on it, but with their personal name. And they also understand when they sell that car that they have to do a great job because there are countless technicians and countless service advisors counting on the sales department to do a good job. And then the ball just bounces back and forth, and that's how we get that great repeat and referral business. So that is something we talk about every time we get an opportunity to do so.
David, what has been your experience?
Being the fact with the Niello companies, it's been a big opportunity when it comes to taking care of the customer. Every time we get a customer that comes in, my number one job is to make sure that we have repeat and referral, right? So we make sure that we take care of them on good service contracts. So whenever they do go into the service department, they have an excellent experience and it makes it easy. They sign their name, they smile, and that's how you get good service.
Michelle, how are you seeing the experience evolve between sales and service?
Well, I think as we work together as one whole team, it really has made a difference, making the customer feel welcome as part of a family, and they tell their families and friends to come back, and makes it really nice.
Now, let's talk about customer expectations. Starting with David, how have customer expectations between sales and service changed?
The relationship that we have with the service department, that's one of the biggest things I could say is amazing. Being able to be one team instead of always going back and forth like it's been before in the auto industry. It just makes it amazing because we have happy customers at the end of the day. We're answering our phones. We're taking care of them. The expectation set so high, we have to exceed it every time that we deal with the customer. So making sure that you answer the phone, making sure you get the questions taken care of. I mean, even last night we had a customer that called us who's having a key issue. I was able to reach out to someone and get them taken care of just like that. And I think that's what makes the difference.
Well, Michelle, do you have anything to add?
I just feel that we are lucky to work for the Niello company, and they set the expectations so high that we are able to give that back to our customers.
Well, Tully and Dennis, what additional pieces would you suggest, in terms of the customer experience, how is it continuing to evolve?
So I think that what you look at is with selling service contracts in the sales side is that, when we think about what would we sell our family members? And what we sell our family members is we'd sell ourselves, a family members, a service contract, a maintenance contract, and anything else they care about. But the issue is a service contract is the most important. And the most important is have a service contract that the service advisors believe in. If you sell a service contract they don't believe in, what happens? Customer service goes down. The writer goes, oh, you bought that one. We don't want that. We want, oh, you bought that one. Because what does a service contract do? Two things. One, the customer does what? Says yes to a covered item. And secondly, what happens in the long term? When they turn that car in, guess what we have done? We've done a great job reconning that car when it comes back because the car has been maintained and repaired. Having great service contracts, having that great relationship with the variable side is an importance.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what Tully said. It is really important when David does a great job selling a service contract, maintenance, tire and wheel, or whatever protection product that's available. It's super important when that customer goes to use that product. We want them to get value out of what they paid for. And when they go see Michelle and they're able to get their challenges and the things they have to do and the things they weren't planning for taken care of, and Michelle is excited about using those products so she can, build a paycheck, take care of the customer, and keep everything going, that just turns around and gives David the confidence to continue to sell more because, the promises he made to that customer were kept by Michelle and obviously the rest of the service advisors. And, at the end of the day, we all work real hard. We spend a lot of time at the dealership and we're here to make a few bucks while we're doing it. And when we set it up in a way where the service advisor can win, make some money for them and their families, and David can do the same, we just all get along and the customer benefits in the end. 100%.
Michelle and David, I want to ask this final question to you all. In thinking about the training and some of the best practices that you've experienced at Niello Company, what has resonated the most with you?
The Niello company has sent me out to training in LA, and I actually got to drive 911s out on the track, being able to come back into the dealership and have that conversation with my customers, the excitement that it's me to be able to see the performance that the vehicle has, and building that relationship with the customer based on that is amazing. I don't know if you have a Porsche, but you should get one.
I think for me, with the Niello company again, it's just been an amazing time. The relationship that we are able to build with everybody that works with this company has just been absolutely amazing. In reality, like, just to be able to have the atmosphere where you bring everybody together and have that relationship to where you know who your technicians are, you know who the luck quarters are, and you never know if those guys are going to end up being a GM one day. You know what I mean? So that's the opportunity they give, and we're very, very thankful to be on to you.
Dennis and Tully, final thoughts?
It's exciting to see the relationship that we've built. Dennis and I work hard in making sure that all the stores have this great relationship. Proving the success of what we do has driven our repeat referral business. When we look at our retention numbers, as a group, we are averaging about 70+%, and we have stores even exceeding 70% of retention. This, to me, is the hard work of all of the great men and women at the Niello company that make that great success.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And I am really excited to welcome Michelle onto the side of goodness and light sales, the way she tried to sell Sarah the 911 right here today.
I know if she buys one, she's got to bring it in for service.
Everybody, we're here at Niello Porsche, part of the Niello company in Sacramento. On behalf of Vanessa Collins and Ted Ings, we'll be right back.
Auto buyer identity fraud has surged at an alarming rate in the past 6 years, with fraudsters financing an average loan amount of $38,000 per deal. The auto industry needs a smarter way to fight it. That's why we've combined data-driven insights from across Capital One with first-hand experience to reduce fraud for our customers by 2/3 since 2022. Now, we're putting that expertise in your hands. Meet the future of fraud prevention. With multiple AI-powered tools integrated with our known fraudster database, get real-time fraud alerts, instantly flag suspicious activity, and seamlessly verify identities. Meet Protected. Protect revenue, stop fraud. Get protected. Powered by Capital One.
Houston, we have liftoff. Take flight with the Lyft panel featuring Tully Williams and Aaron Calvert.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our good friends from Lyft are with us. Also, two retailers who are utilizing the Lyft platform. Jared Levi is here with Lyft Business. He heads up the Automotive Partnership. And Aaron Calvert from the Principal Automotive Group in San Antonio is with us. And on the West Coast, Tully Williams from the Niello company. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks so much for having us back.
Jared, you're making great strides at Lyft. Bring us up to speed, and then I have a few questions for the dealer panelists on here as well.
Yeah, thanks so much. We're seeing continued traction in dealerships adopting Lyft as a customer transportation option, but not only that, we're seeing a lot of folks really start to lean into pickup and delivery utilizing the Lyft service. More and more customers are enjoying the ability to stay at home and not have to bring their car into the dealership, not have to sit at the dealership, although watching The Price is Right in the morning is a fun thing to be able to do with some snacks. But overall, we all know that a customer that's not sitting at the dealership looking at their watch waiting to get home is someone that's going to be much more open to added services. And so, we're just continuing to hear great feedback and, a variety of different use cases, which we love.
All right. Well, Tully and Aaron, you're both clients. You're both customers of Lyft. I want to come to Tully first. Tully, how are you utilizing Lyft in the service department?
Well, we utilize Lyft a lot. And you think about what is one of the biggest things in a dealership that we hate? Loaner cars. Worst thing ever invented. Thank you, the OEM. And the goal is how do we minimize this massive expense? Yet we have to provide transportation for our great customers because that's how we sell things. We won't sell anything if we don't give them an offer, a ride home. Those days have long gone. So the issue with Lyft is it helped out. I mean, COVID brought Lyft out even before we had it on there. It really brought it out to us that people were scared. People wanted to make convenience. We don't want to wait for a loaner. I want to go to the mall. I want to go home. You have a shuttle van. Okay, you load up the shuttle, 20 people pile in there. Hopefully by 3 o'clock, you've dropped off all of your people from the morning. That doesn't work, right? So the goal is what Lyft did for us is really help us get those interactions with our customer. And do people understand rideshare? And the answer is absolutely yes. We all use it. No matter which flavor you use, if you're in an airport or you're going somewhere, you're going to use rideshare. So the comfortability, the using of rideshare is this. So now we have to make it easy for our advisors to use. Ultimately, what you do is you go to a screen, you pick it out, and you hit send. This is what makes Lyft great for us. And lastly, what it also does for us is it has a consolidated billing separated out by stores. So then our most important department in the dealership, business office, is happy. And if they're not happy and it doesn't consolidate, it's not going to work. So the great thing is that we've had a great partnership with Lyft for many, many, many years. One, our advisors use it daily and are happy with it because then it can be forwarded to their app, their Lyft app, or if they don't have a Lyft app, it will work on a website on their phone. And two is that our business office is extremely happy. I download a file first day of the month. I send it to my business office for all the stores. And guess what? Voila, everything goes away and we're ready to rock and roll next month. So we've had a really good relationship. Service advisors is really what makes us drive this number to make it happen.
Aaron, how are you utilizing Lyft over at Principal Auto Group?
Very similar. Now we do have a very large loaner fleet, and in fact, at a BMW center, our loaner cars are often expected. However, even at 307 cars in my fleet, I can't keep up with the demand of our guests. We run about 120 to 150 cars across our service drive every weekday. And Lyft allows us the flexibility to get those guests that we weren't expecting, that didn't have a reservation with a loaner car, somebody that was planning on waiting, but hey, it might be a little bit longer. So we've got a restaurant across the street, or would you like to get back home? It has worked out phenomenal in allowing us to expand our throughput in the shop without having to expand our loaner fleet any larger than it already is. The other benefit that I've seen, we operate on Tekion as our DMS, and it actually is Lyft has a partnership with Tekion to where we can actually set up the Lyft ride through the DMS, link it with the repair order. It is easy. It sends the link to the guest so they know that the Lyft driver is arriving. It makes it easy on the ASMs. It makes it easy on my support staff. And ultimately, it just allows for us to get more guests taken care of without them, doing the proverbial looking at their watch, checking their time as they're waiting at the dealership. Let's get them to someplace that's more fun, more comfortable for them, whether it be home or a restaurant or the mall across the road, and allow them to enjoy their service experience rather than sitting at the dealership just thinking, man, my oil change is taking longer than I thought, or, I don't have time to add that extra service that the technician found. So we've been with them for about 2 years, and it has really helped us in terms of getting our guests taken care of at a high level.
Aaron, I know you have BMW there. Tully has BMW as well. I'm a BMW customer. I have an X5, and the local retail center for BMW, I don't think they ever had that many loaner cars as you do, but I've noticed in the last 18 months or so, Aaron, their number of loaners has gone down and diminished and decreased. So when I come in, it's not a question anymore of getting a loaner car. Now they're calling the Lyft for me, okay, taking me where I got to go, whether it's home or to work, and then getting me the ride back. And that's happened for me the last couple times. Tully, you're on CDK. Is there a similar integration for you?
We use the integration through a Lyft. It's just easier for us that way. Whereas they just go to the Lyft. We have the Lyft site up for us, and we just plug it in, and off we go. We don't bill it out on the repair order. What Aaron talked about would be very cool for that. That would resolve a lot of problems. But I think that when it comes to loaner cars, and Aaron's spot on. No matter if you have 4,000 loaner cars at Aaron's store, he will always be short one. And the issue happens is that when people with BMWs, because they expect a car, and BMW's done a great job with that. As inventory shortens, guess what happens? Aaron's not going to get as many cars as he used to get from the sales department as they rotate them out on a monthly basis. The goal is going to happen is that it's going to start shrinking, as you said, Ted, is that our loaner fleet went from, say, 200, and now it's going to go down to 150. It is what it is. So appointments for loaner cars get pushed out and out and out. And the next thing you know, I like to have my car service today with a loaner car. Well, that will be in, December of 2027. I can get you in today, but we can get you a rideshare lift home if that would work for you. And I mean, I'm exaggerating a little, but not a lot. So the goal is going to be is that you've got to have all these different options to make people happy, because they're going to have it. We don't want to send somebody to the rental car company. It just turns into it's just not a good thing. You go there, you're standing in line, you're sitting in sticky chairs, you're waiting for someone to show up, and then you get a car that's got 4 million miles on it, and the guy smoked in it before. And then what happens? It's just bad CSI, and we get blamed. So our goal is never to send really anything over there. It's rideshare or a loaner car for us. And the two is that, when you have loaner car shortages, is that when you sell something, your car comes in, we do an inspection, it needs a blank, and that blank is going to take 3 days. Well, if you don't have any loaner cars, or if you have a loaner car that you're expecting that car for this customer coming back tomorrow, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to sell it, or you're going to have a trouble where you're going to try to make it happen. And this is where Lyft also helps us the ability to get our same day selling higher, because we can provide transportation. And that's what it works out. The next thing too is that when you drive back, the nice thing is that you give them the credit, and they can select their own ride on the way home. It doesn't have to be preset, which was a big deal when they came out with that.
Jared, both of these gentlemen are very enthusiastic about Lyft. Your thoughts?
Yeah, love it. We love hearing this, and this is what sort of drives us to, work closely with our dealerships and understand, what are the industry needs here, and just the evolving nature of them. You guys sort of speak about the loaner fleet and how it's, CapEx intensive, it's expensive, and so many times we've heard that folks would need to leave a drop car or a loaner to do a remote pickup and drop off, just because that was the only mechanism they had. Sending 2 employees, one to pick up the car, one to drop it off. And that vehicle might just sit in the driveway for 24 hours. Yeah. So what this really does is it gives folks the ability to give the loaners if they need to, or if someone really needs it, but offer a much more streamlined option. And sort of going to Tully's point on the return trip, this is what we've seen the best feedback on is logistics getting customers back to the dealership. Let's think about it with the shuttle. Mr. Zahn is at work and he needs to get back. He gets a call that his vehicle is done for service. He has to step away from work and coordinate when the shuttle is going to arrive to pick him up. And that might change. As Tully mentioned, we have a feature called the flexible ride. What it does is it allows the dealership to send a text message link that allows the end customer to request the ride when they're ready. The dealership sets up the pickup and the drop-off location. The customer just has to request the ride when they're ready. So now the dealership experience has changed from having a service advisor call the customer, try and coordinate timing with the shuttle, to the service advisor calls the customer, leaves a voicemail, says, hey, your vehicle is done. Open your text messages. Whenever you're ready to get picked up, click the link. We close at 8. If it's after hours, we may have something set up for you. Streamlined, simple, great customer experience, great survey results.
100%.
Aaron, I would imagine also in terms of things like staffing at the dealership, this helps a whole lot because you don't have to put that extra head count up. It's
been a game changer for us. I mean, we were able to cut our and we started this, at like Tully, I think we started the rideshare around the time of the pandemic, and out of just absolute need. And we were able to cut our support staff by probably about 25 to 30% because we didn't need the available pickup and delivery drivers because we were using the rideshare app and getting our guests taken care of. And kind of to Tully's point as well, our guests just need transportation. They don't need a loaner car. And so a lot of times if you give them that option, they don't even want to take the time to give their insurance, driver's license. They just want to ride to the office or back home. And so they just didn't know that was a tool in the toolbox to get them taken care of. They just had come to expect the loaner car, and then all of a sudden you present the secondary option, and they're much more happy to not have the exposure of having a car that doesn't belong to them. Just get me back to the office and get me back to the dealership, and it's a better option for the guest. And so it's really helped on multiple fronts with being allowed to I don't want to say eliminate staff, but not need to expand on the staffing, but also just to take care of the guests the way they want to be taken care of.
And Tully, the shuttle, the loaner car, that's not very efficient. Even for me as a customer, I got to go, I have to get my license out. I got to find the insurance card. And then like Aaron said, I'm probably not going to drive the car after I get home, or it's going to sit in the driveway until I go back to the store.
It is. I think that you have a need for loaners cars, but I think that need is getting smaller and smaller. We still want to have loaner cars. They're a great way to advertise new vehicles that are coming out. People like to drive new cars. I get that. But a lot of times what Aaron is spot on is that people always don't want to deal with that. And now that we have the rideshare program that works, Lyft, that actually works, and the customers already tried it a couple times, and they realize, wow, that was fast. Because we all use it when we need to. If I go to any town, I don't rent a car anymore. I'm just going to get a ride share to wherever I need to go. People are comfortable with that. So now if we have the issue where it's the end of the day, that we expected the car done, we took them a ride share. I need to have a car. I need a car for the next day. We use ride share. We drive a loaner car to the person. We have it filled out, and then he takes a ride share back. I don't have to have two people, like Aaron said. You don't have two people rides anymore. Those days are over with. All right. Two is that, when people understand the rideshare program, it helps our liability so much better, where we don't have to deal with all these cars. And what happens when loaner cars are on the lot? They get hit, and the goal is that we just don't need that. And so we can turn our inventory better because we have less, and then we can use Lyft to help fill in the gaps that we need. Use Lyft to help sell more hours. Use Lyft to help manage your inventory. That's what Lyft does for us.
Jared, it sounds like Lyft can really help a retailer with smooth operations, okay, by providing all these services.
Yeah, enhancing the operational efficiency of the service drive is the most valuable thing you can do. Giving folks more hours, giving service advisors the ability to service more customers by getting more customers in and out the door quickly, but also not pulling an advisor off the floor to go drive the shuttle because Bill was sick today. We all know the stories of pulling advisors or managers or fixed ops directors off the floor because you've got a customer who's unhappy and you want to get them out and they want to get out. And the best way to do that is to give them a white glove. We've got a car waiting for you. You can see where the vehicle is on your phone. You can track the updates. If you have the Lyft app, great, it'll open on the Lyft app. If you don't, you'll have a link to open on your phone's web browser that will mirror the Lyft app and show you exactly where the vehicle is. We are trying to allow the dealerships to do what they're best at, servicing vehicles. Let us do what we're best at, which is coordinate transportation with our network of rideshare drivers.
All right, lightning round. I'll go to Aaron first and then Tully, 1 minute at the most. Aaron, for your peers watching and listening in today, if they're not yet utilizing a service like Lyft, okay, what would you say to them to help sway their decision? Again, in a minute or less. Aaron first, then Tully, and I'll have Jared bring it home.
Well, I would say it's been said multiple times. It's the convenience factor. The name of the game is time, efficiency, and convenience for our guests. That's what's going to keep them coming back. And by utilizing the rideshare, you're not waiting for that shuttle that might have just left, and now they're sitting around waiting for an hour and a half for them to come back. This is something I can do in real time, get them taken care of within 10 to 15 minutes in a car and on with their day. Convenience is the name of the game for our guests.
Tully Williams.
If you want to sell more hours, if you want your technicians to be busier, if you want your service advisors to have a better chance of selling those things that drives retention, remember that's the business that we're actually in. Lyft helps us do that, providing those stumbling blocks that always is time is the issue, and Lyft resolves those for us at a moment's notice for our advisors, and it's easy to use.
Tully, I'd say it's all about the hours. What do you think?
I 100% agree.
Jared, that's hard to follow, but bring it home.
Just echoing the sentiments that both these gentlemen shared, we hear tremendous things about what Lyft can do for a dealership. The nice thing about it is it's a feature that you can add and you can use it if you need it. And as you get more comfortable with it, you can incorporate it into your daily fixed operations. If it's something you want as a backup, you can have it in the background as a backup, and you can use it in case of emergency. All of these services are consumption based. So it's not like you're springing for a $5,000 a month agreement contractually signed for 12 months. You can have Lyft, whether it be our direct product or our services through our various integration partners, available at no cost. And if you need it, we're here. Our goal is to really help enhance the operation, allow you guys to drive value. And we just love seeing all the different unique use cases that are being used and seeing how this has really grown over the past 5 to 6 years. I've been fortunate. I was part of the foundational team that was knocking on dealership doors, meeting with fixed ops directors, meeting with service managers at the beginning of this. Going from folks not necessarily trusting rideshare as an option to it being a lifeline to keeping the dealership's doors open and keeping the service department ROI positive has been just such a great experience. And it's been really fun to grow alongside our partners. So as much as we love, finding new partners, we also love growing with our existing partners. So, a big thanks to all the dealerships that have been with us, whether it be from day one or, over the past couple of months.
Jared, for our audience who wants to learn more and reach out, maybe has some questions to be answered, what's the best next step for them to take? How do they get in touch?
So I would definitely encourage folks to go to the website linked at the bottom of the ticker here. That's going to be go.lyftbusiness.com/auto. There you'll be able to see some of our case studies, but you'll also be able to fill out your information so that one of our dedicated auto reps from across the country can reach out. What we'll do is we'll operate at your pace. If you want to have a conversation to dive deep into what your current transportation needs are, what your pain points are, we'll work with you. We've got customers across the country. We understand each dealership is very nuanced, is very unique, whether it be the OEM, the location, the demographic. We'll have a deep conversation and go through the entire operation with you. Or if you want a quick demo and just want to get it set up, we can do that as well. We're here to support you in whatever way you guys are open to. So go to the website linked in the ticker, fill out the information, and one of our automotive reps will reach out to you shortly.
Jared, Levi, on behalf of the Roundtable, thank you so much for all you do at Lyft. Aaron Calvert, Principal Automotive Group, thank you for the insights today. Greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, Tully Williams at the Niello Company, one of the anchors of the Roundtable. Tully, thank you for all you do.
Tully, sir. Thank you.
Everybody, the panel with Lyft Business here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Lyft Concierge's courtesy ride platform makes it easy to send reliable, affordable rides to the people who matter to your organization, even if they don't have the Lyft app. Here's how it works. To start a new ride, log in on your desktop or mobile device and click Request. Then, fill out your rider's info. You'll see the ride's price and distance up front. Need to message the driver? Add a note here. Send the ride right away, schedule it for later, or send a flexible ride that riders can request on their own. Choose the ride type that fits your rider's needs, such as luxury and extra seat options. And voila, your ride request is on the way. Once a nearby driver accepts the ride, your rider will receive a text message with everything they need to know for a smooth pickup. If your rider doesn't have a mobile phone, they'll receive an automated call to their landline with all the details. From your dashboard, you can track and monitor active and upcoming rides and support your riders. With Lyft Concierge, you can take better care of your people, simplify transportation management, and drive your organization forward. Log in to Send a Ride with Lyft Concierge.
BG Experience provides a window into today's vehicle systems, including the engine, brake, driveline, and cooling system. You will learn about how each system functions, the challenges they face, and BG Products' preventative maintenance solutions to these challenges. BG Experience is used by automotive trade schools and service centers to educate students, technicians, and service advisors. The ability to see how individual components of complex vehicle systems interact in motion provides a more visceral understanding than older training methods. We partner with over 50,000 shops and service centers around the globe. BG Experience is an essential tool to engage and educate automotive professionals worldwide.
From nebulas to Numa, filmed live at our Niello pop-up event, is the Numa panel featuring Ted Ings and myself, Katrina Ness.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Ted Ings, and we are at the Niello Company in the newest Porsche store in America. So it has been a wonderful day here, filled with lots of informative different panels, and we're so excited for this one.
And Katrina, we have some great talent. We want to welcome Derek Simonds, our friend from Numa, who's with us. Derek, welcome to the Niello Company and the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Tully, thanks for hosting.
Absolutely.
I'm glad to be here.
And Shawn Kingrey is here as well.
Of course.
Nobody even cares about talk about the puppy.
A lot of familiar faces on this panel. Derek, who do you have down here?
That's my partner, Diego. He's with me all the time. So if you see me speak, he's been up on stage with me almost everywhere. NADA, digital dealer, all the places.
What a pleasure to have Diego joining us on this panel as well.
Yep.
So Derek, for people who don't know, quick overview, what is Numa?
So Numa is an AI-powered communications platform, right? And so we're looking at this from the standpoint that we're helping dealers re-architect the way that they do business by making them an AI-native dealership, right? Through these really cool things called AI agents. And so we're able to build out these AI agents that actually are capable of doing different tasks at the dealership. They can help with voicemail, right? They can help with appointments. They can help with status updates, all these different functions that get overflow from when the dealership can't actually answer the phone. That's a lot.
That's a lot. Tully, you and I have talked about when dealerships don't answer the phone and what happens to that customer and where that goes. And I know that's of great concern to you.
It is, and this is what's really exciting about Numa is that when we look at CSI disasters or customer disasters, it's not, what it really comes down to is that we didn't answer the phone. And they could be having an emergency on the side of the road, or they could be somewhere else, or they could have an issue that we could resolve in 2 seconds. And what happens if it goes to voicemail? What happens when we're busy? We don't answer the phone. Nothing. When we're busy, we don't look at our voicemails. And next thing you know, you're answering a call tomorrow, where tomorrow could be 3 to 4, even 12 hours later. Doesn't really work. And what Numa is going to do for us is kind of like it's our backstop of, wait a minute, you have a person that really needs you right away. The person there, that person, say, doesn't actually look at that, doesn't get that email. It goes to the manager. We're kind of holding it accountable so the manager can step in. Our goal is we just want to provide first class and help our CSI score, which ultimately does what? Helps our retention.
Definitely. Yeah. Tully, how long have you guys been working with Numa?
Numa and I, we've had a great relationship in the past. We've talked about a lot of things that we do, but really talking about they're developing where they want to go next. Talking about how is the backstop working for us to make the Niello company better? How can we help our great service advisors, our F&I managers, our salespeople, which are people in the front active, be better? Because we know we're not going to answer every phone call.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I got a good person that's a backstop that says, hey, You got a person you need to call right away, and it gets that email out. That's what we're looking for.
So I think that there's three things that are really critical to weigh that Tully's specifically talking about voicemails. One is we need to drive accountability to that conversation. Everybody that's in fixed ops has walked through the shop at the end of the night and seen the lights on the service advisor phones blinking, knowing those are customers not getting a call back, right? We also have done over 2,000 mystery shops with OEMs. The average response time for a service advisor to a voicemail is 22 hours and 7 minutes. That's 22 hours too long. We're all in agreement with that. So right now, national average, and we answered 8 million phone calls last year for dealership operations. National average for response time for advisors is 13 minutes and 30 seconds because they're on the clock, because they're accountable. And when you look at it from this standpoint, the power of AI is that we can do a lot of processing really rapidly with these agents. And so if you have a heat case, I'm broke down on the side of the road, this is ridiculous, boom, slams the phone. That is not waiting to get escalated. That's immediately escalated to the appropriate member of the team. Same thing with finance. If the customer calls in and they're upset, I'm getting calls from my bank because I didn't make my payment this month, right? And they are with customers back to back to back. We already know that needs to be processed and handed to another person to get involved. So we're catching those silent defectors, right, or not so silent defectors in some cases, before they had that chance to do that. And so it's a game changer from that standpoint.
And I think a lot of times too, when you look at a customer that's upset, a lot of times humans do not want to deal with that issue.
Yeah.
And a lot of times too is that if we have a backstop to come in there, now we can call that person with evidence of what's going to happen, right? We know what their problem's all about. They're on the road. I already called a tow truck. I'm so sorry this happened versus what can I do for you?
Yeah.
Right. And our goal is that we have now that backstop. We have this product that can help us make sure that we can actually solve the customer. Because here's the deal. What does CSI really stand for? Customer supplies income, right? And it's all about retention. Sure, percent. That's what it is.
100%. I seen you chomping at the bit waiting to get in. I actually heard about you. You were one of the earliest people who told me about Numa way back when.
Correct. You know, now one of the biggest pet peeves I have on my service drive is I hate voicemail. I take it away from my advisors because you're not going to use it anyway. I would rather have the phone ring and get the disrespect of not answering it than leaving a voicemail and anticipating a call back. You don't dare get it. They're never going to get it. And if it's a day, it's a day too long. You know, I always have the story where we have a hot water heater go bad. Listen, we have a contract with somebody. They didn't answer. I went to somebody I didn't have one because I can't wait. You can't afford to wait. This is outside of their home, what's bigger in their life than their vehicle? It's how they pay their bills, quite frankly. And we put them off. And I know I told the story earlier of somebody not answering the phone or putting it back in the advisor's hands, where in 1 year you lose almost 1,800 repair orders. Do the math, guys. You know, at $500, $600 an RO at a 70% retention, it's difference between you profitable or not profitable is answering the phone.
What's crazy is that if you look at the stats right now, if you look at the stats that are tied to customer satisfaction, customer supplied incomes, right? You look at the stats on advisors, 83% of the time that the phone rings their desk, they don't answer the call.
Correct.
So, and out of that, 41% of those calls at a typical dealership are status updates. But we've already failed that customer, right? I'm going to always say that.
Yeah,
and so if we can't hold the advisor accountable to the actions behind what's happening on that phone, we're not going to ever get anywhere. And so when we do this, we actually stack rank the advisors. How many heat cases did you have last week? What was your average response time? How many times did we have to escalate this to your manager because you didn't respond in 15?
Status phone calls.
Yes.
I mean, so we're sitting in the 20 group last week actually in Charleston, and there's 22 dealers in here. And because phones are such a focus in my group right now, I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do mystery shops to your own store.
Oh, no.
And the entire room erupted. I said, well, then we don't have to do them because everybody in the room already got an answer. All we're going to do is embarrass you. And we did it, and the results were exact. I mean, they might have been a little worse, to be honest. I mean, have you ever listened to your own advisors answer the phones?
I wish we had more time to talk about.
I also think another thing is that when you find out that a service advisor has too many voicemails, I believe that we're overworking that service advisor. I believe less is better. I believe that we want to have the success. I believe looking at ratios from techs to writers to make sure the technician and the service advisor has the time to spend with that customer. So if that core service writer is writing up 20 ROs, he's not going to answer the phone. He is not going to sell anything, and he's not driving repeat referral business. But if I have that person do 8 calls, 8 ROs a day, and then I look at Numa and say, he doesn't have voicemail problems, that guy's probably making more money, bar none, than everybody else, because what is he doing? He is great on customer to customer. Customers are saying yes, and guess what? He gets to go home at. He's home at 5 having a great time. The guy writing 20 is going home at 9 o'clock selling enough.
Yeah.
Correct.
because he's out of town.
Definitely. So
It works.
we are at the start and getting into 2025.
Yes.
What are some of the most important processes for dealers to focus on in yours and in Numa's eyes?
Well, the response time, like literally, if we can't answer the phone, how quick are we getting back to them? And then I really truly believe that we have to hold advisors accountable to status updates. And you don't have to have Numa to do this, right? Literally, you can have your receptionist. They call. I need Tully. Are you calling about a status on your car? Yes. Check car. Listen, if we're not tracking that today, you're failing your team because they are not doing it.
All right, a lot to come, everybody. Derek, congratulations. Numa is big, growing. You're becoming a huge force of the industry. Congratulations to you. We got some big names with you.
Yeah.
So looking forward to hearing a lot more about what you're doing.
Awesome. Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
So everybody, Derek Simonds from Numa with Shawn Kingrey, Tully Williams, and Katrina Ness. We're here at the Niello Company in Sacramento, and we're going to be right back.
We want to make it so that every automotive dealer can use AI natively and effectively to enhance the abilities of your employees to do their job. When we look at the ROI, one of the things that we know is that if you can communicate to a customer on a missed phone call in 15 minutes or less, that drives up profitability and customer satisfaction. So not only does our AI engage that customer on a missed phone call, it also creates a workflow for the employees to get back to the customers with predictive intelligence about what they need to provide to the customer to handle the situation as it arises.
Good morning and welcome to Porsche Sacramento. My name is Lucas and I'll be the technician working on your Porsche Panamera today. Starting up here, we do have our rear tires at their lowest point, measuring in at about 4:30 seconds, as you can see there, both here on the left rear and in the right rear. Now we also did a thorough visual inspection of all underbody components, including but not limited to the vehicle's rear suspension, differential, exhaust and driveline center sections, as you see here, underbody trim panels, center differential and transmission components, front suspension, as well as the front tires. The front tires at their lowest point measure in just there at about 6:30 seconds, just there under 7 here in the front left and in the front right. So the front tires do have quite a bit of tread left on them. However, the rear tires will need to be replaced rather soon. So we're gonna go ahead and put in a yellow recommendation for that at this time. Now we're also going to go ahead and move on to the front brake pad inspection. Up here in the front of the vehicle, our front brake pads at their lowest point, as you can see in there, have a yellow gauge indicating these front brakes measure in at 4 millimeters here in the front of the vehicle. Now the rear brake pads also measure in at 4 millimeters, so I'll go ahead and show you right here. With our yellow gauge, it's a little difficult to see, as you can see right there, 4 millimeters at its lowest point. Now because they're in the yellow, we're going to go ahead and recommend a replacement of both the rear as well as the front brake pads at this time. Finally, we're going to go underneath the hood of the vehicle for the underhood inspection. Finally, underneath the hood of the vehicle, we went ahead and performed the vehicle's engine oil change as well as an oil filter replacement located right underneath this cover. We went ahead and topped off your coolant tank reservoir, washer fluid, and your washer fluid reservoir, and observed that the brake fluid and the brake fluid reservoir was at the correct level at the time of service. And we also did a thorough visual inspection in and around the engine compartment, looking for any signs of prematurely worn or any damaged components, and everything underneath the hood of the vehicle is working and operating as it should be. The only other area of concern that we had found on the exterior of the vehicle was the vehicle's crack in the windshield, so we're going to go ahead and recommend a replacement of the vehicle's windshield as well as a calibration at this time. So with that being said, we'd like to thank you for bringing in your Porsche Panamera for service today at Porsche Sacramento, and we hope to see you next time.
Make sure your techs are all systems go with the Technician Video MPI panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Lights, camera approval. This panel is about unleashing the power of MPI videos. You will all recognize the great Marco Zwanenberg, one of the founders of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, is with us. He's at Naples Luxury Imports, Naples, Florida. Marco, I imagine it's starting to get warm down in Naples right about now.
It's starting to become nice. We still have the cool nights, like 60s at night and 70s, 80s throughout the day. So yeah, it's Paradise Coast weather time here.
All right, welcome. Curtis Gardner is with us. He was with the Sewell Audi North Houston organization. First time on the roundtable. Curtis, welcome to the event.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
Glad to have you. And also from the Niello organization at Porsche Sacramento, we've got Chris Azevedo. Chris, forgive me if I don't pronounce that correctly. Welcome.
Thank you.
And Lucas, your videos have been all over social media, so welcome and glad to have you here as well.
Pleasure to be here.
Lucas, let's start with you. Give us your background. How long have you been at Porsche Sacramento? How long have you been a tech, even prior to that? Just a little bit of background on you.
So I have been at Porsche Sacramento for just over 6 months now. Before that, I was at an Audi store up in Rockland, to where I was there for somewhere about 2 years. So I've got about a total of 3 years in the industry. So I'm still relatively new as far as experience goes. So that's my entire tech life.
Okay, very good. Chris, what about you?
I have been with Niello for about 4 years. Been at this store since it first opened back in May of last year. Been a technician since about 2019. Been doing videos for probably the majority of that time, but have seen the evolution of what this can do for us.
And Chris, prior to that, what did you do? Because you've got a unique background as well.
Yes, I was an aviation mechanic in the military for 11 years. So technical background, been doing it for a while.
Excellent. Thank you for your service. Curtis, tell us a little bit about you, Curtis.
I've been at this Sewell Audi store for about almost 9 years. I've been in the industry for about 15. I previously worked at a Toyota store for 7 years. I've also been doing videos for about the last 3 years. So it's been quite a while for us. We adopted it quite early.
And Curtis, if you could, approximately how many techs in that shop where you work today?
We have about 40 techs right now that are flagging.
And what percentage of the repair orders are you doing, would you say, the MPI videos on?
Well, the app we're using allows us to track all that, and it's right now we're at about 96% uploaded and at about 97% sent.
All right. Marco, you and I have seen a lot in this industry. Tell us, well, actually, for those who don't know, give us your background.
Well, I started wrenching in the previous millennium, so to speak. I've almost had 30 years in. I started out with BMW back in the Netherlands, where I was born, raised, and educated. I've spent the last 6 years about here at Naples Luxury Imports, Jaguar Land Rover. And before that, I was a master technician and team leader for 12 years at Mercedes-Benz of Naples.
And Marco, what are you seeing in terms of these MPI videos? Have you been doing them recently? Has it been coming on? Is that a requirement at the store? What's the situation there?
It's a hit or miss process. We started out with, of course, as every technician goes like, oh, here's something new. We're like, no, let's not do this. To now it's seeing and believing. Like you and I have talked about this before, Ted, that how technicians are becoming more and more the face of the dealership. And I think this is greatly helping, not only with selling, but with transparency, building trust, building loyalty and retention for both customers and technicians. So it puts us more as a living human being working on these complex vehicles and having a chance to show off our talents and show people.
How do the customers feel about it? Getting these videos, like you said, with the face of the tech and hearing from the technician.
The general acceptance of it is very high. People love it to actually be able to see who's working on their car and what's actually going on with the car. What floors people most is seeing videos from the underside of their vehicle, because they never see that. And second of how complex their vehicles are. So it really helps our industry in general with explaining why we charge what we charge and what we do.
Curtis, what kind of feedback do you get there from customers? How do they feel about the video MPIs?
Yeah, it's pretty similar to what Marco said. They like to see the stuff about their car that they can't normally see. We get a lot of feedback where they're like, oh, I really like that video. And it's good to hear that as a tech too, because it really helps, feel confident while you're doing the videos and everything. So it's very good, and it's helpful to describe things. And it's also, as long as we're keeping the technical jargon out of it, it's easy to talk to the customer and communicate a lot better.
Curtis, is there such a thing as a video that's too short or too long?
I mean, I would say definitely too long. I try to, depending on the RO and the concerns and why the vehicle's in, and try to keep it about 2 minutes or less, but sometimes it does bleed over on some of the more complicated repairs and ROs. I just try to keep it short and sweet and leave the details to maybe the paperwork.
Lucas, I noticed in some of the MPI videos that we posted of yours online, they looked very professional. You've got the, you're doing the tire measurement, you're showing us the measurement, you're showing us the brakes, and there's a lot of show and tell involved. What percentage of the vehicles that you do are getting a video MPI, and how do customers take it?
100% of my vehicles, the repair orders that I work on, are getting MPI videos. I believe that it's important for us to be completely transparent with the customer, and those customers deserve those videos. They deserve to see what's going on with their vehicle and how we are working on them, what the underside looks like Marco said, because that's something that they don't normally see. And when they get to see that little glimpse into the shop for what the vehicle's there for, it really helps promote that transparency and gives that customer that ease of mind whenever we work on their vehicles.
Do approvals come back quicker because of the videos rather than the old way of doing it?
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, they do.
And 100%. So it seems that might be a requirement at Niello, or at least at Porsche Sacramento.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Chris, same by you, or tell us your situation?
I completely agree with Lucas and Marco. I think that MPI videos, not only do they build a transparency with us and the customers, I believe there was a Gallup poll from last year that says only 33% of customers tend to believe technicians. We're kind of one of those industries where people don't like to come in and spend money. But if we can justify and essentially add value to what we do and show proof of what we're doing, not that we're trying to be dishonest, but that clarity helps customers make that decision. And we can see that in sales numbers. We see that from the time whenever we weren't doing videos, from the times that we are doing videos, the sales increase that we've had. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Now, your situation there at Niello in California is unique, Chris, because I understand that Tully Williams, who's the fixed ops director, he makes sure the technician gets paid for every MPI inspection that includes a video. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that as well.
So essentially our standard is that we need to be over a certain percentage. If we don't, then that's essentially taken away for a period of time. But we've essentially adopted this fully. So our goal is essentially 100%. Every vehicle gets a video, no questions asked. And our service advisors have been really good. They'll come back and they'll have inspected on what we have uploaded, and they'll be like, hey, you didn't do a video, can you please get a video? And then we'll make sure that that's uploaded. So it's a matter of having a quality control procedure behind it.
And I've also seen that the techs there, they also incentivize this. I think they run contests every now and then. I don't know if you want to speak to that, in terms of the best videos.
Yes. So we have, not only did Niello have a competition, which I wound up winning one year, which was very nice. It was great of our company to do that for us. But Porsche also had a kind of like a multi-processed scored event, and I think I got top 10 in that one. But yeah, it's nice to see that the industry is trying to promote this. I think is very important. I think as most people adopt a digital age, that making this available to customers is very important.
Lucas, what about keeping it simple? What about technical jargon? Keeping that out, is that hard to do, or have you? It seems you've perfected it from the videos I've seen.
I try to do my best to keep the technical jargon out, and the way that I have kind of adopted my process is I try and explain to the customer like I'm explaining to my mom what's going on the vehicle, because If I'm talking to my mom, she's not going to understand all the technical jargon that I'm going to throw at her because this is not the industry she works in. So I try and kind of bring the vocabulary down to an understanding level that makes it to where it's a little more transparent for the customer, a little more easy to grasp, so that the customers do understand, hey, here's what's going on, and reducing that complexity that's added.
Curtis, what about yourself? The complexity, keeping it simple and concise.
Yeah, I agree with Lucas on that. It's definitely keeping the jargon down, trying to avoid acronyms. And if you do say something a little bit more complicated, trying to explain it in a manner that, like you said, your mom or someone that's not experienced with cars would understand. And it just helps with, like you said, the simplicity of it, and it helps them understand their vehicle a lot more.
Curtis, how do the techs in the shop feel about doing about doing a video? Because this is something that's entirely, maybe not intended, right? Initially, when becoming a tech.
Yeah, definitely. At first, there was a lot of pushback. I mean, it's a new thing. It's a new process. You're talking on camera. Even if, I know Lucas and myself have been, and Marco have been putting ourselves in the videos, but for a lot of techs, they don't do that. They just take a video of the car, and even just talking and having the confidence to talk is a big hump in the road for a lot of technicians. So there's a lot of pushback, but once we started seeing the positives of it, and we started seeing how it was working for not just the customers, but for technicians with surveys and approvals, and just overall happy from advisors and everybody. So it's pushback at first, but now it's a lot better.
Are Sewell customers starting to expect now the video every time they come in, now that they've had it, more than once?
Yeah, we're meant to do 100%, and they incentivize us. They have competitions, and Audi's run a few competitions as well to incentivize technicians. And the goal is to get to that 100%. And as a shop, being at about 95 to 97% is pretty important to us. So we're always trying to increase that number to the full 100%. So the customers love it, and they ask about it, and they want one every time. And I don't know, I enjoy doing them as well now.
Marco, these video skills are now a part of being a technician. What do you think? What's your thoughts there?
I wholeheartedly agree with all my fellow fixed up warriors here that it is, you have to keep going with the times. I mean, if I would have stuck with what I've done back then versus now, I'd be broke. And not like Tully says, go home rich and tired. However, what I do feel is it's very important to show yourself on the video because, here's another Tully quote, referral and repeat business. Once people start to know you and like your work and they know you by name, you're going to get repeat customers. So when it gets a little slower and there's not much to do, and here comes a car, it's like, I want Curtis to work on my car. It's like, Lucas worked on my car last time. It's like, or Chris did it. It's like, I would like to have him work on that again. So I think overall, it's one of these things that just like when scan tools really started to become a big deal, or having to write your CNCs, at first we resist everything. It's just the nature of us technicians, especially the older ones like, I don't know, me. But once we see the benefits of it and the conversion rates of work sold and how fast it goes, I can only see this progressing to, heck, maybe 2 years down the road, I have a drone follow me around 24/7. Who knows?
That's not far-fetched, Marco.
Right.
I actually saw the video you posted on social media a few days ago, and I was speaking to somebody on the phone. They could only hear me, but I had the computer open behind me, and it had your voice doing the video. And the person on the other end of the phone said, "That's Marco, isn't it?" They knew Marco because you've got a distinctive voice. So I imagine customers appreciate that too.
Oh, absolutely. And what I could foresee being the next step is, of course, time limited, is a live interaction between ourselves and the customer, kind of like doing a live MPI video where the customer has a chance to ask questions so we can answer them on the spot. But it's an absolute must. You have to, or else you're going to get lost in the dust.
Do you see us going backwards and going away from these videos in the future? Or do you think this is something that's going to, like you said, pick up steam and maybe even some nuances we haven't even thought about yet?
I think with OEMs actually and calling this completely into their programs and dare I say make it mandatory, I don't think we're going to see it go away. That's like making your CNC go away or getting warranty approvals go away. It's not going to go anywhere. And I think this is one for the books on the good side of the balance.
Yep. Lucas, your thoughts there, relatively new technician, beautiful shop. You've got customers who spend a lot of money for those vehicles. I would imagine that, they appreciate a professional like yourself, Chris, Curtis, or Marco, looking at that vehicle and giving them a report and video.
Absolutely. I mean, I've only been in the industry 3 years, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's the entire time that I've been in the industry. I've been doing videos. I mean, from my inception at my Audi dealer is I started with videos, and they taught me how to do it at a very early stage in my career. And I learned a lot of my video experience and formatting from my first dealer. And I think that's carried on into this dealer and my video quality now.
Chris, what about yourself?
There's no way to deny how important this is to our industry. It's a tool just like anything else, and just like Marco said, like we will be left in the dust if we do not evolve. And I have a feeling we're going to see this essentially change over time. Maybe have technicians in the videos and essentially becoming the face of the dealership. And I think that's important to add that personable detail to these, and that's I think just going to help us in the long run.
At what point in your work looking at the car do you actually do the video? Is it when you're all done doing the multi-point and now you're reporting back to the customer?
Generally, I personally will do the multi-point first, get my measurements. It's that way I'm not caught off guard by something that I may see. Like you might be underneath the vehicle and like, oh, surprise, there's a leak. Instead, then I can essentially, in my mind, create the verbiage that I'm going to be using to help describe this and the process in which we need to take to correct this, to help better understand. This that way we don't sound like we're inexperienced in a way, but by having that sort of subtle hesitation in what we're finding, it's just a matter of being prepared.
Lucas, Marco mentioned showing your face at the beginning of the video. What about things like making sure the customer's license plate is visible? They can see that it's their car. Is that important as well?
That's generally where I start my videos. I have not yet adopted having my face in the videos, but I will start from the rear of the vehicle, showing the license plate up on the lift, and then I'll essentially do my walk around of here's your tires, here's your brakes, here's underneath, and then basically I'll say at the very end, it's like if we find anything additional, we'll have that added. And I believe that's where Curtis had mentioned a follow-on video. I think that's also really important, maybe even after video would be important.
Curtis, let's talk about that, because the video Marco posted was sort of an update yesterday. Would you do that on just larger jobs, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, larger jobs or jobs where you maybe find something unexpected, or there's another step needed in the repair, or just another like significant point in the repair or the inspection process of the car. So it's definitely sometimes we'll do a video, like a follow-up. I've also occasionally done a video at the very end, especially if it's a more complicated repair. I'm just verifying that I've repaired the car, performed the test drive, and the repair has been verified to have fixed the car, and giving them some reassurance that I've completed it, and they're hearing straight from me with my face in it, my voice in it, and knowing that it's completed and fixed right the first time.
Lucas, any other thoughts you want to share with the audience today?
At this point, for all technicians that are out there that are hesitant about adopting this video format, is get used to it now, because this is the way that our industry is going. And the more comfortable and more fluid you get with it now, the more you're going to be able to reap the benefits later. You're going to see the same day selling increase. You're going to see your upsells continue to get sold. And you're going to create a transparent relationship between you and the customer. And like you said earlier, it's going to lead to more not comebacks, but more returning customers.
Yep. I think Tully calls it repeat and referral, right?
Yes.
At Niello. Marco, I'm going to give you the last word, because it's amazing to hear everybody on this panel.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really glad to see that I'm not the only one who's adopted this and see the benefits of it, from people entering the industry like Lucas to the veterans like myself and everyone in between. This is definitely, guys, learn how to do this. Get comfortable with it. It's such a great tool. And not only are you in control of what you show your customer, but now you have a bigger chance of circumventing the service advisor getting things wrong and not selling it to the customer. Seeing is believing. Absolutely. Great job, guys. Awesome to be on this panel with you. Thank you.
I want to thank Chris and Lucas from Porsche Sacramento for being with us today. Great job, gentlemen. Curtis, great to finally meet you. I've been following you on LinkedIn. Stalking you. Keep up the good work. But you know what? I think now I think a lot of people are going to recognize all of you on this panel and the good work that you're doing, the great work. And I'm sure there's a lot more of this to come. I have a feeling. Marco, you never know what's going to happen when these things start out small.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, if you would have told me this 30 years ago when, the phone was still attached to the wall with a cord, I would have just laughed at you like we're Star Trek now, right? But no, it's adopt it and keep going.
Everybody, Chris, Lucas, Curtis, and Marco with us here today on the Unleashing the Power of MPI videos panel. Thank you, gentlemen.
Rocket Towards Revolution Parts, filmed live at our Niello pop-up event featuring Mike Rich, Ted Ings, and Sarah Vantine.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We're at the Niello Porsche Sacramento store in beautiful Sacramento, California. We're at the Niello company, and we have a special guest with us today, Mike Rich of Revolution Parts. Ted, I'm looking forward to this segment.
Sarah, I never thought e-commerce would be as big as it has grown. Mike, welcome to the Fix Up Frontier.
Hey, thanks for having me here.
We did this a couple of years ago with Tully, and what you're doing at Revolution Parts has really grown and grown and grown. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, no, e-commerce is growing and growing and growing. And I mean, I think we all should have seen e-commerce coming to grow. I mean, automotive typically is a little bit behind the rest of the world in terms of how we do commerce, but e-commerce has been pretty big for a long time. And what we've seen over the past 3 or 4 years is just year after year growth, double-digit growth. 2 years ago, it was 30%. Last year, it was 15%. This year, we're at about a 10% growth. It's slowed down, but it's still outpacing the overall growth of the market.
So Sarah, my daughter Jean, whom I know you know, when she was home before she moved out, she would get boxes every day from Amazon on the front doorstep, always ordering things through Amazon. I didn't realize that Amazon can be used for parts and is now a huge part in the retail dealership business.
It's incredible, Ted and Mike. This has been just an evolution in terms of customer preferences. And a lot of dealers are talking about how their e-commerce platform, can get started, or maybe if they have maybe just some people doing it casually, how they can improve it. So could you talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing in the industry and how dealers are really revolutionizing their e-commerce strategy?
Yeah, great question. You guys brought up a couple points there. So, of course, there's eBay and Amazon, which we traditionally refer to as like a 3P. And then if you have your own website where you sell automotive parts, that's a 1P. And what Revolution Parts tries to do is really simplify that and bring it all together so you can take your OEM catalog, ingest it, set up pricing rules for your specific channel, shipping rules for those specific channels, and then build an entire kind of parts e-commerce empire at the end of the day that's very easy to manage and doesn't require that you log into multiple platforms to run your parts business.
We bet recently some of the award winners, retail dealers from Revolution Parts in e-commerce. It's amazing what some of these dealers are doing and have figured out thanks to Revolution Parts.
Yeah, our dealers, a lot of them are very forward facing. Some of them teach us stuff sometimes too. Lots of times they teach us things. And these dealers work very well together. A lot of them network in e-commerce, which is really exciting. I was talking to someone at your event about how he ordered from a dealer, Corp Automotive was one of our dealers that was on the East Coast, and this gentleman lived in Arizona. And we have this tool we built called Dropship Automation, which allows our dealers to connect with each other. So if you order a part from a guy that's in New York, but you're in Arizona, that New York dealer can connect with an Arizona dealer. And if they have that part in stock, they can ship it to the guy in Arizona. What that does for the consumer, it allows them to get their part faster. It's very similar to what like Amazon does or warehouse distributors in the aftermarket space, where they have lots of parts spread across the country and they just kind of hot shot them between locations. But this allows the consumer to get the part faster, then it allows the dealer to make more on shipping because they charge shipping from New York to Arizona when in reality the shipping is from Arizona to Arizona.
Mike, it's incredible to hear these strategies because when we had a recent panel for Revolution Parts, one of the things that was shared was how much business these parts departments are doing outside their market. In some cases, as far away as international. So, how have you seen the shipping component evolve with dealerships using Revolution Parts?
Yeah, so this drop shipping piece I've seen has been a big evolution. We also work with a lot of the OEMs too, not just the dealerships. So I'll give you an example. Like Nissan is one of our OEM partners, and the parts space, there's this thing called a PDC, which is a parts distribution center, and Nissan has parts in all these distribution centers. So sometimes the order will hit the dealership and then go to the distribution center, and the dealership is really just handling the customer service, and the part is actually being shipped at the distribution center. So it really streamlines the operation. It's another way to get the part to the consumer faster so you can better compete with the Amazons and the aftermarket companies of the world and create a better experience to drive more repeat business.
Sarah, can you quote the numbers? The growth in e-commerce parts is huge.
The most recent online parts and sales accessories report from Revolution Parts mentioned almost $26 billion in sales in 2024. And so one of the things that was so incredible to see was the growth projected to be 35 billion. Billion. And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's just specifically in online part sales, right?
That's actually specifically to the 1P sales that I referenced earlier. So that's just sales on websites, basically. If you throw 3P in it, you can almost double that. So 3P would be your Amazon and your eBays. So they have almost the exact same size of parts market, and they're both growing in this path like that.
So let's go back. Revolution Parts helps dealers get into the e-commerce business. You help them set up a platform. You've got some proven methods that work amazingly. You also help consult with those dealers and you get them into the e-commerce business. And you also help with a lot of things like shipping, and you really figured all this out.
Yeah, we help all that stuff and help them run the business. The one piece we don't talk a lot about, and it's one of my biggest teams at Revolution Parts, is we have an internal agency that does marketing for our dealers, because anyone can stand up a website and put parts on the web, but unless you're driving traffic there, you're not going to get transactions. So we have an internal marketing agency that has all the EBC strategies to drive part sales to the dealerships.
So you give the dealers this really one-stop solution to help them in all these areas, no matter where they are in that cycle of e-commerce.
That's all it is. It's like a business in a box, so to speak. So if you want to get into e-commerce, you can sign up with Revolution Parts and you can be selling parts tomorrow and just dropping them in boxes and shipping them out. And in some cases, if you're with the specific OEMs and partnerships, you're not even putting them in the box anymore. You're just collecting the paycheck.
You're showing Parts a lot of love in our industry.
Thank you.
Mike, and just a final closing thought, how would you suggest, if a dealer that's watching today is wanting to get started in parts e-commerce, what should be the first step that they explore?
Yeah, I'd go to the website, revolutionparts.com, and call the phone number on there, fill out a form, talk to one of our specialists. They can provide them a lot of guidance on how to get started. Like I mentioned, many of the OEMs too have programs that help dealers get started. So we work with a lot of these OEMs, and a lot of them also have like kickback programs and matching programs to help kind of ease some of the burden. But it's pretty easy to get started, and you can start as small as you want, and then you can scale up and then add staffing as you grow. That's the really great thing about it. It's not a huge investment to get started. You can start small and you can grow. We've seen many dealers start small, grow large, and then add and scale as they grow.
Well, Mike, thank you for the EDs of on the street, and very grateful to you about all the knowledge that we've learned about e-commerce as well in the last couple of years.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
Mike Rich, everybody. He's the vice president of e-commerce for the big name in e-commerce, Revolution Parts. Here with us today at the Niello Company at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Sarah Vantine, and I will be right back.
Check out the epic stops along the solar system with the Epicor panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, and today we have the Epicor panel with us. Ted, who are our amazing experts that will be sharing this incredible information?
Sarah, you're exactly right. Our great colleagues and friends from Epicor. Carrie Jordan is with us. She's Group Vice President of Product Management at Epicor. And of course, our good friend Jake Ashendorf is with us, Senior Director of Sales. He's been on many Fixed Ops Roundtables. Carrie and Jake, welcome back to the event.
Thank you so much. Yep. Thanks for having us, Ted and Sarah.
Well, and to jump right into everything, at Epicor, you all support make, move, and sell economy. The last months have seen a lot of supply chain disruption. And for those makers, movers, and sellers, it's been a little bit tedious. And many have been anticipating the current administration's tariff implementation, especially on Canada and Mexico. Carrie, I'd like to come to you first. How can companies develop effective plans to navigate supply chain and geopolitical disruptions caused by tariffs?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. So you're absolutely right. This has definitely been a time of so much change and so much disruption. And as we have been working with business leaders across the make, move, sell economy, there are a number of ways that organizations are looking to address these kinds of challenges. And what's interesting is these are affecting organizations differently. Everyone, depending on their supply chain, their suppliers, where they are in business, market regionally across the country, but then of course across the globe. Again, it's affecting everybody differently. But what's really important is, regardless of how it's affecting you, organizations and different companies need to plan. They need to have a plan and a strategy for how to address this. Now, Epicor is a global organization. We are over $1 billion in annual revenue across the make, move, sell economy, really helping organizations across their supply chain make data-driven decisions in order to improve profitability. We have over 50 years experience of working with organizations, helping them navigate supply chain disruptions that have been happening for since the beginning of time, and really understanding those geopolitical impacts, and how we can help our customers navigate tariff disruptions is something that we've been doing for a long time. And I mean, you can even think of that there were 2018 steel tariffs that had happened as well. So we certainly have
Right.
experience in this
Right.
area. Now, it affects our automotive customers, especially because there are so many different part manufacturers around the world, particularly within Canada and Mexico, and how this is going to impact our North American markets is something, as I mentioned, we really need to, have a plan ahead when we're looking at our businesses and how can we best navigate these disruptions.
Thinking back when this started in April, there's been a lot of talk in the automotive marketplace as how tariffs are going to impact the U.S. and the aftermarket in general. Jake, let me come to you. There's a lot of talk that this could inevitably bring back more auto manufacturing into the United States. How do you see the tariffs impacting automotive aftermarket?
Yeah. So, Ted, although we contend that it may bring back manufacturing, there's very few manufacturers that can turn and pivot quickly within the automotive sectors that have that excess capacity, whether it's idle plants or just the capacity in currently running plants, right? So just let's say if they have to spin up another plant or take an idle plant, those manufacturers that have the capacity, right? We still have hiring needs, we have retooling needs, and then the biggest problem that's still going to affect everything is sourcing of the raw materials. So that's going to make a pivotal shift in where they source their materials, because a lot of the materials, as we know, are coming from overseas, from those highly tariffed countries, right? So even though we're going to potentially be able to move production over here, we're still going to have to contend with rising labor costs, right? It's going to worsen a shortage that we already have in the worker force. And then we're going to put a strain on our Mexico and Canadian plants. So we're going to take idle plants in the US and now make idle plants in Canada and Mexico. The other thing to contend or to think about are, some analysts are saying that with the rising manufacturing costs, we're going to see a supply chain shortage of new vehicles of north of 10%. And out of Mexico or Canada, Mexico could be as high as 8% and Canada could be as high as 15%. So that's just going to continue to put a strain as we continue to, as I hate to mention the COVID word again, rebound from COVID with the supply chain shortage that we have on new vehicles.
Carrie, I'd like to come back to something that you mentioned earlier, but you talked about how tariffs and supply chain disruptions are not new to Epicor or its customers. And it seems like this could be as disruptive as COVID-19, potentially. Do you see any similarities between the two?
Yeah, Sarah, let's talk about that. And Jake, you had mentioned COVID. So the interesting thing is there are some similarities, but then of course there are some differences. Now, some of those differences are that we have had experience with tariffs before, and this newer round of tariffs, have been in discussion since November. So we already had some foresight that these were coming. Now, similar to COVID, though, we need to move fast. Organizations around the world need to move very quickly in order to adapt to the changes that are happening, these disruptions that continue to come about. Um, you know, During the pandemic, we had no foresight that that was coming. We didn't really have something to learn from and in order to improve. So what we have now is we've gone through this experience of the disruption. We've learned valuable lessons that oftentimes, organizations need to diversify their supply chain in order to source materials from various locations in order to best respond to the fluctuating demand and fluctuating costs that can occur due to tariffs. Also, similar, companies made technology investments in order to improve their agility, to improve the way that they respond, to gain visibility across the supply chain, to understand the impacts of fluctuating costs, and then change their operations or delivery schedules in order to best respond. And technology investments can really help organizations, again, with that visibility and the adaptability to respond as quickly as necessary.
Yep, and Ted and Sarah, in automotive, right? We've seen the trend that's continuing from COVID, right? So if we take a look at it, we had that cycle where we had no new cars produced. So now we're not getting 3-year trade-ins, right? We're not getting those lease vehicles coming in, which is putting a strain on the used car market. Customers aren't trading in vehicles. There's no vehicles to trade in to supplant into the used car market. We all know that the average age of the vehicle, used vehicle, is now pushing 13 years, 12.8 years for a used vehicle, a rapid increase over the last couple of years. So as Carrie's mentioned, planning is part of the action that we have to take forward, right? COVID, we had no ability to plan. We have the ability to plan. We've had tariffs before. It's not a new game. This is not something that we should be shell-shocked on. We should be able to have a plan. So what are the dealers doing today will matter what happens in a year from now. So if the dealers are just thinking we're going to idle along and continue to sell and just make it because we've had some great years post-COVID with profit abilities, F&I profits, service ability, right? It's been great, but we're going to come into some lean years. So what the dealers do today is going to matter. So what do we do? How do we plan to take advantage of that aging market? We do not know how long these the tariffs are going to happen. Unlike COVID, it was, we had no idea. Tariffs could be short, tariffs could be long as well, but planning is the big key in the automotive segment.
And if I can pivot a little bit, Sarah, starting in April, you and I saw a lot of this firsthand. And I know you've had conversations with retailers who've been, for example, stocking up on used cars, buying extra vehicles at the auction. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but we do see a lot of that happening behind the scenes.
Yes, Ted, and it's really interesting because, as both Carrie and Jake mentioned, the importance is diversification. It's really, looking at your entire inventory picture. It's looking at all of your parts that are coming in, and there's a lot of strategic things happening in dealerships. And so it's very interesting to see, the dealers that are getting ahead of it and making sure they've bought extra inventory to have on hand just to see, and they'll figure out a strategy if needed, if they need to move it along as things change. So it's very interesting.
Jake, let me come back to you. Let's dig in a little bit because dealers are resilient. What does Epicor offer to help the dealer and help dealers manage with these tariffs?
Yeah. So as Carrie mentioned earlier, data is the heart of what we do, right? We are a data aggregator, and we've been doing it for a very long time, a little over 50 years. So we are the data aggregator for all the parts movement within North America. Okay. So what does that mean specifically to the dealer? So as we mentioned, dealers need to plan. With an aging park of being 13 years, we have to get better as dealers. And being a former dealer myself, it was something that we never focused on, but we were never hit with a crisis that we're seeing back to back from COVID now to potential tariffs. So we need to start taking a look, especially in fixed ops, of all makes, all models. How are we handling the household of the consumer? So Ted, you have multiple vehicles in your household. Is the dealer focused on handling your entire needs, or is it just interested in handling your Ford needs because we're a Ford store? The reason why dealers haven't particularly focused on it is it's not easy and clean. We're still in the Stone Age. We're still picking up that phone, calling the local distributor for the aftermarket parts and waiting on hold 5 to 10 minutes, asking if they have the part, having to relay the VIN information multiple times, probably because they couldn't hear, being put on hold, the distributor going to the shelves. It's a clunky process, and that's just for the dealer. So now let's put yourself in the consumer shoes. It's taken 20, 30 minutes. So if I had a Ford, I get an answer, or a Chevy, I get the answer within nanoseconds with the technology that's laid into CDK and Tekion and all the DMS systems, right? But if it's an aftermarket car, it's just clunky. And so now the consumer is 20, 30 minutes waiting for that part quote. So Epicor can completely streamline that entire operation and make it seamless, just as if you had bought your new Ford, Chevy, whatever, at that same dealership. So we have to tackle going out to the entire household, which is going to the aftermarket, because of transparency, trust, and availability. There's been many studies that said those are the three things, and price was the third on the list. It was transparency and availability of time being the key factors of why consumers leave the franchise dealerships after the warranty period expires and go to the independents. So for dealers to survive, we need to get those older vehicles back in. And by the way, CP work is huge profitability last time I looked for the dealership, right? The next thing is, if the dealer is heavy into parts wholesaling and distribution, tools like Elite Extra that handle that last mile delivery, that optimizes the route, which speeds up productivity, which means we can do more with less. So if we're going to be in a constraining market and we have to look at ways to conserve and tighten the belt, last mile delivery and logistics is going to be huge, along with returns automations, right? So now we delivered that part. We need a quick and effective, easy way to track how that part comes back if it's the wrong part, and to make sure that that's the part we actually sold and not somebody else's parts, because parts are going to be king here shortly if the tariffs continue to go the way they are. And last but not least is predictive maintenance and analytics, knowing how to educate your consumer that while the car is in, although they brought it in for one, here's the propensity of what may fail. And while you're in and the parts are available, let's just go ahead and get the work done as well. So continuing to do that upsell while the customer's in and taking care of their needs, because if the tariffs last longer, we may, as consumers, not have as much money to spend. So now we're going to be torn. How do I fix my brakes that was only $500 3 months ago? That's now $1,000 because I don't have the available funds to take care of that repair.
And if I could just add on a bit there. So, as we're talking about data being so critical and at the heart of the Epicor solutions, Epicor is actively investing and launching to market solutions that now take that data to the next level. Now, if we think about tariffs and supply chain disruption, being able to respond as quickly as possible is key. So being highly productive and highly efficient with the data that you do have is absolutely critical to best respond in this kind of environment. So as we are actively investing and bringing out new solutions to market, imagine what now you can leverage when you have tools such as generative AI to be able to understand that data and then model out scenarios. What happens if? So leveraging generative AI technologies, machine learning technologies, that's when we take it to the next level in order to help organizations across our make, move, sell economy respond even faster, more efficiently to supply chains disruptions, such as COVID, such as tariffs, such as whatever might be next.
It's really incredible to hear all of this, Ted, and just thinking about all of the different pieces that we're hearing across the industry. Epicor's really got a lot of solutions that are ready to really take on wherever the dealer needs to go.
Yeah. And a lot of the fixed ops roundtable dealers take advantage of, as an example, you mentioned Elite Extra, Jake. That's proven to be very effective a great investment on Epicor's part because our dealers talk about that, and it's been on the roundtable several times. Jake, anything else that you'd like to offer in closing on this topic?
Yeah, so we had some discouraging results in January, February, right? It was sluggish in the market, in the industry. March and May seem to be a little bit more encouraging, and we've mentioned it before, but we'll close with it as well, right? The automotive industry is very resilient, right? In my 30 years, I've been through gas embargoes, I've been transportation strikes, we've been in chip shortages, we've been tariffs before, we had COVID, which hit out of the blue. The thing is when dealers get pressed, we know how to respond. We tighten up the belt, we look at our processes, which, by the way, is another opportunity that we can help. We recently had an acquisition called Acadia, which is process improvement. It's the documenting of the processes. So when we have to get lean, what do dealers do? We look at our processes, and that's what it's going to take. So we need to weather the storm. We need to do what we need to do to make it, which means we make ourselves better. We spend more time focusing on our employees and our personnel, but it all starts with what Carrie said in the very beginning. We have the ability to plan, which we didn't have 4 years ago. We've seen tariffs before. We know how to respond, but now it's time to plan, take action, and then put it into place.
What a great segment. Carrie, if our audience wants to reach out and learn more about Epicor, what's the best way for them to do that?
Absolutely. Please come visit us at epicor.com. At epicor.com, you'll find lots of information, reading materials, ways in which we're helping organizations across the make, move, sell economy to deal with supply chain disruptions. So epicor.com is a great place. We have a QR code that folks can scan in order to jump directly to some helpful resources. And then you can connect with Jake and I on LinkedIn at any time.
All right. We'll leave it there. Jake Ashendorf, Carrie Jordan, thank you on behalf of Epicor. Great information, very timely information. And Sarah, I learned a lot, and great discussion here with one of the great partners in automotive retail, Epicor.
Jake and Carrie, I learned so much today, and it's going to be incredible to see the insights that you'll continue to keep us informed with.
Everybody, our great friends and colleagues from Epicor with us here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Whether you consider it evolutionary or revolutionary, change is reshaping the franchise dealer business, and we're not talking about electric vehicles. There's another promising opportunity that demands your attention. It's the fast-growing and increasingly lucrative customer pay parts, tire, and service market. Consider what's happening around you. Average vehicle age is at an all-time high and rising faster than ever. More than 60% of passenger vehicles are 8 years old or older. 25% are at least 16 years of age. Together, this represents 244 million prospective parts, tire, and service targets. We say prospective because the vast majority of these vehicles are being serviced outside the franchise dealer channel. Would you like to capture your share of this nearly $400 billion opportunity? Epicor is ready to help. Our solutions are enabling thousands of automotive businesses to address every customer pay parts, tire, and service opportunity for virtually any vehicle, regardless of make, model, or year. We're helping service providers build customer relationships spanning the full vehicle lifecycle, from the end of the factory warranty to the day the vehicle is scrapped. We're putting the industry's most complete parts, tire, and labor data at the fingertips of thousands of service advisors every day. We've created a faster, more accurate estimating process for customer pay jobs that helps dealers increase average RO and service lane productivity. We offer real-time information on local parts and tire availability and pricing to speed every job, increase customer satisfaction, and boost the dealer's absorption rate. And we're helping parts departments establish real-time visibility and control of their inventories to increase efficiency and reduce operating costs. Epicor is ready to help your fixed ops teams achieve the same impressive results. Own every non-warranty parts, tire, and service opportunity, all makes, all models, all customers. Now you can with Epicor. Contact us today to learn more.
It's the team up of the century with Northwood University and Automotive Warranty Network for the Northwood CAM Summit.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katrina Ness here with the Fixed Ops Roundtable at the Niello Company in the newest dealership they have, the Porsche store, which again is the newest store actually in America for the Porsche franchise. Right now, I'm with Vanessa Collins, who is my co-host, and also our guest, David Reinecke. We will be talking about not only the Northwood University International Auto Show, but also about Automotive Warranty Network's partnership with us this year.
We're very excited for the partnership.
Thank you. We're so excited to have you.
That is so exciting. Katrina, first of all, congratulations on being named the general chair for the 2025 auto show that will be taking place September 19th through the 21st. That is so exciting. Now, what has been the most exciting part of preparing for the show so far?
Definitely. A lot of planning goes into the show. We start a year in advance, right after the last year's show ends. We build our executive board up, choose the next general chair, and start the continuous planning and the continuous cycle of making this event happen. So that's always so exciting and so fun. I've really enjoyed teamwork and working with my team of executive members on my board under me and getting everything rolling. It's been stressful and busy, but of course, it's great experience. And to head post-grad with this experience under my belt is like no other. And I am so grateful to Northwood for these opportunities and having these experiences so early on in my career.
It's a great experience.
Yes, it is. Thank you, David. Vanessa, I have a question for you about the auto show as well. So there is a lot of things that go into planning the show. As you know, Vanessa was on the executive board for 2 years. And so talk to us a little bit about what your experiences have been like with planning the auto show and how that has gone down in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. So my first year, I was the social media chair and I owned all the accounts for the auto show. And my second year, this past 2024 show, I was the marketing chair. So I took head on a lot of the marketing initiatives. I still held the social media accounts, but I also got into, things like signage, digital marketing efforts, preparing the marketing plan, the budget, and then also making those connections. A team member of mine on our marketing team, Colin Kubik and I, we headed to NADA 2024, and we were able to secure advertisements with a couple different exciting companies, including CBT News and Automotive News. So I was able to create advertisements that were shown in their magazines and on their websites as well. So that was very rewarding. And then also just walking the show and see the different signage that I was able to create and add those different things to my portfolio. It was definitely an invaluable experience and taught me a lot. So yeah, thank you for asking me about that. And then pivoting a little, David, we understand that you have an exciting announcement regarding a new partnership with the Northwood University International Auto Show, if you want to touch on that.
Yeah, so we're very grateful and we're excited to be a diamond partner this year for the auto show. We think it's a very it's a great experience. It'll be my first year going to the show, so I've seen pictures online and it looks really, really incredible. And then just supporting the school as well. So we definitely know that the auto industry is needing new young talent. So just a university that supports that and supports, to train people to come into the industry, and you guys having those experiences, I think it's very important that businesses in the industry support that. So
Definitely.
We're very excited to be part of it.
Definitely. So Automotive Warranty Network is the diamond sponsor for the Northwood University International Auto Show. He'll be featured throughout the show and also before and after and during, of course. So we're so grateful to build that partnership up, but not only your company, but the rest of the industry, and putting that face out there so students can learn and grow and understand the different aspects of the automotive industry.
Yeah, and there's different facets. It's not just the dealership that you can work in the auto industry. There's other avenues as well. So
Definitely. Tell us a little bit about what is appealing to you about getting in front of students, and not only the dealership partners that Northwood has, but the students, and being, a mentor to them and helping them understand and learn and grow within the industry.
I think again, just kind of letting them know what opportunities are out there.
Yeah.
That there's so much that you can go and do. So, we're excited to do some of the group settings and talk to some of the students. It's going to be exciting.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah. And David, we started the CAMS Summit this past year at the 2024 show, which was super insightful for everyone that attended. And so my question for you is, it focuses on key topics regarding the automotive industry. So what topics do you think will be beneficial to discuss this year at the 2025 show?
So I think an important thing to focus on is just, obviously throughout this whole event, we've been talking a lot about fixed operations and, the importance of that in the dealership. So to really highlight the importance of the service department, fixed operations, obviously the fixed ops roundtable, what it's all about, but also opportunities in other areas of the dealership. So, sales, marketing, that kind of thing too. But I think the most importantly would be the fixed operations side of things.
Definitely. And the CAMS Industry Summit is hosted by the Fixed Ops Roundtable. So we're so excited to, again, have that partnership with them and, having them on campus, having us on campus, being able to host this wonderful event and have not only students, but our dealer partners and our other industry connections and vendors get involved in that. So it's a great place to share not only best practices, but also like hot industry topics and current events going on.
And get people excited about the industry because it's a fun industry to work in, I think. So
Yeah, and everyone at Northwood is so engaged and they're new and it's fresh minds. So having those amazing influences and mentors on stage to learn from like yourself is very beneficial for everyone around. Yeah, absolutely. This has been an incredible segment with Katrina Ness, the general chair of the 2025 Auto Show, and David Brannicky with Automotive Warranty Network, the diamond sponsor of the Auto Show. So what a amazing panel we have here, and make sure to stay tuned because there is a lot more to come.
You might have noticed that Ted and I are on the move, and that's because we are now hosting Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up events. We are on our way to a dealership near you with spontaneous events in amazing dealership spaces to highlight the people in retail service, parts, and dealerships worldwide. Stay up to date where we're headed next by following the Fixed Ops Roundtable on social media.
He is brighter than a supernova. Join Larry Sherman as he leads this team of parts superstars in our next panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our great friend Larry Sherman at the Niello Company has been talking for some time about putting together a parts superstar panel. Here they are, everybody, under the effective leadership of Larry Sherman. Larry, welcome. I'll let you do the honors today.
Well, thank you very much, Ted, and it's great to be here. So who we have with us today in our select group of Parts Superstar managers, we have Mr. John Sinners from BMW of Sacramento. We've got Dave Mooneyham from the Patrick Automotive Group, and we've got Gary Ambrosini from DGDG. So glad to have everybody here.
And welcome everybody to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And Larry, take it away. The show is yours.
Great, thank you. Hey, I wanted to go around the horn here. Guys, tell us what changes that you guys have seen with your vast experience in inventory management through your time working in the dealership world. I'll start with John.
I think the biggest thing that really over the last my 29 years in the business has been the manufacturers with their ordering programs, right? Basically how they kind of want to help you kind of dictate and also leverage you into ordering the stuff that they want you to order that they see are fast, common moving items, just to kind of get the workflow to the shop better, and some of the wholesale stuff. So really just that the manufacturer kind of leaning on us a little bit more with with their programs like REM and SRD with BMW. And I know most manufacturers have something, some sort of program going on right now.
Yeah. Dave, you want to add on to that?
I agree with John 100%. It seems like that the more the manufacturers get into our business, they want to try to tell us how to run our business. And I always look at it as an underlying agenda for them to sell more parts to us, and then they decrease the amount that we can return. They want to work with us, so they say, but they kind of don't all the time. It's been a very trying time in the past few years.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Gary, so you've got General Motors, Hyundai, and Mazda. So you've got an assortment of them. So what do you think has changed in your years?
So the thing that I can see the most is that we now have more vehicles, more engines, more transmissions. They're constantly evolving. So years ago, you might have had 2 SUVs. Now a manufacturer might have 4 or 5 SUVs, and then you combine it with all the different parts and components that go with it. It's very hard to manage on your own. So I understand what the OE tries to do, but they have removed that local knowledge, even though they might pull it from other dealers. But then again, a lot of these parts managers are getting older. The new ones coming in do need some help. So it's very hard to manage when you're managing over 2,000 or 3,000 part numbers or more.
Yeah. So back with you, Gary. So Gary, your background is kind of unique. You didn't take the normal path to becoming a parts manager. So, if I remember right, you never worked a parts counter. You didn't work at a dealership. You came from the aftermarket world, and as well as working for the manufacturer on an accessories program. So how's your transition been to kind of walk in from the aftermarket and the outside area to becoming a top performing superstar parts manager?
So for me, yes, I had plenty of knowledge of the parts departments, but not the inner workings of the parts departments. So my background has always been automotive. So I've worked in retail, purchasing, sales, and more importantly, production. So believe it or not, the production environment is very much like what we're doing. We are actually, instead of building parts, we are supplying parts to the service department mainly. That's our primary target. So when we look at that, it's very important that we have the parts quickly to them. So we look at things like root cause. So if we make a mistake or someone makes a mistake or we don't have the part, what was the root cause? We'll look at things like efficiency. How quick can we get the part? Do we have reciprocal agreements with other dealers to get the parts quick? So I look at everything that's involved beyond just ordering the inventory and having it. So I brought that in, and then that's what allowed me to be successful.
Yeah, and you've done a phenomenal job. That's for sure. Hey, John, you mentioned earlier, we started talking about the automated ordering systems. So, in a nutshell, what do you think the pros and cons are in regards to, the SRD program that you guys specifically have with BMW?
For me, BMW is a really good manufacturer to work for. They really make things really easy, and they give me a lot of leverage and a lot of leeway on what I do. For me, I love it. Honestly, it's a really good program. There are going to be some flaws, right? So sometimes you get overloaded with something, but they do give me that 100% guarantee that I can send it back. I can send it back whenever. So most manufacturers aren't that way, but BMW is. And one thing that BMW also has, they have a supplemental order as well. Because BMW's philosophy is going off of your picks and not actually the sell. So sometimes with CDK, if you sell 200 O-rings, they're going to want you to stock 130, even though you only had one transaction for 200. Where BMW looks at, okay, you had 200 sold here, 50 sold here, and they kind of look for those different picks and kind of go, okay, you had this happen in 1 month, maybe don't bring it in, but if it's over 3 or 4 months, maybe you should bring it in. So they kind of they give me a little bit of a better window of visibility of the stuff that's right in front of me. So I love it. Honestly, for BMW and Mini, it's been a blessing because I don't have to worry about CDK, and really my inventory's been super clean since I've been on it. So it's worked out well for me.
That's awesome. And Dave, your thoughts with the JLR RIM program? What do you like about it? What kind of challenges does it present to you?
One thing I do like about the RIM program is it frees up my time for looking at stock orders and doing those data. What I don't like about the RIM program is sometimes I believe it looks at other dealers' demands and it wants me to stock things that I've never sold before. So I will evaluate those and look at those terms, and I have to I don't trust it as much as I should. And then we do a large wholesale business here, so we're always looking at supplemental stock orders. So when I do get a return and so forth, I don't have the dollars to return that because I didn't order under the RIM program. But on the other hand, some of my body shop stuff, like bumpers and hoods and stuff that I do sell often, they are protected. So it's a catch-22 on how you want to do that. And, the wholesale business is a tricky business right now. But RIM overall, I like it. I think there could be some things worked out better in that program.
Yeah, that the JLR program, it is a pretty good program, but you're right. They do look at other dealers, in your area and so forth. And, one of the things that I like about the JLR RIM program is that, you can open up your phase-in criteria. So instead of your standard, 3 hits in 9 months, maybe you can change it to 2 hits in 12 months. So you can get a broader spectrum of that part and give it the opportunity to phase in because it is going to be protected and you are going to be able to return it. So, Gary, so, you've got Parts Eye and General Motors RIM, right? So your is worth on it.
So much to probably a lot of people's dismay, I will stock roughly about 97% of the parts requested from both lines. I do that mainly because we are not heavily in collision anymore. We're strictly pushing the mechanical. So for us, it's fix it quick. We don't want them down in the rack. We don't want our customers holding cars either. So it's all about getting those parts. So yes, sometimes we've only sold one or haven't sold any, but I know it's popular in the area. We'll stock it. So the OE is always going to work the program to their benefit, but we need to work that program as well.
Yeah, and Gary, you bring up an absolutely phenomenal point because it is about being efficient, like you said earlier, but also you don't want to tie up a rack because we all know, and Tully will be the first to back me up, parts sells hours. Isn't that right?
It's correct.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah. So, John, I'm going to swing back around again to you. With the implementations of these manufacturer programs and so forth, and you get you do have decreased buyback allowances. How are you really handling your aged inventory that's not protected by the factory?
So the stuff that isn't protected, with Tully, we have a part scorecard. So I'll kind of go into that. So what we have is we every month we fill out our worksheet, we send it to Tully, and we kind of get a report card of how our department is doing. So some of those things that he does have on there, stuff like working stock, gross turns, true turns, are 7 to 9 month aged, 10 to 12, and 13 plus, our special orders. Also to show like our variance to the office. But really it's with that being right in front of us, right? It's one of those things where we see it, we look at it every day. It's not something you look at every 6 months. You're looking at it you're looking at it monthly, if not a couple of times a month, to kind of see where you're at. And it's a good barrier to see of like, hey, here's the stuff I've got aging. So what we do at the Niello company, we get the blessing from our controller to, we actually will scrap the age stuff. So we each store has their own little process, but the stuff that we can't send back after it hits that 13-month area, we try to scrap as much as we can. If it's something that's really expensive, of course, we're going to have to get the blessing of the GM. But for the most part, we do scrap, because at the end of the day, if it's 13 months no sales, the odds of us selling it are slim to zero.
Yeah, and so you talked about Tully's scorecard and how you use it to measure basically your monthly performance. And I got to tell you, it is a fantastic tool. And I know he measures working stock, so you touch bases on that. And the working stock is basically, it's your inventory value minus your special order parts minus anything that's over 7 months old. So you're really looking at healthy inventories of really good quality inventory. Gary, being with DGDG and our friend William and Randy and so forth, how are you guys measuring that on a monthly basis now?
So we actually have a new scorecard that we're using that the general managers have access to. So kind of inspect with you what you expect. So I think a lot of times general managers do not know a lot of what's going on in parts. So they can now see our non-stock percentage, our phase out percentage, and then our active inventory percentage. So that is a key measurable for them that then goes beyond, that allows them to run their store operation. In terms of the fixed ops, we're looking at days supply. We'll obviously look at obsolescence and anything over 12 months. So it's critical, right? Because obsolescence will kill you.
Yeah, and so Dave, the Patrick Automotive Group, so that's a family-owned group, just like the Niello company, just like DGDG, similar in size. How are you guys measuring everything on a monthly basis?
For monthly basis, we do have a management meeting every single month, and we do go over those numbers. We do get the blessing from our upper management, which is very familiar with the parts department, on scrapping stuff monthly if we need to. But we also put things on, say, OE Connect, our inventories, and with the D2D programs, that's been helping us for returns. Being in a good relationship with your fellow market and people that have excess return reserve, you can sometimes get a little extra there, so that helps the returns. But we manage it pretty well here at the dealer group, and at least everybody's on the same page, so there's no surprises that come up.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. And like you and I know, having the relationship with other dealers that you can work with inventory issues and so forth is that's really an important aspect. So John, can you walk us kind of through how you take care of your month-end reconciliation? I know you talked about Tully's scorecard. Just a couple of quick moments while we wind up on the month-end reconciliation process for each of you three guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so really as a parts manager, I'm sure the other gentleman here in the same boat too is we do it daily, right? It's one of those things where every day I'm checking my factory invoices, my stuff that comes in. I'm taking a look at my cores, taking a look at my special order parts, all of those things. So really the end of the month is really almost like any other day, business as usual, except for you kind of get to the nitty gritty and you need to figure out what is what. So basically I'll just go through my factory invoices, make sure everything gets turned in, everything gets posted correctly. If there's anything that has been received not invoiced, get all that stuff accounted for. I go through all of my cores, my warranty cores, and really it's just going through those basic things that we all do on a day-to-day basis.
Dave, at the Patrick Automotive Group, I would imagine that you've got some processes that are pretty similar to what John was laying out there.
That's exactly right. We have a process that, the end of the month comes and we're pretty much already dialed into what we need to do and what's outstanding and so forth. We turn in invoices every other day. Our office, if you will, is not on site. It's 40 miles away from here, so there is a time delay. But we are in constant communication with them on what's punched, what's not punched, and so forth. So we have a pretty good handle on it. And then when we do balance the number, and you find out that you're either A, over or B, short, it's usually a timing issue. So there's no surprises when inventory comes because you can track it from month to month on how you're actually sitting.
And Gary, it's got to be your month-end process has got to be a little more challenging having multiple manufacturers that you're dealing with. So kind of walk me through how things go now at DGDG.
So the processes are all similar, but really what we're talking about is one or two or three times maybe the work. So for me, the critical part of it is have a team that is deep that can help. So in other words, if two people are able to do a process, I have a backup and a backup to the backup. So if we do get tight on trying to get some of this stuff done, we have multiple help from everyone. Everyone in our department is cross-trained, even down to our driver. What I will say that the two things that are a little bit different with my month end is I account for every special order part that doesn't have a location. So no surprises when we get to inventory and we can't find a part. So it's easy when you find it quickly. So that would be one of the things that I do the most. And then the other is I stay on top of service to get the repair orders closed. So not only is service checking their repair orders, I check them.
Yep. Can I touch base on something there with Gary? He's spot on with the special order process, right? Basically, kind of what I do here is if we get a special order part comes in, we actually have a bin location where it goes, so we know exactly. There's nothing worse as a parts manager trying to find a part that's in your default stocking location. It could be anywhere, from top to bottom of your department. So really staying on top of that is huge. Where you can keep your special orders under control, because the last thing you want to do is have your special orders turn into obsolescence, right? We want to get those parts put on the cars to get hours for the store, and everybody's making money instead of us actually returning it. So that's a huge thing. So I'm glad you brought that up, Gary.
And I think too, with scan guns and the technology that are out there now, it's so easy to do.
Yeah, super easy. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So again, I want to thank this panel of superstar parts managers. Gary Ambrosini, first time with the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and he's a consistent viewer. Dave Mooneyham, thank you. It's great to have you here. John Centers, also a friend of the program. I'm going to hand it back over to Mr. Ted Ings, the godfather of Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Larry Sherman, great job. And a lot of familiar names and a lot of familiar dealers and dealer groups on this panel. Gary, your group has been involved on many a Fixed Ops Roundtable, so appreciate you being here today. And thank you so much for everything that you said. David, great to meet you out in Illinois, and look forward to seeing more and hearing more from you as well. So thank you so much. John Center, as always, John, fantastic contributor to the Roundtable. So thank you for all you do.
Appreciate it.
And Larry, what can I say, right? So, Part sells hours, right?
Part sells hours, baby.
Right. All right, everybody. So thanks to all who are here. The Parts Superstar Management Panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We're connecting the constellations here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event. Make sure to vote for the Shawn Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of our show. We'll be back exploring the Milky Way tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. Until then, we'll see you in the stars.